Oh, yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to NFL Draft Super Show 2021, Boss Cowboy Sports, Skywalker Steel, Dallas Cowboys Network. Are you gentlemen ready?
Ready to rock.
Man, let's go. You already know.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As you guys can see, I had to get a little dapper dare for this. It's the draft, right? It's the draft season. It's Skywalker. It's Dallas Cowboys Network. It's Boss Cowboy. It's the OC here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're here. We're finally here. I know we're a little bit late, but you know how it is, man. As my guy Mark Holmes would say, we broke ass media. And that's what it is, man. We try to get it how we can get it.
Oh, man.
We're not ESPN, but we here with it, man. What's up, gentlemen? What's up, chat? I'm ready for it. I'm tired of all the talking, the 300 players and prospects. I'm just ready to go.
Oh, man, I'm so ready to go, Will. Like, listen, it's draft day. So we got so much to do. You see, I got the draft shades, courtesy of the Superfan Stash, man.
Oh,
I have the high boss chain because it's about 2.0 version. What we gonna do? We gonna make a brand new hot boss.
No hot boy scratch.
Or some type. Hey, it's hot boss today, Will. At least today, Skywalker.
Oh, boy.
Because, we got to put on the draft attire. So it's draft day. It's time to get it. Quest of 6. However you do it. I don't care which way you do it. It's the Quest of 6. Let's go.
See how you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling real good, man. So listen, all I care about, I don't care about hot boys. I don't care about new toys. I care about the Dallas Cowboys getting this 10th pick right, okay? That's what I care about, and I think that's what the fans care about, man. So that's what they want to hear about. We in the building, and so it's time to put it down.
That's right, fellas. Hey, and I appreciate all the comments I'm getting. My boy Twan said, it looked like I'm about to get drafted.
Yes, indeed.
Let me tell you something. If I got drafted, I'll be out there. Shop. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Man, yeah. Congrats to those guys, man, getting ready to make their dreams come true today, man.
Yes.
Like at the end of the day, man, and I saw you working the Twitter handles and just, encouraging people. And that's the same thing I did. Where, sometimes you got to let these guys know you might not get drafted where you want to get drafted, but hey, you still getting ready to get drafted and you get a chance to let your dreams come true. And it's already pretty much come true for you because you're getting ready to be in the league. Yeah.
That's absolutely right. Hey, already.
Super chat.
We got a super chat bar. Sadiqa, man, she's a great supporter for Cowboys Nation across the land. $5 super donation.
Yeah.
She says, looking good, fellas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, man, we got a lot to dive into even before we even get to the actual picks. I mean, there was so much rumors going on, y'all, prior to the draft. And one of them, it's not even a rumor. It just flat out came out. Before we went on, we didn't even get a chance to talk about it before the show. Aaron Rodgers, he wants out. Does that shake up this draft? Yes, Aaron Rodgers has come out and said, I want out. He listed Denver, he listed Oakland, and I believe he listed 49ers as another destination. Could that shake up this draft majorly in the top 10 in regards to the Cowboys? And, Boss, I'll start with you, man.
I actually want to start with the OC real quick.
Okay, I'll let OC get it.
Let me gather myself on that one.
Yeah. So I think that Aaron Rodgers being a perennial Hall of Famer, there is no easy let him out of Green Bay situation. All right, they drafted Love recently, and I think that they drafted him because they didn't get along. Right, he didn't get along with the head coach. So I think that this could be a possible situation where the Green Bay Packers trade up, but I don't see it imminently impacting the Cowboys and where they pick at 10 because of the early run on quarterbacks that we'll see in this year's draft.
Anything there, Boss?
Yeah, and I would say just something is going on in Green Bay, and it looks to me to be about soft skills. So soft skills is, basically where you're dealing with, how the management is dealing with some of the employees, and everybody can really can tell that Aaron is a very assertive guy. It was real obvious even last year when they moved up for Love. Everybody knew that they was really trying to pack that man's bags, but that man is hard to pack his bags because he just that cold.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things to where honestly the front office need to get over it. It's about football. I would say this, Will. I think they messed up their Super Bowl last year. Just to be all the way honest with you, because instead of moving up for Love, you should have got some receiver help to take some of the pressure off your number one receiver. And if they had a number two, they could have likely even got somebody like a Jefferson. Can you imagine that? Like, what would Green
That's
Bay
what
do?
I'm
So
thinking.
this looks like soft skill issues, but I'm happy about it because if they burning down, then that's helping the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, they could have definitely came up and got Justin Jefferson, or came all the way up and maybe got a CD Lamb. But either one of those young receivers, I think, would have been a great addition opposite of Devontae Adams and with Aaron Rodgers. But this is deeper than weapons. There's just a fractured relationship. I think that the Green Bay Packers are still operating back in the day, not realizing that these players have more power than they've ever had before, and you can't just do. The Steelers are another organization like that, right? They try to operate like this is 1960. It's not like that anymore. And Aaron Rodgers, be it as it may, being a crybaby of such, but he is a quarterback. He is the MVP, so he has say. And they didn't adhere to what he wanted, and here we are. So I think that the Niners could have shook it up. I heard that they offered number 3. I heard that they offered players and a bunch of picks to try to get Aaron Rodgers, as they should, because you put Aaron Rodgers in San Fran, ladies and gentlemen. You're talking about the Super Bowl favorites.
Yeah, if you put Aaron Rodgers most places, they're going to turn into at least a deep playoff run contender if they have a few weapons and a decent defense. So Aaron Rodgers is going to be a fixture. Like I said, I don't see any easy out for Aaron Rodgers. I don't care how unhappy he
Whoa,
is because they pay him too much money,
whoa,
and he's a Hall of
Oh
Fame
my
guy.
God.
whoa, whoa. We got some. Is this news that now Stevie and KMT? I trust you guys. I got my guys in the
I don't
chat.
see nothing on. Yeah, I don't see nothing on the live television that confirms
I
that.
will only trust. No offense to everybody else. I just Stevie and KMT. I know we've had these conversations before. Aaron
Yeah,
Rodgers to Denver
yeah, he might have been just saying speaking in hope right there. That
or
shocked me too. I saw it.
because guys, this is the thing with draft night, and I'm going to be in the chat a lot. I know you're going to be dropping names and things like that. Just do me a favor for those that are serious with it. Hashtag NFL Draft with the player or with the news. That way I know it's real and it's not what you want. Um, so it looks like Stevie says he hasn't seen anything yet, but I saw 2 other people say Rodgers to Denver. So Mark Schlereth is reporting. But isn't Mark Schlereth a Denver Bronco at heart?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Me and him actually have the same agent when I was playing. So I mean, he's a fixture in the Denver community. Has a chili company out there. So he will be a guy that's pretty credible. But I like to see some more news about that just to
Yeah.
confirm.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I'm hearing 105.3 said to Denver. That's the report. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see what that means because let's just I have it up here. Boss Cowboys top 5 quarterbacks: Wilson, Fields, Lawrence, Lance, and Jones.
What you got?
At one point, we thought maybe one of those guys would go to Denver, but if Aaron Rodgers is the guy, boss, does this shake up things up there in the top 10?
Yeah, it's a shakeup that'll be like one of the biggest shakeups in a long time, and then it would definitely just throw off everybody because we all anticipating quarterback to likely be a shakeup of some sort pretty soon. We just don't know how, right? So that's gonna start at pick 3. Once we see pick 3 go down with San Fran, that's gonna kind of start the craziness or confirm what most might be thinking getting ready to happen, right? So it's all kind of rumors that's coming out of what could happen at 3. So I think 3, especially with Aaron, could start a roller coaster that we would just have to definitely be ready to think. And
Well, if he's not going to go to San Fran, I think I hope at least we're looking at Justin Fields as the pick, and obviously we heard Justin Fields, we heard Mac Jones as being able to go.
yeah, Justin Fields.
Trey Lance is another one, but I think Trey Lance needs at least a year And are they willing to stick with Garoppolo next year? They could be, and they could just say, "Hey, we'll roll with Trey Lance later." But I think it's Justin Fields or it's Mac Jones, and me personally, it needs to be Justin Fields. I think he's a better quarterback.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that, Skywalker. I got Justin Fields as my clear number 2 quarterback in this draft, and I think that it's not enough respect put on his name
It's not
because this is a guy that contributed 40 touchdowns, right, the previous year to 2020. This guy threw less than 10 interceptions. He can run it. He can throw it. He's solid. He's sound. He's high character. He's a guy I would hire to work at any time to be a solid contributor to my company. So he's a number 2 quarterback. We get a lot of people on wild goose chases, including organizations and scouts that hype up guys at the last minute that don't have the credence and the resume that a Justin Fields would have.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and see Justin Fields, it would literally be because I actually talked to Alex Sherman about this. He's a NBC analyst for CNBC, and his team is San Francisco. So from a fan perspective, the funny thing about Justin Fields is you have a true split. You have people that's diehard San Fran people. You got people that's diehard San Fran people like him. And those diehard San Fran people are really rooting for Fields. It's almost what you see with the Dallas Cowboy fan base a lot of times, to where you'll see the front office almost sometimes totally on a different wavelength than the fans. And that's how they are with San Fran with Fields. So Fields just make all the senses, but it's almost like one of those things to where I think you can overthink it. It's a possibility because I have my concerns on Jones. It's not that we don't see him throw the ball really well, because he does. It's just that really, I don't think he check all the boxes. That's not even his fault,
Right.
because the protection and all of those type of things was already beautiful around him. You was thrown to the best weapons, so we never really saw you tested with unclean pockets and stuff like that. And, you took your occasional hits, but can you really go through a gauntlet, which you could go through if you went to San Fran? So the safer pick and the guy with the better pedigree would be Fields.
Right. Hey,
Yeah, let me back that up a little bit more, Will. Listen, I mean, here's Kyle Shanahan's philosophy, which could end up having Matt Jones drafted there. It's because he really prides himself on accuracy and processing. And so when you deal with Jones, is that he has accuracy, he has processing. He's probably the second best quarterback of releasing the ball on time, and that's very, very important for a person or a coach like Kyle Shanahan. And so that's the only reason to me that he would pick him for San Fran versus going with a Justin Fields.
Yep, and that's everything that I'm hearing as well. Is this is a timing, a precision type of offense, and he's had success with the Mac Jones type of quarterback, right? Kirk Cousins in Washington back in the day, Matt Ryan in Atlanta. They're not the Justin Fields type of quarterback, but I'm just sorry. The talent is the talent, right? Like, it's not like Justin can't do those things. It's not like the guy is incompetent as a quarterback. He just happens to have some extra juice. He got some flavor. All it is some flavor put on top of it. You know what I'm saying? They got the sriracha. They put, and if you like ramen noodles, they put the beef in there. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was. He could do everything else that Mac. He could do everything that Mac can do, and some, in my opinion. One of the things that I saw, and I'm going to say this man's name, Dan Orlovsky. One of the things I heard him say, and it was a good point, was if you look at the other quarterbacks, Wilson, Lawrence, Lance, and Jones, their throwing motions are your atypical, prototypical type of throwing motions, where Justin Fields has a bit of a hitch to it. And one of the things I hate to do is try to correct a young quarterback's throwing motion as soon as he gets in, because that could throw things all out of whack. But he does need to correct it. I know it worked in college, but that might be one of the things that could be an issue in the pros right away. But nonetheless, I think he's better.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think that, I mean, this is what we have here. We have over-analysis causing paralysis
Yeah.
when you deal with looking at so many people in this draft, so many quarterbacks, so many strengths and weaknesses. You watch so much tape that sometimes you go a little bit brain foggy, right? Look at the guy's production. Look at what he does on the field. Look at his touchdown completion. Look at everything that he brings to the team in terms of leadership. And ultimately, as a quarterback, to me, I think, make your decision off that.
Hey, boss, do you want to get you come in and out right quick? OC, you want to ask him if he wants to go in and out?
Yeah, I'll come out.
All
Come
right,
in.
we'll get Boss to step out for a quick second, and then we'll get back to it. I'll get everybody back in here. Yeah, guys, listen, appreciate you guys joining us right now. It looks like the show was about to start. I'll get my guys back in here. Trust me, man. Listen, I know it looks everything look good, but listen, it can be live streams can be difficult sometimes in regards to connections, but we'll get it right. I promise you, we will get it right. But shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate your eye, Hoop 5, Barry, and give me Jail Kipper. Give me your location for where you're at here so we can shout you guys out because we got fans all over, as you guys know. So I'm going to go ahead and let Boss back in here in a quick second and see if we can figure that out. OC, just stick with me, man. We'll get it here. So Jacksonville, guys, is officially on the clock. I love that damn sound. I love it. Hey, OC, they can hear you, so that's cool. You can still talk too, man.
Yeah. So listen, guys. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the obvious pick. Me and Boss Cowboy, we like to call him affectionately Sunshine. Okay, Trevor Lawrence will be the first pick of this year's NFL draft. So what's going to happen when he goes to Jacksonville? That's the question. He has a fantastic program director, right? And so in program builder, in Urban Meyer. So will they surround him with enough tools, enough weapons, and enough support for him to have a successful rookie season?
Yeah, remember we talked about this yesterday when we were kind of just setting some things up. They're going to need to rely on the run game for a young quarterback, right? And in offense and the defense, even though it's Trevor Lawrence, you still need to rely on that stuff. And I don't know that they have it right now. So we'll see. He's coming into a bad situation, and the pick hasn't happened yet. I know we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here, but we know.
Yep.
We know it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. We've known for the longest, man. But shout out to people, man. New York in the building, Austin, Texas, El Paso, D.C., DMV in the building, PA. What up, Fab Sosa? I'm from PA as well. ATL in the building. KMT. Now, see, KMT, you playing too much. See, on my channel, I can't say the word Massachusetts. Massachusetts. I have trouble with that one, OC. Canyon Lake, Texas in the building. So now, I don't know what it is, but go to the settings, Boss, and the audio input and output, and make sure that you got us. And we'll continue to try to roll, man.
So listen, the whole deal with Trevor Lawrence and why he's the number one quarterback, because I want to talk about that a little bit, is that he's the prototypical guy, right? He makes all the throws. He anticipates very, very well. He has championship pedigree, and he's a guy that has been a blue chip recruit coming into Clemson and played like a blue chip his whole career. And so he's made all the plays he needs to make. He's a high character guy. So in terms of him being the top quarterback on the board, it's no doubt about that. It's just about what we said before, Will, even yesterday, about having the appropriate play calls and strategy to set him up for early success and not let him turn into a punching bag, which would sabotage his confidence as a rookie.
Well, what about so I know we're trying to get Boss back in here, but I do want Boss to kind of push back a little bit because you said it's Lawrence hands down. He's got Lawrence at 3. And he's got Zach Wilson at 1, Fields at 2. That's a big drop. You usually hear, Wilson. I don't know. I like Wilson. I don't agree. I think.
Yeah. So I can play devil's advocate a little bit for Boss Cowboy as he gets back into the show.
Okay.
Because we talk so much about this that I know almost exactly what he's going to say. So the thing that he likes in terms of Zach Wilson and why he hasn't won is what he calls and defines as arm talent. And arm talent, meaning that Zach Wilson makes so many off-platform throws, and he makes them look easy. And so that's the admiration about a Zach Wilson.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And I think it goes back to the Pat Mahomes stuff, right? Like, Pat Mahomes can make all those throws. Pat Mahomes looks great doing it. So it's like, hey, he's kind of a fake Gucci belt version of Pat Mahomes, right? But I think Pat Mahomes has it up here as well. And he's just a freak. I think that Zach is a freak in his own right, but I'm not going to go as so far to say that because I'm hearing it that he's Pat Mahomes just yet. I do think he's freaky, but I think Lawrence is the number 1 quarterback. I think Fields is the second best Q, but that's just me. And I guess Boss too, and you, like all of us, we all kind of agree that Fields is the second best quarterback. And then give me Zach, because I wanted to see a little bit more from. I wish I could have saw more because in 2019, Zach Wilson wasn't 2020 Zach Wilson, and I don't want to be fooled with a one-hit wonder, right? And I'm not saying this guy is what's the cat Mitchell Trubisky, but I used this before. Mitchell Trubisky came out the blue for 1 year and became the second pick. And look at Mitchell Trubisky. Now he's better than Mitchell Trubisky. I won't say he's that guy. I'm just going about the way it's happening. Where Fields and Lawrence, they've been consensus, in my opinion, top quarterbacks for the last 2 years. Does that make sense? That makes sense, y'all. Am I crazy?
Yeah, no, you're not crazy. It's a lot of people that play really, really good for the money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, let's not ever discount that hey, these guys know where they are on draft boards and where they project. These guys know if they work hard and they produce and they play great their senior or junior years, that they have an opportunity to make millions of dollars and change their lives. So no, your point is very, very valid. The difference between a Mitch Trubisky and, to me, a Zach Wilson is athletic ability and the off-platform throws. And to me, the ease of which Zach Wilson makes the throws, how the ball flicks off his wrist. And I'm not comparing him to this guy, but the closest guy besides looking at a Pat Mahomes that I can compare him to in terms of ability to flick the ball off his wrist will be a guy that's a Hall of Famer. His name is Brett Favre. I'm not saying that he's going to turn into that, but I'm telling you, the football, in terms of him throwing the ball, the football jumps off of his hands.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. He said, "Oh, so boss can't hear me." All right, here's what I'm gonna do. OC, I'm gonna toss this one to you. Give me your rundown on Trey Lance real quick while I try to help out boss over here. All right.
All right, got you. So look, Trey Lance, to me, I have him as my number 4 rated quarterback. So I have Trevor Lawrence, I have Zach Wilson, I have Justin Fields, and I have Trey Lance. And so if you look at this and you look at Trey Lance, here's another situation that Skywalker brought up where it could be a one-hit wonder situation in that he has not started a lot of games. So we don't have a full-length lot of tape on this guy, but athletically, this guy's a beast. This guy has tremendous strength in his arm. He can make all the throws. He also is a bull in the run game in his conference, although it's not a huge competitive conference. This guy has ran over defenders, ran past defenders. He can make all the throws. To me, I think he's young. I agree with you on this, Will, still in the sense that I think he's going to need another year. I think he's going to need a year and a half to develop, to get his feet wet. And once he does that, Will, I think that he'll be a guy that'll be a solid franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I actually like the guy, but I want to sit him. He's the type of player I need to sit. I'm not calling him because remember Pat sat a year. So if Patrick Mahomes can sit a year, Trey freaking Lance, who only played in 2019, had a phenomenal season, and didn't play in 2020. Like you said, plays at a lower level football school. Yeah, man, I need you to sit down. I need you to learn. That's why I don't personally buy the number 3. People keep saying that he's the type of quarterback for Kyle Shanahan. I don't know. You tell me, OC. Do you think Shanahan is willing to just wait around for a year, or he trying to win? Because he said he's trying to go get Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's trying to wait.
No, he ain't trying to wait around, man. He signed Trent Williams to a $136 million contract, right? Off of a 1-year deal because he forced his way out of the Redskins offensive tackle, all-star offensive tackle. So, this guy's trying to win now. I mean, he paid 100 and what was it? 120, 130 some odd million to his current quarterback.
OC. And the first one you started with, Trent Williams got a 6-year contract extension, and deservedly so. Trent Williams has been a staple at left tackle. He's just been a beast, and they needed that. Mohamed Sanu was re-signed for a year, and Jason Verrett was re-signed for. And Jason Verrett was a guy, guys, who I thought that the Cowboys could have looked at. One of those injury guys, but when he's healthy, he's really good. The problem is he's hardly healthy. But I would have took it. I would have took it nonetheless. But yeah, that's the key offseason moves for the 49ers, and then obviously the big one was the trade up to number 3, which it's weird because it should be Fields in my opinion, but we don't know, OC. What's it going to be?
Yeah, we don't know, man. We don't know. I mean, look, a lot of people are saying that this draft starts at pick number 4 with the Falcons, right? So, I mean, but listen, this thing could go a lot of ways, right? Because here's the deal. If you want to get another bookend, right? The second-rated player overall on my board is Penei Sewell. All right, and so if you want to go and you want to plug in Penei Sewell and have him opposite of Trent Williams, maybe that's the pick for you, right? Maybe so. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you like this, man, whatever they do, they're going to get a great player at that pick number 3. And so it'll be interesting to see.
That is true. Let me know, boss. Let me know. Can he hear? That's a no then.
He can hear, I think.
Nope. Is that a yes or no?
I think he can hear. Can you hear?
I can't
He's
hear.
a little bit behind. He's a little bit behind, but he said he can hear.
Okay,
They say it's a little delayed, but he can hear.
okay, I can't hear him. But does he want? Yeah, if he wants to put his input on the key offseason moves for the Niners, I could toss it to him. If he's still trying to figure it out, we can move on. And it looks like Roger. I wish I had a boo button. Roger Goodell's coming to the podium right now, probably welcoming everybody. Cleveland, man, that looks dope, man. That looks fun down there, guys. I'm not saying move to Cleveland, but that looks dope.
Right.
That looks nice. Joe Thomas is out there with.
So listen here. I'm gonna tell everybody something. I was born in Ohio, and listen, I live in Texas. You're not missing anything in Ohio. No offense, but I don't want to move to Cleveland. I don't want no parts of it. I'm sorry.
What did my man say from the basketball player? He said Cleveland. Don't nobody want to move to Cleveland.
Joakim Noah.
Joakim Noah. Yeah.
Joakim Noah.
Yeah, Joakim Noah.
Joakim Noah, man. Yeah, so yeah, I think that listen, shout out to Cleveland for getting some love and getting the draft. So that's really cool. I'm proud of my home state.
Let me know because there's people in the chat. It looks like Joe Thomas, Jarvis Landry, and is that Bernie Kosar? Or am I misreading that?
Boney Kosar. Let me see.
Is that Bernie Kosar?
It looks like Bernie Kosar. I could be wrong about that. It looks like him.
Look, I might be young, but I know my history, man.
Yeah. You own it. You own it still. You own it, Skywalker. Yeah, you own it, baby. Yeah, that's him, actually. Yep.
We got some Giant fans in the building. Salute to the Giant fans. Yeah, confirmed here that is Bernie Kosar. How about Cleveland? You know, listen, there's franchises out there turning around. The Cleveland Browns, the Buffalo Bills. Yeah. There's no excuse for Dallas, in my opinion. And I understand that these teams have been picking high, OC, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. Well, here's a great thing about the draft, that when you do pick early, it gives you an opportunity. If you package that with some good off-season moves, it gives you a chance to compete. It gives you a chance to get good really quick. So, listen, they have a quarterback now. They have an all-star defensive end if he can stay out of trouble and don't get suspended for hitting people or punching people, right? They got a solid offensive line, some solid backs. And at the end of the day, they can build upon what they've already created and get stronger in this year's draft.
Indeed. We're going to figure it out, my guy. We're going to figure it out. They on the clock yet? They on the clock? Not yet. When they get on the clock.
They're not on the clock
yet. When the Jaguars get on the clock, I'll pull up the Jaguars key off-season moves and kind of touch on them as well. Okay, going to the crowd. I'm watching this live, y'all, so if y'all see me kind of reacting to this live, that's just me kind of just messing around with the live feed here. Don't mind me, y'all, because at the end of the day, we definitely want to give y'all the stuff, but I also actually want to see what the hell is going on so I can give y'all and relay the information, man. Bunch of Packer fans is down there.
Hey, Will, do you want to kill the third camera so that Boss can get back in? Maybe we can get some more bandwidth that way?
Sure, we can try that. That'll work. Let's try
it. Yeah, so we'll try it that way.
We still can hear you. If we kill that camera, that's fine. Remember, we got the backup part that I told you about. So we can roll that way as well. Let me get into the chat, though, see what you guys are saying in here. That is Bernie Kosar, like I said. Chuck Bernard says, boss, talking about Boss Cowboy. Joe Thomas is giving a speech. Chuck says, unless Sewell is there, with the 10th pick, the Dallas Cowboys, they pick a linebacker out of Penn State, Micah Parsons.
What do you think about that? Because I never got a chance to talk to you about that, Skywalker. Yeah. What is your thoughts about Micah Parsons? We've heard and I'm gonna tee it up for you. Hey, I'm gonna throw you a real softball here, okay? Right. So they teed it up about his maturity level. We know he has freakish athleticism. So there's the rise of these no position type guys like Cal Pitts, like Micah Parsons. You got several guys in the draft that you could play in several different places. What are your thoughts?
They're not going to like me. I'm a little biased, OC. I don't know if I told you this, but Micah Parsons comes from my hometown. I know the kid.
PA?
PA. He's from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He's a great kid. I know what the reports try to say about him when he was young and in college. He made some mistakes, but he is a really good kid. Um, I know his mom and his father come from a good background. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I know everybody said, "Well, we got to worry about what he's going to do off the field." I don't think you will. What he did when he was young was what he did when he was young. If you notice over the last 2 3 years or 3 4 whatever it's been, he has not done anything like that. But speaking of the player, think he's going to be phenomenal, OC. I think it depends where he goes initially. That will determine how fast he'll be good. And I'll say this: I want to elaborate on the show I did with Vach earlier. I think right now, if he went to a team like Washington's, the New York Giants, he'd step in right now and make a major impact because he already has the players around him, and they'll utilize him correctly. I love Parsons as a player. I do. And if we take him, I will be happy. But I don't trust that this franchise will utilize his immediate skills right now correctly. What I think you should do, OC, and you elaborate on this. When you have these young guys, they're not obviously all the way developed. But while they're developing, utilize what they do best right now and continue to develop them along the way. And what Micah does best is he goes forward right now. He can blitz very well. He can play the run very well. But I don't want to ask him to be the green dot guy. And I need a green dot guy in Dallas. I just do. I need a green dot guy, and I don't think he's that just yet. I think he has the ability to get there because he learned a new position and got it down pat pretty damn good in 2 years. So imagine what he'll be 2 years from now. So I think he's going to be a beast in the league. I don't know that I trust Dallas to utilize him correctly right away, but it could pay off later down the line. I think he'll be better than Jalen Smith. Yep.
Okay. So listen, I argue at this point explicitly on the Boss Cowboy show.
Okay.
To your point, I don't care. I care, okay, but I don't think it's as relevant the issue that he had when he was young at Penn State, because here's the deal with scouts and people and even fans, right? They judge so hard mistakes that others have made because it's public knowledge. Right? What if we knew everything you did when you were a freshman in college?
Right.
It's like, hey man, you would have a whole different opinion about how we should deal with you, right? So I think that people have to have the ability to grow. And also I think that I want a little edge on my defensive guys, right? I don't want them wild, reckless. I don't want them breaking the law. I don't want them going to jail, doing crazy things, but I want them to be a little bit edgy because that's what makes defensive players good. I think you don't coach 4-3. That's hard to coach. Right? That's hard to coach. You don't coach closing speed. You don't coach strength. And so I think that, I mean, in terms of athletic ability, for me, if he were to be drafted by the Dallas Cowboys, in my opinion, I think that he is a rush type end. I think you use him as almost like a joker type player, a rover joker type player. You don't make him think too much. You let him go, to your point.
Yep, I totally 100% agree. He's been a hot topic to me this year, which is strange to me. The kid's a player. He's a player. I mean, I've seen people say I would take him in the first round. This is crazy. This is insane to me. There's teams out there that will value what he is. Now, if we're talking Dallas Cowboys, I get how fans could be a little hesitant on it. But me personally, OC, I don't know if you've heard me say this on previous shows. At the end of the season, I was all the way, hey, linebacker's an issue, y'all. We need to address it. Now, it doesn't have to be at pick 10, but just know we better not play around with it because I don't trust these two guys right now until otherwise. Boss, can we get a mic check, boss? I do not have boss. Okay.
He don't have you. He don't have you. All right, cool. So we'll get him teed up on the settings to kind of make sure that his settings are on point, and then we'll just keep rocking for right now. So I mean, here.
Go ahead, OC. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I was just saying Jaguars are on the clock. I just want to let you know that about 5 minutes till their pick comes in.
Oh no, I'm looking down at the TV over over my screen. So yeah, I mean they got highlights of him here. I mean I think obviously everybody pretty much knows unless something really changes that we don't know about that he's probably going to be this pick. And so hey man, listen, he does everything well, moves out of the pocket, throws on and off platform, is good enough of an athlete to give you a run threat if you get irresponsible in terms of your run fits and your blitz lane fits if you try to attack him and get aggressive.
And we're talking about Trevor?
We talking about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, yeah. They're showing. Who's that? Dwayne Haskins.
So so
Oh,
tr-
okay. I
so
see what they're showing.
so Sky, can you turn on Boss Cowboys mic on your end?
I don't have it off.
Okay, he doesn't have it off.
Yeah, what about now?
Now I can hear you. You had it off.
All right, yeah.
Loud
So
and
I had,
clear.
yeah.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now,
so
boss?
Yeah, it's much better. Like,
Oh
I,
my goodness! You know what? Let me
Oh.
time out. Let me just tell y'all something real quick. What OC, Boss and I just did, y'all have no goddamn clue. Like I give us a round of
Oh,
goddamn
man.
applause. That
yeah.
I don't know how the hell we made it through. We made it through. We back. We back though. We back. Let's kick it. All right, boss. You got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, no, I definitely heard the Parsons, and I stand 100% with getting the Parsons. I'm not a choir bar guy. I'm not the person that need a person to have perfect attendance. I don't need you to be Mr. Kiss all the babies. I need you to be first a good football player, and then I want you to be good enough to fit in our locker room, because the OC and I know you know, Sky, it don't matter what level of play you had. You know that all locker rooms are not families. That's a dream. It's not corporate America.
I think he could fit though, boss.
You said what now?
I think he could fit I think he'd be fine in the locker room.
Me too. I mean, because when I watch him and I listen to all the people that had, concerns, I also listened to people that was vouching for him. Most importantly, I looked at the body language of the men around him. And if you watch the body language when he's playing, when he's working out, you see a whole lot of support. And I tell you firsthand from playing Division I college football, if we don't like you, we don't like you. And it's pretty obvious. So it's one of those things when I look at the small signals, because obviously none of us have the intel that the NFL teams are going to have. So when we're making this assessment, we're making it on limited information. But based on the limited information, I would get him and not even blink, and it just makes sense. More so because I've said this so many times in the Boss Cowboy Guide, and I mean this. Linebacker is thin.
Mm-hmm.
In free agency, because there's going to be another wave of free agency after the draft. It's also super thin in this draft. So it's one of those things to where his talent is on the level of a top 10 guy, and if he's there and we get him, I'm going to love it.
All right, we got 1 second. We had something came out. Are we doing away with that third camera? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, we can kill a third camera.
Uh-oh.
Pick is in.
Jaguars have made their selection. I don't know, guys. I think it's going to be Michael Parsons. No, I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. I think we, like I said.
The question is.
Go ahead.
Because I am expecting a dumb pick. I'm expecting a dumb pick. Like,
from the Cowboys?
I hear so many drafts. No, just in his top 10.
Oh, okay.
I'm expecting it. Because in my opinion, Will and OC, when we see in so many mocks, everybody always assume perfect logic. But the OC was doing a great job of explaining how sometimes you get paralysis from over-analysis. We've seen that so many times. So as we get through this, I want to make some predictions who it might be. That's the game I want to play as soon as we get maybe past 2.
I got a game for you after this, and let me write it down. Because,
let's go.
Because there is a, what you call it, paralysis for over-analysis.
Analysis, yes.
All the sisters is in the building. So the paralysis for the over-analysis. I got one for you after the pick.
I'm going to give you some inverse here.
Uh-huh.
Over-analysis causes paralysis. There you go.
It does sometimes. And I think we're going to see it. I just wonder where. I got my guesses. I think it's going to be Atlanta.
I listen, like I said, after this pick and we kind of go overkill on Trevor, I'll have another paralysis for over-analysis for you that we're seeing, and it's super annoying to me. And it's regards to 2 players. But here he comes.
And while we watching this, share.
Yes, I haven't said anything yet about that. You're right.
Like every pick. Share, subscribe, like. All right?
Yes, you can
to
find
the Dallas Cowboys Network.
There you go.
And Boss Cowboy Sports. Let's go.
Boss Cowboy Sports.
All right, so the Jets on the clock now. Jaguars pick Trevor Lawrence, and here we go. So Jets on the clock now. 7:21.
Trevor Lawrence is the pick, ladies and gentlemen. 6'6", 230 or 220 pounds, had 10,000 yards last year, 90 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. I mean, he's the prototypical guy. That's what they're saying, right? The prototypical quarterback is Trevor Lawrence. And we'll put a bow on this, OC. Your last go round for Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence is a guy that's going to need a strong supporting cast. And if he has that, and he has good play calling, and he does not get sacked to death his first year and lose confidence, he's going to be a good quarterback.
Boss?
He's one, yeah. He's one that he's in a very risky place because he just went into a hellhole. So it's one of those things that when you are as talented as he is, the blessing is that you just got the number one pick money. The curse is that you went to just one of the worst teams to go to, and some teams can actually destroy you. Because we just now, OC and Skywalker, we just now, because of the Jets, finally getting ready to see what Sam Darnold can do because he went to a place with weapons.
Right.
So be patient, because this is a guy that they always say the quarterbacks get too much of the blame, but they also get too much of the credit. For those who really think that one man is going to turn that trash franchise around, think twice. It's going to take a lot and a lot of building to get him to where he needs to be.
Yep, and like we said earlier, it looks like the Jets are on the clock. Zach Wilson's hugging his mom or his sister or I would imagine his mom. I got to remember these kids is young. He's hugging his mom, it looks like there, so he's probably going to be the pick. I'll bring up the Jets' key offseason moves this year or this offseason. And I think the biggest one, guys, was getting Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator from the Niners, because I think he's a guy that can come in and give you a culture change. You would hope he gives you a culture change. I think he was the exact opposite of, what was his name, Adam Gase, who, I mean, I don't know how this guy keeps getting jobs in the NFL, but he does. Nonetheless, they signed Tevin Coleman at running back. They got Sheldon Rankins, who I liked at defensive tackle coming out. I believe it was Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken here. But the big one, they traded Sam Darnold so they can get this man, Zach Wilson. How you feel about the New York Jets offseason moves to set them up for where they're at right now?
Yeah, so, I mean, if I'm looking at this thing, look, they did make some good moves, as you've already noted. I think that also what you do have is that you have a bookend left tackle. The Louisville tackle they drafted last year, Vic Micaiah, he's a stud. And so I think that you got a Zach Wilson who really excels at rolling out, making all-platform throws, but also can play from the pocket. And he's going to need at times to be able to run and evade pressure and have those quick feet going down there and playing for the Jets. So good luck.
How about you, Boss? Let me pull Boss back in here.
With Zach Wilson was the number one guy on my total board.
Yeah, I'll bring that up too.
Yeah, he was the number one person on my total board. Now, a lot of people would kind of scoff at that, but it's the arm talent. And when I define arm talent, I'm more so saying a guy that has skill in his arm, the person that can make the throws off platform, because I exponentially believe in that as a weapon. We see it in Mahomes. We see it in Aaron Rodgers. We also, as the OC brought up, saw it in Brent Favre. He is one of those guys. And so I know this from playing defense. Whenever a guy can still deliver with accuracy off his back foot, that's a super weapon because the other quarterbacks usually have to step into the throws to throw with accuracy. So that split second in the game of inches can really make up for a lot. It's just, like we said, he's a guy that's going to a horrible place, but at the same time, Because I got it way off. I was talking about Trevor Lawrence and the Jets. I'm sorry. That was him in Jacksonville. I think he's okay. It's not enough up there. But with the Jets, that's a hellhole. It's just one of those things. It's going to take patience.
No, you're right. It definitely is a hellhole.
It's going to take patience. With both of those guys. Yeah, it's going to take patience with – from here on, the quarterback should be good. Because to be honest, even though I rank some of these guys high, they go perform low for a little while.
No, I don't think.
I wholeheartedly believe that.
I don't think you're wrong because the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Jets are kind of a disaster. Now the Jets got a better defense. I think their defense, they got the situation where you can lean on the run game and the defense for your young quarterback and maybe win 6 to 7, 8 games. But well, now you got to go. Was it? You can't go 8-8 anymore. You could be 8-9. I guess that's the thing. So you could probably be in that 7-8 win range with this defense if your quarterback doesn't turn the ball over that much and you can run the ball. But I don't know that they have the run game to do that. But I agree with you. San Fran, quarterback, whoever they pick should play well. Excuse me. If the Falcons pick a guy, they should play well. Who else can come up? Heck, if we get a trade, if we get Washington to come up. Chicago doesn't have a terrible team. So New England, whatever team comes up or picks after this, I agree with you, boss. They should be all right.
Pick us in, Will.
I think we know who it is, but
somebody said earlier, where's the music?
They want music?
I think we know who it is.
Oh, or do they want that
yeah, they
music?
wanted to hear the yeah, they wanted that. I saw it earlier, like, Will, you didn't hit the button. They want the full draft experience. I got you. He won't forget next time.
I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you. I'm just fixing up.
Yeah, but I think it's so. I think from 3 on, that's when it can start shaking up. This is when we getting ready to see the shake up. Is it because I think if they go with Jones, get ready for a roller coaster because it's gonna be a lot of teams that's gonna start getting real antsy for Fields.
Oh boy. All right, yeah,
it's gonna get jumpy.
We're gonna rock like this, y'all. Y'all good?
Yeah, we good. And so, look, I think, here he is. Roger Goodell he's approaching the platform, it appears, with the pick in his hand.
Yeah, taking this dang on time. They got a catwalk. I tell you what, I got to give the NFL kudos, man. They be doing it big.
They do.
They do it
big. They really do, man.
Hey, I try to do it big. I'm going to keep on saying it, but I try to do it big tonight, y'all. I try to come a little clean, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
That's it.
It's also, let's take a pause, if you don't mind, to be thankful.
Yeah.
Because the last draft, we was watching Goodell because of this pandemic presenting guys in the basement.
All right,
Look at us.
Here we go. New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback out of BYU, who goes about 6'2", 6'3", 210 pounds. 56 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Most of that was done to touchdowns in 2020. Like I said earlier, wasn't much 2019 crazy production, but he came on the scene big time. Oh, see what you got for one Zach Wilson.
Super talented guy. And the Boss Cowboy sport guy, Boss did a great job breaking him down, and that he makes the most accurate off-platform throws out of any of these quarterbacks. He has arm talent. He was injured the year previous. He came back with a strong campaign. Here's the thing, and this is my big concern with young quarterbacks, and I'll say it again. Can they keep him clean enough to where he maintains and develops confidence early in his career? If they can do that, this guy has all the arm talent in the world. He can make all the throws, and he can make all the throws from awkward positions. I think that a Pat Mahomes and his success really helped a person like Zach Wilson, to your point earlier, Skywalker, climb in his draft and get the love he's getting now.
What about you, boss?
Yeah, Easy said it. He said, I believe his career is already over. I wouldn't say it like that, but I see what you're saying, man, because right now, like the OC say, you see the arm talent, you see the genius, you see the training, because he's a prodigy type of kid. He came from all the best schools in the country. He's a silver spoon type of guy, but some people like to knock those guys. I like sometimes those guys because they also come with the best home training and personal training. It's going to be about his mental toughness. That's what it's going to be about. If he has a Dak mental toughness, he go get through it. But if he does not, the Jets is going to choke this man's career.
Yeah, Easy said, I believe his career is already over. I mean, come on, Easy. He could get traded. He could end up like, what's the cat from San Fran? Alex Smith, right? He get traded at some point and be Alex Smith. You never know.
Yeah, he could, man. Look, I hope it works out for him. I know they got a stud, young left tackle. I mean, look, if they have another bookend and their guards and centers play okay, right? So I'm concerned about that right side or that front side for them. But in terms of the offensive line they've got some solid pieces there. They need to add a few more. So, look, I'm going to say the kid has a chance. It's not as bad as what some people say or think.
Yeah, it's just when you're messing with the Jets, man. It's the Jets, right? Jets. That's the problem. And I'm gonna say this a lot in this first round, and usually, and pretty much in this entire draft. It really does matter where you go, OC. Like that. That's such a big deal because you can beat Trevor Lawrence and go to a bad organization, and you have to be the savior. We talked about that last night, where yes, the expectation is for Trevor Lawrence to turn that franchise around, but the reality is it's going to take more than a quarterback, and the same can be said for Zach Wilson. It's going to take more than that. So hopefully, Robert Saleh and the front office can, and they're doing decent, right? They moved Jamal Adams for picks.
Yep.
I think they're trending in the right direction. I don't know if these are going to be the same old Jets, but under Adam Gase, I didn't take them seriously.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. I mean, it's kind of like when you have a restaurant and they say we're under new management, right? And the food was bad, and you're hoping that you wait a couple months and you go back in the restaurant and all of a sudden the food is better
Yeah.
because they got a brand new menu and the floors are cleaner and they got all the slime out of the ice machine. I mean, this is what we're basically hoping happens to the Jets, right? And we don't know what's going to happen. We got to look at the product that they put out on that field, especially the first half of this coming season, and then we'll learn and we'll see a lot.
Let me get a grade from the chat, guys. How do you feel about the Jets selecting, which we knew, Zach Wilson here? How do you like it? Big Country says he could be like Sam Darnold. I think he's better than. I never was high on Sam OC coming out. I thought he was I hate to do this because you don't scout the helmet, but he kind of fell into that USC quarterback to me. How many USC quarterbacks come into the league are extremely successful? They all are very similar type of dudes, and Sam to me was that type of guy. And I could be on an island. People said they love Sam's arm. I thought he was okay, whatever.
I thought and I still think that Sam is a mediocre quarterback, right?
Yeah.
I think that he's going to have weapons and tools. And actually, I said that the year that he got drafted, I said he's going to have weapons and tools around him to be successful. And if he's not protected and he doesn't have the weapons and the tools that he had at USC, he's not going to be successful. So he's not a transcendent guy. He's an average starter or a backup. I see Zach Wilson as much more arm talent and much more higher IQ type guy. So I think that Zach Wilson is on a different level than a Sam Darnold, and that is definitely an upgrade.
The boss back there showing up. Hey, the stash is back there. Boss is back there. We having a good old time. Y'all want some beats? I put the beats on for you. Hey, NFL Draft 2021 Super Show, y'all. We having a good time. I know it started off a little rocky, but we rocking. We rocking. How y'all living out there, chat? Barry gives the grade a C+. I put on some beats because you just dancing, boss.
Oh, yo.
Yeah, I put on some beats because you just dancing. I was trying to get
Man,
you
wait
on
till
something.
y'all see, man. We got so many people here, man. Wait till that pick come here. It's going to be a party. Y'all get ready.
It's only going to be a party if we.
Oh, my Lord.
If we like the pick.
I told them they getting ready to party anyway.
Speaking of which, man, we got to get into the Cowboys war room here in a quick second. I didn't even. We haven't been in the war room yet because we've been talking a lot about these other picks, right?
Yeah, let's
But
get it.
let's just jump right into the Cowboys war room, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the Cowboys will be picking here in the next 7 picks. So will the 49ers. And right now, everything is going
pick is in.
according to plan.
I made it because y'all will.
That's fine. I got the button for you. Oh, my
Pick is
God.
in, pick
Wait
is
a
in.
minute. They're showing Mac Jones. Does that mean Mac Jones?
They showing highlights. We gonna get the announcement pretty soon.
Hey, this is what's getting ready to shake it up
This is
right
when it
here.
starts.
It's some people finna cry or they finna be happy right now. Oh, I hope they cry. I want them to pick Jones and kill that franchise.
This
Kill
is when
it.
it starts. The ladies and gentlemen.
This is where it starts. Either it's going to be smart or
the draft is on.
Cowboy fans, we want Jones. You want Jones to go to San Fran. Because people going to be wanting to trade up for Fields. We going to get an offer
But see,
if he keep dropping.
we ain't going to get the offer. You know who get the offer?
Who going to get the offer?
Atlanta, and then possibly Carolina.
Yeah, but we got some more guys. You know, man, don't kill my dreams that early. What about Trey Lance?
Yeah,
Look, I'm
sure.
trying to find a way for somebody to move up.
Sure. I'm with you, boss. Listen, earlier on the show, because I thought not earlier on this show, on the other show, I talked about the Cowboys really need to really address the defense. But I'm not saying address the defense and ignore your board if your board falls with an offensive player being ranked high. However, if I get to pick 10 and I can realistically trade back into the top 15 and get me an extra first-round pick next year in the second-round or third-round pick this year, I have to think about doing that because I still think I can get me an impact defensive player and I still get me a next year's first-round pick. Yeah, I have to think about that. I do.
Right.
Depending on who's on the board, but
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, here he come.
And
Okay, here's the announcement.
here it
I ain't
comes.
even
Here
looking
comes
at
the
the chat.
shake-up.
I ain't even looking at the chat. I'm looking right at Roger Goodell coming down this catwalk. I know the chat probably like
Trey Lance. Trey Lance.
It's Trey Lance.
Oh, they done shook the world.
Trey
They done
Lance.
shook up the world. Oh,
Trey Lance.
they done shook up the world, baby. It's
way.
shaking. I knew it.
No
I said it. I said
freaking
three is
way.
what's going to go crazy. I knew it. I knew it. Ooh, that's not a bad pick,
Wow.
though. They
No,
done
no.
shocked the world.
No. Wow,
Dang,
so
man.
there
You know,
it
I
is.
hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
It's a
San
good move.
Francisco just got better.
Yeah, that's true.
I
They
hate
did.
it. They got
did.
better.
They did.
They got better with that pick,
Yeah,
man.
they did. They did,
All right,
man.
all right, guys.
You're right.
Trey Lance he sat out in 2020, but in 2019 he had a ridiculous year, guys.
Right.
28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. So the 49ers, they trick everybody. It's not Fields. It's not Mac Jones.
Yeah.
It's Trey Lance, Boss Cowboy.
Yeah.
Go on here. We'll let OC
Yeah, well,
kind of fester.
I think you know how it is, man. When you the bachelor and you got all the roses, I intended to give it to you, baby. I traded up for you, Jones.
Wow.
But hey, at the last minute, that last girl stole my heart. That's what happened because remember they did last minute evaluations and San Fran did what you're supposed to do. They actually shopped. It wasn't emotional. They went up like we're going to get a quarterback. Let's shop these guys. And listen, I'm gonna tell you, when I first graded Trey Lance, I had him like my 5th quarterback. It's gonna sound weird, but you know what shifted me? His pro day. Pro day, like, cause his feet was cleaned up so fast that showed me that he has a muscle memory type of athlete where it doesn't take that long or take that much to convert him and shift him in his skill set. So I think Shanahan saw that he has a moldable prospect with a major upside with athleticism as well as great intelligence because the OC broke this down to me, that Trey was reading the fronts. Can you talk about that, man?
Yeah, so, I mean,
quick,
Trey
OC.
Lance was –
Real quick, OC, I'm sorry. Hey, chat, let me know if the music is too loud when we make the pick. I just need to know. All right, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, Trey Lance was a guy that was actually reading defenses. He was actually looking off safeties and coming back to secondary receivers, which is a pro-style move, right? And so if you think about what San Fran has just done, they gave themselves another running back. They gave themselves another running threat that can actually throw the football because we know the current quarterback they have, unfortunately, cannot run or escape pressure. So they like to line up in 31 personnel. And what 31 personnel is 3 tight ends and 1 running back because they like power football. And they like to do play action passes off of power football. And so what Trey Lance does, he has the opportunity to ease into the situation, complete check down passes, intermediate routes, and take off and run if they blitz him. So he's a teachable, moldable guy, and that's why they pick him. He's the best pick. If they would have picked Mac Jones, I would be happy they did it. But to be honest, if I'm them, that would have been a reach.
So boss, real quick, you think Trey Lance was a better pick than Fields? I'm sorry. I said boss. I meant to say OC, but go ahead, boss.
The safer pick. Fields was the safer pick.
Okay.
But you also have amazing upside with Trey Lance. Like, to me, you go with the guy that played in the bigger games, the bigger resumes, and all of that almost every time. Because in the top 10, it's about, to me, who checks most of the boxes and who don't need any more boxes that need to be checked, right? So to me, the guy really should have been, the safer guy should have been Fields. But I also can see if you really kind of dig through and kind of really work that guy out and saw the throws that you're trying to see, you tested him on the board, you tested his mind, and he passed all your tests, go with the guy you believe.
I'll make sure y'all can hear me here. I like the player Trey Lance. I just hope he's sitting to develop. I don't want to see him playing right away. And granted, he's in a better situation than them other quarterbacks because I think that the Niners are a better team. But to me, what this says to me is I don't think they're necessarily trading Garoppolo, and they did kind of come out and shoot down those anyway. But I don't think you can trade Jimmy Garoppolo right now. I think you have Jimmy be your starter. If he start acting up by week 10 or 11, then go ahead and bring Lance in there if you think he's developed by then. But if you roll Lance out there day one, I don't necessarily know, OC, if you're better. And I know that sounds crazy because I like Trey Lance better than Garoppolo long term. Right now, though, I just need to see Lance. And if I'm wrong, chat, let me know. But I just need to see Lance develop a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, this is almost like a click and bait situation, right?
Uh-huh.
Because if the money is enough, if the picks are enough, they will trade Garoppolo. Okay, don't make no mistake about that. But to your point, the better thing to do is to have a short apprenticeship because you're not going to have Garoppolo reminds me in terms of his mentality of a Carson Wentz. As soon as they drafted Jalen Hurts, he lost it, man. He lost it. He was no longer the same. He couldn't recover mentally. You see what I'm saying?
Mentally.
So this is what I think Garoppolo is going to go through, right? So Garoppolo has to compete. Garoppolo has to boss up and do everything in his power to keep everything in front of him and be actually a good performer. So, but regardless, this guy's a top pick. He's going to get the job probably next year, even if Garoppolo does play well.
All right, guys, we're at pick 4. This is what I call the Kyle Pitts pick.
Yeah, it's already fun, man. That Trey Lance turned it for me, bro. That was like, whoa.
Listen.
Like, I kind of can feel that was coming potentially, but for them to do it, oh, wow. You know what I mean? And I'm going to say it like this, Will. I think Trey Lance could walk in and ball. I see Watson in him. I'm not saying they the same. But I'm seeing a major ball in that boy. But I think you do got to take him a little bit slow. You got to wean him along. Yeah, the smartest way to do it. And I do think it's going to put a major fire under Garoppolo.
Falcons pick is in.
Oh, they got it that fast. They know who they going with. They know who they going with. They going with, ooh, that's too fast. Hold on now. Please be Pitts. Get that ball off the board.
That might be Fields. That fast? That might be Fields if it was that fast. But I
agree.
I call this the Kyle Pitts.
I see Fields too.
I call this the Kyle Pitts one because this is the one. If he don't get taken here, he's closer to being a Cowboy. But if he gets taken, he's not.
Oh Lord.
So here's the deal. We see the walk across the stage by the commissioner. And so here's the deal. Do we have Pitts? Do they end Matt Ryan's career and draft Justin Fields? Do they add another weapon? All right, do they go to Devontae Smith? Or do they go to Javonte Waddle? Do they draft Chase? What do they do?
The smart pick right here would be D. Smith, brother, to be all the way honest.
That's actually not a bad idea, really, honestly.
Kyle Pitts.
Yes. Get out. No more Pitts train. No more Pitts train. Get out of here. Thank you. That's the dumb pick, and I knew it was coming. I said that was the pick. I said the dumb pick was coming in Atlanta, and there it is.
I just
and
wish,
I called it.
I just wish I could go to the Kyle Pitts train, people. I might have to go in there because I tried to told you. But no, I did say
drop my guys. Yes, drop my guys.
Yes,
drop my guys. Yeah, so my guys are dropping. So, Sewell, keep on dropping.
Hold on, I got you, bro. So the first.
Chase, keep on dropping, baby. D. Smith, keep on dropping, please. Thank you. No more pitch trainers. Oh.
Kyle Pitts, man, 6'6", 246 pounds, ran a 4.46, has 1,400, almost 1,500 yards in his career, 18 touchdowns, an absolute matchup nightmare for the Gators, guys. I had a feeling that Atlanta wouldn't, and Dan Graziano has said it. He said this is the pick. He said they're going to take him, and they took him. So the Kyle Pitts dream for Cowboys Nation is over. OC, your analyzation on the one, Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, so I think that Kyle Pitts will excel as a third or second option, not a first option. So I think for him, he's in an ideal situation with a veteran quarterback that can work him in, similar to a Rob Gronkowski when he got drafted to New England. He was going into a veteran situation where they had other weapons. And so that's going to benefit greatly Kyle Pitts to have Julio Jones, right, to have another receiver from Alabama already there and to have a couple other weapons around him. So I think that red zone plus side of the 50, he's going to excel versus slow safeties, versus linebackers, and on 50-50 jump balls.
Boss, I don't even know if Boss, just take the stage. Oh, I'm sorry, I got him.
getting ready to happen. With all the pressure they already done put on Pitts. See, because this is what happened every year. I'm going to tell you what happens every year. Every year, 40% of the draft stash, man, in OC and Will, still, 40% is a bust. So, who can name who the guys are going to be? I'm telling you right now, it's getting ready to be that boy. Because they done called this man the #1 talent in the draft. Yeah, cool me off, man, because I'm on fire right now, Stash man. I'm on fire.
Stash man over here cooling off Boss Cowboy.
I'm telling you, because I'm telling you, it's getting ready to happen, and I'm not trying to wish bad and evil on this man. I'm just giving everybody a fair warning. Tight ends don't translate good in the first round. Everybody go put the targets on that guy, and you just went to a quarterback that suck at throwing jump balls. That's why Julio touchdowns horrible. So now, in terms of going downfield, it's not going to be the separation y'all think it is. Pitts is not going to do 1,000 yards. And I'll take a bet on anybody right now. If y'all call this man generational, you call him receiver, you should get right from this man coming in as a number 3 or number 2 target. If he don't do 1,000 yards, everybody needs to admit that they drunk the Kool-Aid.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
We need to load an automatic weapon. Jeez.
I know I should have. Yeah. Hey, listen, I didn't think he'd be there at 10, but you know the fans, man. And I kept telling them, I said, y'all keep on this whole pitch train. What are we doing? You're setting yourself up for failure. I mean, just stop it. Just stop it. If he's there, he's there. But have you not learned your lesson as a Dallas Cowboy fans, ladies and gentlemen? Don't put your heart into not a one of these players. Think logically, and let's talk that way. You know what I mean? But if you want to be a fanboy, be the fanboy. Not saying, hey, you got.
Yeah, be a fan.
But just say that. Say, hey, listen, this is the player I want.
And then, that's the pick that I honestly really wanted.
You wanted Pitts? Or you wanted Pitts to go to Atlanta?
No. Well, I wanted Pitts, but I wanted Pitts if the right people were still sitting there. You know what I mean? If it was better people sitting there, no, I didn't want Pitts.
You basically
I'm glad that pick is out the way because I'm being honest. From my research of first-round tight ends, historically, they don't pan out. They don't.
So
I think it was epic juice.
If Jamar Chase was off the board and then Waddle and Smith, you're sitting there with probably the tight end, and the offensive lineman, you could probably get down with it.
Nah, and actually no offensive lineman. Like the people that I had Pitts over was basically only Surtain. I have Pitts as actually number 9, not including quarterbacks. Overall, let me, because I got my list in front of me. Let me tell you exactly right now where I have him totally ranked. I had Pitts on my board ranked as, let me see. Give me 1 second, y'all.
It shouldn't take that long.
I can tell you, I had Pitts ranked as my 10th player on my board. He was my 10th player.
You had him as 10? I had him around 14.
I had him at 10. I had him at 10. Because I do believe he has exceptional hands. And I think that's his saving grace. His length and his exceptional hands. Yeah. That's going to be his saving grace.
Yeah, that is.
That's going to be his saving grace.
That's where I call him the honest OC.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll say this, man. Pitts, I definitely agree with you on his catch radius. He needed to go to a place where the quarterback is great at touch. Like, he needed a guy that can put the ball on the rim. Like a Romo to Dez. See, a Romo is what made it possible to have a Dez. And people don't realize that it took 3 years of them working together to get that perfect timing. You can't get a Pitts that's more of a, what I call a snatcher, a possession guy, and then say, okay, we go just put you with a guy that's a vertical thrower. So it's smelling very bust to me. But at the same time, we go definitely see.
So I'll say this. I think Kyle Pitts will be fine in Atlanta. I think what you're trying to say though here, boss, is he going to be worth that number 4 pick right away?
Bengals pick is in.
The Bengals pick is in. Uh-oh. We got some competition over there. I think this is Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell here, guys.
Yeah, my money's on Penei Sewell here. he's too much of a talent. I think you got to pick him up here. I don't think he drops anymore. I think also because you protect the ACL injury of your top franchise quarterback, you got to get this guy protected with Penei Sewell, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Chase, but however, I think the smart pick, the responsible pick, is Penei Sewell. It's Penei Sewell, excuse me.
Penei Sewell, he's I fixed that. Yeah, I think that's a smart pick. All you got to do, right, is just say, hey.
Because when you look at them,
yeah, we'll fight through it. We'll fight through it, gentlemen. If you need me to, if you want to go take care of it, you can take care of it. I'll
It'll be done in a second.
all right, so this is the deal. So I think they're getting ready to go Chase because when you look at them and you have the free agency mock-up already ready, they already kind of moved with Tyler. I'm sorry, they got a Riley Reef for their offensive tackle. And that, to me, signaled that they looking to do a cheap way to protect their quarterback, which I think is crazy, to give him his LSU weapon. Now, if they give another tackle, to me, that's the smart, responsible pick. That's the smart, responsible pick. But how much pressure is he putting on them to give him his guy? You see what I'm saying? This is what's getting ready to shake up everything. So those who want Sewell want Chase to get picked right here. Those who want Chase want Sewell to get picked right here. You know what I mean? But I tell you right now, Chase, bye. I love you too, but I want Sewell.
You can make an argument for either one of them here, but the biggest argument to me is Joe Burrow's knee. You know, just look at my knee.
Yes. Right.
You know, this
isn't.
isn't.
You want this guy to play. You got to secure that guy.
Yeah, this isn't.
If you believe
John
he's a franchise quarterback, you got to get a franchise left tackle that can protect his blind side because that's how he got hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Go look at the play.
This gonna be Chase though. What I tell you.
Chase. They picked him.
Jamar Chase.
I told you.
Is the pick.
Yep.
Which means
and it was. I knew it was gonna be that because they got Riley in the offseason. So when they got a tackle in the offseason, that's kind of like what Dallas does. They'll get them a cheap solution to just. Yeah, so they got Riley in the offseason, which signaled they trying to get their guy that's weapon. And then you know how it is. I'm getting ready to try to show that our quarterback is the quarterback. So they go reach for the weapon. But that helps Dallas.
Jamar
we want
Chase,
Sewell.
6 feet, 208 pounds,
and by
2,000
Chase, man,
yards, 23 touchdowns. He opted out in 2020, but I don't think that really mattered. Obviously not. He's a top 5 pick. He looking real fresh right there with the all white and the shades on. Jamar Chase, man, we'll let you go, boss, because that's your man. So how you feel about Jamar Chase going to Cincy?
I mean, it hurt my heart because I always called him Sterling Sharp 2.0. So when you get a chance to get a potential Hall of Fame type talent, when I say Sterling Sharp, that's a big, big thing I'm saying. That's huge. But if I'm being responsible, you never pick even a Sterling Sharp type over Sewell. You never do that. But I mean, but it's happening the way I expected, to where the quarterback run is going to push down somebody that's going to be epic. It's just which one is it going to be. So far, Sewell might be that guy.
What about you, OC?
Yeah, so right now, I mean, on the big board, man, we still got Sewell. We still got Slater. We still got Devontae Smith. We still got Jalen Waddle, right? So in the next pick with Miami, do we have another reunion, right? Do we have Tua linking up again with Devontae Smith, which is probably, in my mind, the probable pick here. So, I mean, we'll see what happens, but it's getting real interest for the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to definitely, the way this thing is shaking out, they're going to definitely have some choices as they get to pick 10, because before pick 10, I think Justin Fields comes off the board to Denver.
We are definitely getting there. We're hopping back into
another thing, too.
Go ahead.
Another thing real quick, too, that's also, when Chase goes, that could start the receiver run. And if a receiver run starts, look out. Dallas getting ready to get gold. Well, an opportunity at gold, I'll say that.
Gold for who? For Dallas?
Like gold in terms of a steal, like a steal getting ready to slide. So if the receiver runs, so D. Smith might go with Miami here to go with his teammate. right? His former teammate with Tua. So the more we seeing weapons go, the more the responsible stuff is starting to fall, like the Sewell, like the Slater. You know what I mean? Because the weapons are going.
You can't,
and so if you
no, let me interrupt you. You can't say that yet. Because you can have Smith come off the board to Miami, and then you can have Waddle go to 7 to Detroit. But Sewell and Slater can go 8-9. So we ain't in the clear yet in regards to offensive guys.
I'm saying that it can start the run. And when we start the run, because when I look at Detroit, they also
need offensive
picked up Rashard Perriman. They also picked up Terrell Williams. So they receive it up. You see what I'm saying?
But you said the receiver run, which means if it's going to be a run, all right.
Yeah, they can start the run.
They not Rashard Perriman.
Well, don't kill my dreams.
We got to keep it real. We got to keep it real. Waddle is a realistic option in Detroit, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
Dolphins pick is in.
Will, don't kill my Kool-Aid, man. I'm trying to dream of Sewell, man. Come on, can I dream a little bit? Come on, the draft is about dreaming.
I'll give you Sewell. I think not Sewell. I'm sorry, Slater. I think Sewell. I think Sewell needs to be taken before that, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Honestly, though,
somebody got to be smart.
Honestly, though, I think.
But remember, I predicted dumb.
I think Denver has a good left tackle, if I'm not mistaken, that they took early. So
and they might go quarterback. We still got Fields sitting out there. See, at some point, somebody gonna need quarterback.
Get Aaron Rodgers, right? So are they really gonna get?
Oh yeah, that changes everything.
I mean, to me, look at Denver. They picked up. They signed another quarterback, right? And I believe they signed. I forget his name right now. Came from the Panthers. Was with New Orleans.
Oh, sorry, got bright.
So to me, you're competing against KC. You're competing against Mahomes. So you need another prototype that can compete in that division. So to me, if I'm the Denver Broncos, and this is why I think Sewell has a good chance of dropping, okay? I think the smart money is to go ahead and get Fields if I was the Denver Broncos, but I'm not. So, hey, we'll see.
Yeah, they should get that. Oh, my God.
Because what you got is you got a gap stop at quarterback in Denver. You can go get a franchise quarterback and get a mentor. So to me, when you look at this thing on the big board and you kind of compare all these things, you got Panthers coming, you got Detroit coming up, they have a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
You got the Panthers coming up, you got the Broncos coming up, then you got the Cowboys coming up.
Hey,
and Sewell would likely go to the Panthers.
Real quick shout out to the chat, man. John said I'm enjoying this Sky, Boss, and OC. Appreciate you guys being here.
Oh, yeah, man.
This is awesome. We're just getting started. This is day one. This is just the top 10. We still
let's
got
go.
plenty more
man,
to
y'all
go.
got my boy Skywalker suited and booted.
Man. Hey, key off-season moves for Miami. They got Benardrick McKinney for the trade from the Texans. They also got another Texan and Will Fuller, a receiver. And then they cut Kyle Van Noy after one season. So Sewell, I think, could be in play because remember they got rid of who was not really that much of a person, but Eric Flowers. Yeah, Eric Flowers was traded. So I don't think you can rule Sewell out here as well. I don't think you can rule anybody out, right? That's the point of where the Dolphins are picking, and I think they knew they were in a sweet spot. They knew the first 4 picks were going to be 3 quarterbacks, Kyle Pitts. I'm in the sweet spot to take one of those top 3 receivers or one of the top 2 linemen. So we'll see here. They're taking the stage.
Yeah, the pick is in now. Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle. Baby.
It's
the weapon run. Weapon run. It's the weapon run. That's what's happening right now.
So you got the right school, boss. It's just Waddle.
right. Woo!
All right,
and listen, for those who's dreaming of Sewell, pray for quarterbacks and receiver runs because Dallas is going to be forced to pick him, bro. I'm sorry. He's going to be the clear BPA if he gets there, bro.
We'll get there. One second. Jalen Waddle, 5'10", 182 pounds, almost 2,000 yards, 17 touchdowns. 11 of his 17 touchdowns, guys, were of 50-plus yards. He's just a pure playmaker. OC, what you got on Jalen Waddle?
Yeah, so we call him a joystick player, right? He's a guy that you can't cover. He's a guy that's going to sprint past you, blow by you. He's a guy that's going to blow the top off of the defense. He's a guy that can take a short pass and take it to the house. So he's an awesome, fantastic weapon for big play potential when you're looking at the Miami Dolphins and also getting some momentum with a young quarterback Tua. The thing I like about his game the most, though, is that he is an underrated route runner. He's not as good as Devontae Smith, but he runs solid routes. He has great hands, and he has great breakaway ability.
Yeah, and then also, this also confirms that what I was telling people is that the best talent is the weapons. I've been saying that all offseason, and this draft is confirming that these scouts agree with the analysis of the Boss Cowboy Sports Guide.
You heard him.
Because I've been saying all this whole offseason that the best that's sitting at the top are the weapons. The scouts agree, and it's clear. And I'm gonna say I've been standing like with y'all, but a lot of people have been fighting me on that. You know what I mean? It's like, no. The scouts have spoken. It's the weapons. So that's why I was saying if any one of those three guys would have dropped, you got to get them, bro. It's just what it is. But at the same time, I'm loving the weapon run. So to also break down Waddle, you wanted him to go to Miami. You don't want him in the division.
See, nobody talked enough about it for Dallas. I thought he would have been a fantastic pick at number 10 in the Fantastic, because he gives you an aspect that we don't have on offense. I know everybody loves Pitts, but and this people are probably gonna be like, Sky, you are crazy as hell. But watch this.
No, you're not.
And I need y'all to shut me down if I sound stupid, okay?
Sounds smart as hell.
But hold on, but this what I'm about to say might sound crazy. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I've been watching my man between the 20s, and I've been watching one Blake Jarwin between the 20s. There's not this astronomical difference between the 20s where Pitts puts himself, elevates himself, it's in the red zone. But with Jalen Waddle, a player like him, he's a person that can play 99 yards of the field. I can have him at the 1-yard line, take a screen and go 99. I can have him at the 15-yard line going a quick slant or in and out. Or, hell, he can go get the ball too. So I just think Waddle just brought more to the game. Oh, by the way, he can punt return and he can kick return. He could just bring a lot more to the game than Kyle Pitts. And I'm not saying he's better. I'm just saying for Dallas, he's a missing aspect, and that's speed, that's deep threat to keep the safety back. Pitts is not going to keep the safety back. Waddle would have kept that safety back.
Detroit pick is in.
Detroit pick is in. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the logos here. So Detroit basketball. Nothing yet on Detroit. They're still showing Jalen Waddle.
You might be muted.
Yeah, you muted yourself, brother. Which is good. Keep figuring that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, this is not gonna be D. Smith. They got 3 offseason weapons. Detroit did.
Yep.
They got 3 offensive receivers this offseason. So it's not gonna be D. Smith. They built to not need a weapon.
Well,
they go with.
Let's take a look at their key offseason moves, boss. Not only did they get some of the weapons you're talking about, they got Jared Goff.
Coming off the board?
Yeah, because they already built. They got Terrell Williams, they got Brashard Perriman, and they got Khalif Raymond this offseason. So when you get that many weapons, you're trying to build not to need a weapon.
Yeah, but to me, man, I mean, Devontae Smith is such a fantastic weapon. If they're trying to resurrect the career, right, of the newly traded quarterback that they got from the Rams, that pick still makes sense. But if you want to shore it up, obviously Sewell's a great pick. Also, these are guys that historically have not been great at drafting people, right? They haven't made great draft decisions as an organization. So they may go ahead and reach for a DB here. That also could happen.
Whoa.
They can reach for a DB.
I mean, the best player right now is Sewell. Right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they traded for Jared Goff. That was one of the big offseason moves. But they also got Michael Brockers up front, and they signed running back Jamal Williams from the Packers, who is a really good reserve running back. So their pick is in. Dan Campbell, the new head coach, is standing up. You're saying Sewell, boss?
I said Sewell.
Sewell and OC saying Sewell?
Nah, he said it could be D. Smith or Sewell.
Yeah.
I just think they done built to go away from a weapon. That's just my gut guess. From looking at their offseason moves.
Did they sign somebody like a long-term receiver or just the kind of fillers?
I didn't look at the long term. I looked at just who they signed,
right,
and they look like Band-Aids. It's almost like what Dallas does. They try to fill the team with Band-Aids to just pick the best player. So that's just my gut feeling of what they built for. And looking at them
on your board, boss, who's the best player right now? Devontae Smith.
Oh, that's Sewell.
Sewell, easy. Sewell.
Yeah, that's no doubt.
So then and they need an offensive lineman, so I don't see why they shouldn't take Sewell.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
if you're rooting for Sewell
if
to
they
fall,
don't, thank God, bro.
if you're rooting for Sewell to fall, he's coming.
Oh man, and Dallas is go get him. Dallas, see, because Dallas gonna be in the mode of BPA, and if anybody tell me that they had Sewell graded over Surtain graded over Sewell or Horn, I'm gonna hit you with an elbow. I'm gonna say stop talking. Don't even talk
You
football.
know what's wild?
Be quiet.
If they take Surtain or Horn over Sewell, it'll remind me of the Jason Garrett
There
era.
we go. Penei Sewell.
There
Boy,
it
y'all
is.
better listen to Boss Cowboy Sports, man. Boss Cowboy Sports and my boy Skywalker Steel. I'm telling y'all, man, this is what we do.
Penei Sewell is the pick, guys. The Islander stands 6'6", 330 pounds. He's the Outland Trophy winner in 2020. I think he was a baby when that happened. But here he is, guys. He was ranked as a top 5 player on your board. Boss Cowboy, just go right ahead, man. You're on the road, Penei Sewell.
Yeah, it was really about him being the best player, and the clues was the offseason acquisitions. So when I start looking at the acquisitions of them building the receivers the way that they did, that's why I was able to predict accurately what was going to happen with the Bengals, because they also did the opposite. They filled the tackle gap. So since they filled the tackle gap, they went with Chase. These guys filled the receiver gap, so they went with the tackle. So it's opposite. It's just that simple. So it was basically just looking at the offseason moves. That's why Boss Cowboy Sports and the OC and Will, we hit that. That's what happens, But it's just being able to interpret the tea leaves of these offseason moves and trying to see how smart they are. So far, it's nothing really too dumb except Atlanta. It's going about what's expected. And we lost Sewell, but, we still got some good stuff on the board. I'm telling you right now, the closer it get to us, the more people going to be wanting to ring us for this trade, because Justin Field is still sitting there. And if anybody is crazy enough to let him go to 10, we better pick up the phone, because they going to be ready to give away the world to get this guy.
OC, Penei Sewell.
Yeah, Penei Sewell, man, is a generational talent. 6'6", 330 pounds, won the Outlet Trophy at 19 years old. Doesn't even have his man strength yet. He's 20 years old. He's not even legal. This guy's a phenomenal athlete. He's leading screens. He's a zone blocking extraordinaire. He also has really, really good technique, almost advanced technique in terms of stepping down and hitting defensive tackles' hips and bouncing off to the second level. He's a do-all player that in 2 or 3 years, he's just going to be very, very hard to deal with. He's going to be a good player his first year or two, but by the time he's 23 or 24, his full man strength and the maturity is going to come into his body. He's going to be a perennial all-pro for years to come, pending injury. That's how strongly I feel about him. It hasn't been a strong tackle like him come out since probably a Trent Williams, right? If you want to compare athleticism to somebody that's in the league, a Trent Williams in terms of his ability to block, change directions, and do all things.
All right, guys.
So Fields is likely getting ready to go here. You'll be crazy if you Denver looking at Fields and don't get Fields. You'll be literally crazy. You'll be crazy.
Picks away, and that, which means, in my opinion, Dallas is going to have a pick between Horn or Surtain. They're going to be there. One of the two is going to be there. But guess who else may still be there? Slater. And he could. So Dallas, 2 picks away, 3 players that everyone's talking about: Horn, Surtain, Slater. One of them is likely going to be there. If not OC and Boss, you're talking about Justin Fields likely being at 10. So you pick up that phone. You say, hey, New England, how bad do you want Justin Fields? I want him bad. Oh, do you? I want 15. I want 2022's number 1. I also want either J.C. Jackson or Gilmore, one of those corners. Bring them on over here as well. Oh, to make it better, give me 46 too. You give them the QB tax. You tax whoever the hell wants to come up here.
Because they said.
Because the last time Dallas traded down, and they traded down, they got, I don't want to say that word right now because we're PC, but they got their butts whipped by the 49ers when they went down to 31. Now they got lucky because they got Travis Frederick, but they did not get a good return there. They need to get a QB tax if Justin Fields is on that board, but stay in the top 15.
The Panthers pick is in. The Panthers pick is in.
What we got here, Panthers? Give us something. Oh, it's commercial on my end. But yeah, so
that's all right.
That's how I feel about it, guys.
They also got 3 receivers in the offseason, so it's not gonna be D. Smith.
And they got Moore and they got Curtis Samuel. I don't see a receiver going here.
They no, I looked up. They got Pharaoh, they got Seth,
Oh
and
wait,
they
they don't
got
got
Keith.
Curtis Samuel. I'm sorry, Curtis Samuel left, y'all.
Yeah, and you got the good big names. You got the AJ Boyer, the David Moore, and Sam Donald. So they got like 4 receivers. So it's one of those things to where they also look like they built to not need a receiver. So likely they go with the BPA, and the BPA outside of them would be Slater. It really would, or Michael Parsons. This is where they could go defense,
Yeah.
and they seem like the team that could do that.
Yeah.
That seemed like that's the smartest pick right now. Slater
Yeah.
sitting there as number 8 according to the CBS board, and I'm telling y'all, follow
BCS?
the CBS board.
BCS.
Yeah, CBS. The CBS board is one of
CBS.
the CBS board. I've been watching this for years in terms of they usually dead on, and right now they got Parsons ranked number 8 on their board. That's likely where he's going to go around 9.
That's why I always thought the Parsons talk. The people saying, his second round guy. No, he's not. I mean, the guy's a good player, man. He's a top,
way.
he's a top 15 player, in my opinion, in this draft. The coach Matt Rule was the rookie coach last year. I thought they played hard for Matt Rule. I thought he did well in his rookie year. They went out and they traded for Sam Darnold. So you still can't rule out a quarterback, but they don't absolutely need one. They could probably take what's the Davis kid in Stanford maybe in the second or third round and groom him to be the guy if they want it. They don't necessarily have to take Justin Fields here, but we have to watch out for that trade. Remember, we're talking about Dallas and New England. Maybe New England is trying to come up to 8 right now and get Justin Fields. Somebody should be coming up. Somebody should be coming up.
I think that when you look at Detroit, they're historically a defensive-minded team in terms of the draft. So I think here they're going to reach for a corner and pick them too high, or I think that you got Parsons or you got a Slater. But my gut says it's going to be some type of defensive player.
So you're thinking you think it's corner here, boss?
I think they reach for a corner. All right, here he is. He's announcing the pick
Parsons.
right now.
I say Parsons if they go on BPA.
Defensive player, or they reach for a corner.
Let's go be Parsons.
What if they shock us
J.C.
all?
Horn. J.C.
Oh,
Horn. They reach
that's
for
the one
a
they
corner.
love.
They
Oh,
did.
see, got it right, baby. Boss Cowboy Sports.
Hey.
I said it. They're going to reach for a corner, or they're going to go with Parsons. They reach.
They sure did.
Hold on, I got to give a shout-out real quick to Brian Broadus. Brian Broadus called this about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He said Carolina is in love with J.C. Horn, guys. So that is one of the players that was on Dallas's board, and he's now gone. He stands at 6'1", about 205 pounds. Had 101 tackles over his career, 23 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. The word that rolls around for J.C. Horn, and it is the biggest buzzword, dog. What you got on J.C. Horn, boss?
Well, it's a lot of Cowboy fans that, they got a knot in their throat because he was a favorite. Similar to Pitts. It was the Pitts hive. It was the Horn hive. Both of those dreams are dead now. But at the same time, I want somebody to get Surtain. Really put Dallas in a situation to really go after BPA. I would pray that Philly go up and get Surtain trying to hate on us. That would be beautiful because then that will force us to truly go BPA, which then would be Slater or D. Smith. I think we going at that point, Slater.
Yeah, what you got on him,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that J.C. Horns is a perennial dog. He's a 4-3 guy. But I think that based upon his experience and his tape, I mean, being a top 10 pick is a reach. But this year's draft, you go on what's available. And when you have a player like him that you feel like is aggressive, that can make plays on the football, and it only takes one team. And the Detroit Lions, they reach to get him. It's a little bit high for him, but they reach to get him, which is still pushing great players down for the Dallas Cowboys in the next couple picks.
Yeah, listen, Surtain's still on the board, Slater's still on the board, and Fields is still on the board. And we heard that, I believe it was Stephen Jones said, guys were calling the Cowboys last week, and they're going to be calling the Cowboys as the draft pulls up, and here we are. We're here at a position where they should be dialing the Cowboys line right now. The Saints, I heard, were trying to get up there. I don't think we're going to trade in division with Washington. I would not gift them Justin Fields. There's not a chance in hell I would do that, unless you are waxing them for like a what's the cat's name? What is the guy's name? Ricky Williams. Unless you're getting a Ricky Williams type of deal. And then we have Slater. Slater's on the board. So Dallas is going to get a blue chipper if they want a blue chipper. And Devontae Smith is still on the board. We good, fellas? Y'all let me know when y'all straight, and we'll come right back. All right, let's get back to the chat though, man. How y'all feeling so far? Here we are, Slater, Justin Fields, and Pat Surtain is on the board. Who do you guys want? Mo said this is sad. People are upset. People are mad. J.C. Horn is gone. But guys, you had to if you read the tea leaves, and there's guys I believe when it comes to insiders. Brian Broaddus is one of them. I truly, when he said that, I said, man, then you got to take this guy seriously. If J.C. Horn is there, I think he'll may be the pick, but they could trade as well, and I don't think they were willing to get rid of J.C. Horn. Looks like Eugene said Pat Surtain. Crazy Boy says Surtain. Showtime, what's up, Showtime? He says Surtain. Shout out to the my guy Stevie Mack in the building, KMT, Root Glock. Appreciate you guys. Surtain. All right, before we move on and getting the guys back here, I just want to give another shout out and to y'all as well, but another shout out to Payne Productions, who's providing some of this awesome B-roll footage that we're seeing here, guys. Shout out to BCS, Boss Cowboy Sports, who also will be providing some awesome B-roll as well. These guys put in a ton of work for what they're doing. And, of course, my guy Sosa, the Cowboys Network on Instagram. He's phenomenal. A lot of the graphics you see is Sosa. He's a beast. So I just want to shout you guys out. And if you could, guys, if you're willing to donate here, you can donate to Boss Cowboy Sports on the Cash App as at Boss Cowboy Sports, as well as Dallas Cowboys Network, Chillwell 1026. If you guys want to send donations that way, that's fine. Also, obviously, Super Chats are fine. So I needed to give those shout-outs and needed to plug that one time for the one time. It looks like Cowboys Nation's rolling up over there. Cowboys Nation's rolling up over there.
So we got Rowdy Nation in the building. We got Rowdy Nation in the building.
Hey!
Rowdy Nation in the building. So listen, everybody's excited. As you can see, getting ready for the 10th pick, man. We only a few away, all right? So we almost there.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes for this pick to be in.
Shout out to Rowdy Nation.
Looking good, baby.
We've got Denver on the clock, guys. I'm going to fix
They got to be trading down, taking this long. They got to. They trying to trade. They don't want Fields. What is going on with Fields? This is the mystery.
No, you know what this is? OC, you know what this is?
What?
This is Deshaun Watson all over again.
No respect.
That's what this
Deshaun
is.
Watson.
No respect.
You said it.
Why the hell was Deshaun Watson where he was
respect.
at in that draft? He had no business being there, y'all. Devontae Smith, Rashawn Slater, Justin Fields, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Micah Parsons. Mel Kiper's top 5 left on the board. Elijah Vera Tucker. Hey, boss, that's your man's. Tell him about Elijah Vera Tucker.
You said, what about Tucker?
Elijah
Tucker. Well, yeah.
Top 5 on the board.
Well, that's actually OC's man. He wants you to break down Tucker.
Yeah, so look, Big Tucker is a big old guy that's a roll grader. He doesn't have exceptionally strong feet, but he's a powerful run blocker. He's strong at the point of attack, strong hands, all the things you want with a dominant right guard or a dominant right tackle. I don't see the speed and the athletic ability to put him as a backside tackle. But nevertheless, he's a great value. I have him rated as my #1 interior line.
Philly trying to come up, no doubt.
Philly is on the
trying
move.
to come up. I knew it. They were trying to trade down. They trying to get Surtain. Buy Surtain.
Pat Surtain.
Get out of here to buy. They trying to get him.
I like Surtain, gentlemen. But if Philly wants to give up capital to come get Surtain, I'm not going to whine about it. I'm just not. Now, I'm going to throw a name at y'all. I'm going to throw a name at y'all. And Boss and OC, I don't know where y'all have him in the Boss Cowboys sports guide. Greg Newsome. I talked about Greg Newsome earlier today on that other cornerback in the first round. Do you mind Dallas trading back and still grabbing a Greg Newsome, or is you want to stay there and take a Slater?
Stay and take Slater.
Okay.
Yeah, take best player available, because what made the Cowboys go 13-3 underneath Tony Romo was having a dominant offensive line. When the Cowboys were great 25 years ago, it was a dominant offensive line, good quarterback play, and having a great running back.
Oh.
So you follow that same model. So here it is. So let's see what happens here.
Broncos pick is in, so they did not trade it.
They did not trade it.
Could they go back-to-back Alabama receivers?
Man, if they go Alabama receiver here, Listen, then BPA for us is definitely going to be Slater.
Hold on, y'all. What if Devontae Smith is at 10? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's BPA. I said this situation too. I said if one of the receivers are there, they're BPA. What the hell do you do? It's really looking that way, fellas. Unless they get taken here.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like you're gonna get a Slater at pick number 10. It's looking more and more like Slater's gonna be there.
So
this is definitely not the decisions of wanting a quarterback. When it's a guy you want, you get him.
Yeah,
this is going to be somebody outside of Fields.
I mean, the Broncos did trade for Teddy, but we also were hearing prior to the show. Nine Dime in the building. What up, Nine Dime? We heard prior to the show that they're trying to go after Aaron Rodgers.
Patrick Surtain, they took him.
Get out of here, Surtain. Bye-bye.
Surtain.
Bye-bye. Get out of here. Bye.
Hey,
yes.
They got him. So now the best player on the board is Slater. The best player on the board is Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, this is Slater, man. We going Slater, baby.
Is Rashawn Slater.
I got y'all. 1 second.
Hey, and I want to thank the Lord.
1 second, boss. 1 second, guys. 1 second. The Denver Broncos select Alabama cornerback Patrick Surtain Jr. or the second, 6'2", 200 pounds. 116 total tackles, 24 pass breakups, 4 interceptions in his career at Alabama. A very prestigious career at Alabama. It was between him and J.C. Horn as the best cornerbacks in this draft. Now they're both off the board with Dallas selecting next. Before we get to Dallas, quick breakdown on Pat Surtain, Boss Cowboy. Just go ahead.
Yeah, so when you dealing with Surtain, you dealing with a guy that's probably the most sound corner technically. The question on him was his long speed, which is still the question, which is why I wanted him picked. And I'm glad he's picked. That definitely leaves Dallas now at this point where they're going to have to go BPA. But I'm glad he's gone, because that would have been a reach. Because I'm going to say it like this. Nobody in good faith, in my opinion, can look at Diggs and Surtain on the field at the same time and say that there was a round difference. It was not. So this was the biggest reach potential to me. That's why I was so happy that he's gone. That puts Dallas in a situation where their BPA is now true BPA. Slater, D. Smith is what they're looking at right now. And we getting ready to be better, y'all. Y'all get ready. It's getting ready to happen.
Ooh, man.
We're getting ready to be better.
Listen,
I'm going to say it this way. D. Smith, you better. Slater, you're better. And you're better not a year from now. You better right now. You better right now. You're more explosive on offense. You're better running the ball, or you better deep threaten attacking teams. Either way it goes, you better with either one of those picks. So I'm happy either one of those picks. The only thing that I don't want the Cowboys to do is do something silly, okay? And this is me playing devil's advocate here, Will, is do something like reach for a Farley. Reach for another cornerback or something like that. Hey, so look, here we go. We on the clock. They are thinking about it. Here we go. I got my man here. High Roller Energy Drinks that's in the building here. We got the Stash Man. Stash Man, say something to the people real quick.
Stash Man, yeah, that's me.
High Roller, yeah, baby. Woo!
Let's go, baby, let's go. All right, man, we are on the clock. I think they have the opportunity, guys, to pick a foundation player right here. I don't think you can mess this up if you go Slater or D. Smith. I think a lot of people will get mad at D. Smith, but, man, think about it. Remember, this is 5. I got you, OC. This is 5 years. Michael Gallup is not going to be here after this year. And if you want to take a D. Smith, you can still keep Mike, or you can trade him, but you can run out Michael Gallup, D. Smith, Mari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and say, I dare you to not bring down a safety and watch Ezekiel Elliott eat. If you go D. Smith.
This is also a move-down option. This is a true move-down option with the quality of the tackles. Yeah, when you got Jenkins and them, it's a lot of people that's still sitting there that's good that you can move down for.
Yeah.
So let me throw something else out that we have not talked about. Michael Parsons is still on the board. Michael Parsons is still on the board.
True.
So you gotta keep in mind
that's the best player.
That Michael Parsons is a very, very likely candidate to be a Cowboy if they don't, in my opinion, if they do not pick up a D. Smith.
I will move down.
The smart thing would be to move down, but the Cowboys
Really?
historically don't
Boss,
move down.
I thought
They don't move down. They stay set. They stay set at their pick.
I thought you was
Because you got quarterback magnets. You got quarterback magnets right now. You got Fields. You got Jones. Load up. Load up. Get your picks.
I think this could be a trade down here with Justin. We
We
got to trade. We got to trade.
Boss Cowboy Sports in the OC
We gotta
and
trade.
Skywalker. I said it's the place to move
We were
down.
just sitting here talking
Now,
Justin
listen,
Fields.
I said it
Oh
loud and
my
clear. This is
God,
the place
to
to
the
move
Eagles?
down.
We traded
I said
to
it
the
loud
Eagles.
and clear.
Time out. We traded to the
They
Eagles.
trade the pick. Oh man, they trade the
They
pick.
traded
Why'd
to
they
the-
trade the pick? Why'd they
I
trade
said
the
it's
pick?
too many good tackles.
Yo,
it's
time
too
out.
many good tackles left to do that. That's what's happening
Yo,
right now. You
time
got
out.
Jenkins, who's a
Time
killer.
out. Listen,
That's what's
guys.
happening. You
Listen.
got too many killer tackles.
Listen,
not
this is
to
a-
load up because it's smart. That
Boss,
was the best
calm
thing
down,
to do.
Calm down. They just traded it to the Eagles.
Dallas is playing chess, not checkers today, baby.
Fam, do you realize we just traded with our rivalry? I don't like this trade. I don't.
Yes, I love it. No, I love it.
Why would you
Load
love
up
this?
on Philly. Watch this work.
I
Because
hate this.
because the tackles are deep. You feel like you
Forget the
don't need
tackles.
receiver.
You about to give them. You about to gift them
So go ahead and go load up on a dummy. This is what we want.
a dummy. So Devontae Smith is a dummy now. This is a Smith pick.
I feel you on that. I feel you.
this
D.
is a
Smith
Smith
would have
pick.
been a good pick. I feel you on
No,
that. But
I'm
I'm gonna trust the process
I'm
because I wanted them to load up.
Oh,
I said
God,
it was
you did not
quarterback.
just say that.
Oh, he
You just
did
said
go.
trust the
Devontae
process.
took. Ooh, that hurt. That hurt. That does hurt. That hurt, y'all.
I don't know. Wait. Devontae Smith is still in his phone. It might not be Devontae Smith. It might be Slater.
So listen, why? So Will, why in the world will we trade with our in-division rival?
I don't like it.
God forbid they draft D. Smith. God forbid. I hope they don't draft him, but it looks like they did this move for a reason. Either they like Micah Parsons or either they like a D. Smith. One of those two, in my opinion, that's the reason why they move up to get it.
I mean, obviously, I'm reacting to the trade for the Eagles, guys. If y'all don't know, if you're watching this channel, I hate Philly. I am not gifting them players. But if we got a ridiculous come back off of it, let me know. I don't know what it was. Anybody know what we got? I'm not seeing it in the chat. I'm not seeing it on ESPN. They just said we traded the pick. What did we get for the pick? I have no idea. But I'm not about gifting our division rival a top 10 player. So if it was just for a third-round pick, I hate it. I don't like it. Sit there, take Slater. Sit there, take the best player. A third-round pick is garbage. We don't need a third-round pick. It's
I
garbage.
got to agree with that. Yeah, I got over my heels a little bit. I got a little bit too excited.
It's a
If that's all
third-round
we
pick.
got was a third, we should have chilled. We should have relaxed and got the guy.
Unbelievable.
The guy we should have, yeah. For just an extra third, yeah, that's kind of, You had a chance at D. Smith, man. I was calling D. Smith like,
My guy,
that's
Mike.
my like, that's my second best weapon, bro.
If I'm
It's all
reading
good.
between the lines here, Micah Parsons and D. Smith are kind of in their phones, so I don't think they're the pick. I think we could potentially be looking at Christians or Rashawn Slater. Remember, they got line issues, interior line issues as well. I believe they don't have a left tackle right now. I'm sorry, Dillard. They do. So maybe they're getting Slater to play him at guard with Brooks, with Dillard, with Johnson at right tackle. So it could be a Slater pick here. I'm trying to think. Unless they're coming up for
With
Justin
Philly, I
Fields?
definitely no. Who up next?
Philly is on the clock.
Who up next? Because that flip.
Then
threw
the
me
Giants. We traded.
Who up
we
next?
traded behind the Giants in Philly.
Who's up next?
The Giants. Yeah, goodness gracious. Now, time out, y'all. Didn't I say this earlier? I said if Dallas is going to make the trade, don't make the
who's
trade
up next?
and get got.
The Giants.
The Giants are next. I think we're delayed here, boss. I don't know if you're getting me.
I heard you.
Okay.
Because I heard you say we delayed.
Oh, okay. I don't like the trade.
Philly, they probably going Michael Parsons. That's gonna hurt.
If
Oh,
they
no,
don't
no,
go
no, I don't
Michael
think Parsons will
I
hurt.
think the Giants go Parsons.
I don't think Michael Parsons will hurt. I think if they take a Slater, it's like y'all could have just stayed there and took Slater. Y'all talked all that mess in the press conferences about, hey, we're always looking to draft linemen if they're there. We've had success taking left tackles, yada, yada, yada. And then you trade out of it, But But again, this is just raw reactions. Don't take all of this literal after the fact. We are still Cowboys fans at heart. We traded with the enemy. I hate them. So this could end up being a great pick next year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line. It's just that raw reactions. I hate to see Philly up here. I just do.
And Cowboy fans, I see the chat. I can see that a lot of people upset. Let's wait till we pick first. Let's just, you know what I mean? Let's see what our pick is. Because on the surface, we did walk away from a damn good player. We did. We did. So,
they just took Devontae
Eagles
Smith.
pick us in.
I swear, y'all. I swear. I think it was Smith. That's why I'm not looking in the chat. I can't tell anymore. I love y'all, though. I'll play it, chat. I love y'all.
Here we go. Eagles select.
Here it is. Man, if we get JOK, man, I'm going to walk off. I'm going to be like, man, y'all traded down for JOK? No way.
We gave it to him. Devontae Smith. They just picked Devontae Smith, and we gave it to him. We gave it to him, Boss Cowboy. What do you say, Boss Cowboy? We gave it to him.
I'm pissed.
I don't care. I would rather him be with us, but he going to a hellhole. He really is.
And that's the thing.
Because, see,
go ahead,
because the spot he's in, you want a guy like him to come in as your number 2 or number 3. You see what I'm saying? Where he can develop his confidence. He going to be under a lot of pressure now. And usually when you come in at his size to be the number 1, you get eaten alive.
And I agree.
So I'm glad he got picked at Philly because the situation don't fit him. It fit Dallas because he would have came in my opinion, he would have came in with less pressure. And when you see receivers come in as a number 3 or number 2, they always pretty much evolve into the number 1. But it's the total opposite when they come in as the number 1. Most of the time they fail. I feel good about it.
You know what, boss? I agree with you, and I don't want to be hypocritical. And I'll make this twofold. When I believe this came up on Around the Nation, I said, I don't care if they select those guys. I'm not scared of one of the weapons going to Philly because I don't believe in their quarterback. What pisses me off about this trade is that the compensation. It's a good player. Devontae Smith's a good player. So obviously you're giving him a good player. There's that. I'm not scared of Devontae Smith in Philadelphia. I'm frustrated you gave up a top 10 player for Jack Poo for a 3rd round pick. I told you about the quarterback tax, and there's another tax, a top 10 tax. Oh, you want a top 10 player? I'm going to need more than the 3rd round goddamn pick. We got 2 3rd round picks, y'all. So that's what pisses me off about the trade. It's not so much I'm scared of Devontae Smith with Jalen Hurts. I'm not scared of him. I'm just saying if you want this guy so bad, then you need to give up more than that. Y'all only did this for a 3rd rounder. I mean, just take it over, OC.
Yeah, I think that here's the deal. I think that we cannot underestimate the play calling genius of the new head coach. He's a young head coach, and he's actually designed some really good concepts coming from Indy. All right. He has right now as his quarterback, we see, unless they draft somebody else, some other way here, Jalen Hurts. So he's rolling with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is going to have a year. He's reconnecting Devontae Smith with Jalen Hurts, who had a really, really great relationship at Alabama, and they played well together. There's ways to work this boy in the slot, even as a rookie, and cause him to have success and get one-on-one matchups to stretch the football field, especially in a weak NFC East that does not have top defenses.
Understood that.
I'm telling you, and I will put any wager on it, that Devontae Smith went into a hellhole, and he will not do anything significant because of where he's going. And I definitely agree with you that if it's his best chance is because he had chemistry with that quarterback. But it's going to be a lot of pressure on him. And from my research, I went back 6 years, and I looked at all the first-round receivers, every one of them that went to a team where they had to be the number 1 failed 95% of the time. So I like the odds, but it's the opposite. Where if he came in as a number 2 or number 3, the success rate was flipped. It was 95%.
Yeah, and honestly,
So So it appears, Will, just real quick, that Chicago has moved into the 11th slot and that the Eagles have traded back. So now we see Chicago on the clock picking at 11.
Okay.
Chicago is on the
The
clock.
Giants traded back. Giants traded back.
And if they got
the Giants traded
This
back.
is Justin Fields all the way, guys. All the way. All the way. Is it not? Am I incorrect on this one?
Yeah, this Justin Fields, bro. No doubt.
I mean, they
Justin
clearly
Fields.
need a quarterback, and Justin Fields is sitting there gifted to you. You got to take him in this situation.
Now, what did they get for that trade? If they got more for that trade than we got for our trade, come on, man.
I'm sure they did.
Come on, man. Oh, my God, bro.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? You could have called Chicago, and I guarantee you could have got more in the third round goddamn pick.
Ooh.
Guarantee you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And been cool.
See, it's angering.
I'm sorry,
It's
man.
angering because of what we got for it. I was anticipating the trade because I was thinking they probably think we good at receiver, right? They thinking we good. Then they thinking it's a deep tackle class, right? And I know that from the Boss Cowboy guy that is super deep in the tackle class. I was anticipating it, but you got to get the value if you go move down, or you still cheated yourself. So yeah, it's so you definitely, it's pressure on Dallas. You got to get this pick right. You got to get all of them right.
I talked about it earlier. I said trading down is not a problem, but Dallas has not had success in compensation trading down. And this is basically just happened again. They got lucky in 2013 with the pick. The pick was great because it was a Hall of Famer, but the compensation was awful. I think the same thing is happening here, but the pick is in. Listen, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Justin Fields. Really not a limb.
Well,
but how is it?
Man, major limb.
It's not a long limb, Will. It's not a long limb, buddy.
It's a short one, man. It's a short one. Shout out to the chat, man. You guys are killing it. Do us a favor. Share this from Boss Cowboy Sports page to the Dallas Cowboys Network page. Share this with your friends, family, foe, doesn't matter. We're covering all 32 teams today, but obviously it's still all about them Cowboys, baby. And we're back here in the Cowboys War Room. They no longer, it says Cowboys picks, round 1, pick 10. They no longer have that pick. They traded it to Philly, who took Devontae Smith. And now we have the Chicago Bears on the clock. They traded up with the Giants, which that's just a great trade by the Giants. The Giants, there wasn't a player there the Giants absolutely had to take. I would have been fielding calls. I feel like the Giants are in a position to take about a good 5 or 6 players and be okay with it. Dallas could be in that same situation. Don't be shocked if Dallas moves back again. Don't be shocked. But the pick is in. Here we go.
We know this from the value sheet, man. You're supposed to get more than the third moving down that far. We know that from that value sheet.
I don't
like
even
the Jimmy Johnson value sheet, you should have got a lot more than the third.
I don't even
to
be
go
looking
down
at
that far.
I don't even be looking at it.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
common sense to me.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah, it just don't feel right.
Well, see, so my man Showtime said by the chart they won the trade. That's why I don't like looking at the chart, because the chart may say one thing, but there's not a chance in hell. I'm getting a division tax. I'm getting a top 10 tax. I'm taxing you.
Yeah.
That's why I don't really care what the chart says. I'm not coming at you, Showtime. I'm just
And
saying.
I know the chart don't say that. No, it don't. No, the chart don't say that. Look, I played with that chart too many times. If you move up from a 10 or down from a 10 to where we move down, you're supposed to take way more than the third. I can tell you that right now. That tax on that is way higher than the third. No, that's not fair.
It was 10
and
to
listen,
12.
I love you, but we don't drink Kool-Aid on this show. And we don't co-sign stuff like that just because the Cowboys did it. You know, because we got to be honest, because we got to tell the fans the truth. And the truth is they didn't get the value for that move down.
I don't think
that's
so.
That's just true.
I
didn't.
I just don't. I don't care about that. In my opinion, I don't care about that chart. I'm taxing y'all. Y'all division rivals. Go ahead, OC.
Oh, no, man. So, look, I'm just wait for this pick to come in. And very, very interested to see what Chicago will do with the pick. So, the Chicago Bears, they picked Justin Fields.
There it is.
Justin Fields. That's the pick.
Hey, I told you I was going to go out on a limb, man.
And watch how cold he go off. He gonna go off in Chicago.
Hey, it's funny because earlier in the show, guys, we talked about Justin Fields actually being a fit in Chicago, right? Remember we said, hey, Chicago can come up and get one of these quarterbacks and they'll be fine. I think Justin Fields can make Chicago better immediately. Well, not Super Bowl contender better. I'm just saying they have two things that you want in a young quarterback to step in and have immediate success team-wise: defense and a run game. Matt Nagy finally gets that. 6'3", 227 pounds, 5,700 yards, 67 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Justin Fields. Boss Cowboy, how do you feel about your number 2 quarterback going to Chicago?
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, honestly, the more a quarterback of his caliber drops, the better it is for him. I mean, as you sit in that green room, you know that you're losing money, but sometimes you go to a beautiful spot. I think Chicago is a great spot because of their defense. And defense still is the most winning formula for winning a championship. So when you get a franchise guy mixed with that defense, give him a running game, give him a weapon, kind of spoon feed him and watch him work. They won. Chicago won. And I'm not happy because they're, NFC guys. I didn't want him in the NFC because we mess around and see him for a little while. Obviously we're not scared of him. We go whoop his nose when we see him. But hey, I like the weak to stay weak, and I don't like the strong to get stronger.
What about you, OC?
Yeah, so, to me, I think that he is going to really fit in very, very well with the Chicago. He's going just, a few miles down the road from Ohio to Illinois. So he's used to playing in cold weather. He's played well in cold weather, so that's not going to be an adjustment. He's a play-action guy. They play tough defense. They got a decent run game. So he's probably in the best position as a young quarterback.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say aside from Trey Lance to come in and have some success. Now, here's the interesting thing. What will the Cowboys do with this pick at pick 12? Micah Parsons is still on the board. Rashad Slater, who's my best player available, is still on the board. Do they reach up for Farley at cornerback? What do the Cowboys do with this pick?
I think they're still in the running to trade. Sounds crazy.
They look like they still trying to trade, and I'm liking this actually a little bit.
I think they could
because
be
especially if you're targeting somebody like a Jenkins, load up. Keep getting the picks because I believe Jenkins gonna be one of the best steals, and I think it's a middle round guys that's left with top 10 talent. I really mean that. So they didn't get enough value to move down to 12.
We got the Rowdy Nation back in the building, man. They're getting ready for the pick. Hopefully we get a pick.
Maybe.
Hopefully we get a pick.
Maybe we'll get a pick.
Hopefully we get a pick. We don't know. We hope we get a pick. We hope they don't trade down.
I
hope we get a pick.
I think this should be Slater if we're going BPA, correct, gentlemen? And it's one of those BPAs that makes sense. Because you can slide Slater in right now, and he'll take over for Connor Williams. And then if Tyron Smith hangs it up after a year or two, you have your future left tackle. So I think this is a Slater pick if they stay there. But, I got the chat in here saying Micah Parsons.
The pick is in.
Uh-oh.
The pick is in, baby. The pick is in.
Slater, got to be.
If the pick is in.
Slater or Parsons? Slater or Parsons?
Yeah,
come on,
Slater.
hey, chat, what y'all think is going to happen here?
I would love Parsons right
Slater
now.
or Parsons?
I would love it.
I'm fine either way.
I would cry.
I think
y'all get ready now. Here we go.
People get mad at the Parsons thing, but at
Parsons
12,
Slater or Parsons?
Slater or Parsons?
Real quick. What if it's one of these? Real quick before the pick is made. What if it's one of these? We pick that extra third up. They take, let's say Parsons, but they come back in the first round with that extra third and grab Vera Tucker, or they grab.
See, that's chess. That's chess you're talking, Will. That's chess you're talking, Will. You're talking chess, not checkers, and I like it.
Okay.
I like the ideal. Love the ideal. Don't know if the Cowboys have the intestinal fortitude or foresight to do this right now, but we'll see. I think that right now, I'm happy with Parsons and Slater.
Jose said Jamin Davis, Slater.
And I have Parsons graded ahead of Slater. I have Parsons graded ahead of Slater.
Parsons.
The CBS board have Parsons ahead of Slater. It's going to be the character concerns if it's not. It will be the character concerns.
Here we go.
Listen, I love Parsons as a rush defensive end, right? If you draft him and you put him on the end, turn him into another DeMarcus Ware. Let him rush the quarterback, get upfield, and create damage to the other opposing offense.
We got the pick.
Man, here it is.
We got the pick.
Yeah, this got to be Parsons. Parsons the best player available.
Rashawn Slater, the Cowboys select.
But I'm expecting Parsons here.
I just told y'all. The Dallas Cowboys select Rashawn Slater.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yes.
Slater. Slater. They
Good
put Slater.
pick.
Okay, that's a great
Good pick.
Rashawn-
Responsible pick.
It's a little delayed here, so once they get the pick here, we gonna get crunk. Yeah. They said it late. They said it late.
That's all right. That's all right. I guess it's still coming on here. Yeah, so
I
Rashawn.
love it. Great pick, Dallas. I
Wait a minute.
love
Wait
you.
a minute.
Great
I
pick.
love you. Smart.
Okay, now I'm confused. The chat told me Slater. Now somebody's saying, okay, it's Slater. It's Slater. It's Slater.
Okay. All right, we delayed here, so we just now getting the pick on this TV. But listen, I'm very, very happy about this, though, as we wait for him to make the announcement, because now you got a rock star offensive line again. Now you can line up and run the ball at will. Now you can just smack people in the mouth like I like to see the offensive lineman come off the ball and do. And so Slater's a fantastic pick. He's also a swing tackle. He
Oh my
gives you
God, it's
options.
not Slater. Hold on.
It's not Slater. It's not Slater. Let's see.
Wait. Let's just listen.
Let's just see.
Listen,
what we
they
got.
teasing us. They teasing us.
What is the selection?
Let's go, y'all.
Let's see.
Come
Let's
on
see.
now.
I'm not
Is this a Cowboy group? What?
I'm not looking in the chat no more. Chat, y'all done lost it. Y'all done lost it for me now. Y'all lost my trust. Who is?
Oh, we got
Michael Parsons.
Oh,
Michael
because
Parsons.
he got this one.
Michael Parsons. Good pick.
Oh shit! We got my boy from the Seven. Stand up.
That's a good
Right
pick.
pick up.
Stand up. Let's go.
That's a good pick.
Stand
That's a
up.
good pick.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Good pick.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Hey yo, hold on.
Good pick. Good pick. Good pick.
Hold on.
Good pick.
That's what hey, young bull about to come in here and ball out.
Michael Parsons.
Dallas. Oh my Lord, you did it. You did it. You did it. You got you an extra, a third, and a top 10, a picker, because that's what we do in Dallas, Texas, baby. Ooh.
I know Twitter is going nutty right now. Absolutely nutty.
So now, Will, that solves the Sean Lee conundrum. Now you have your third linebacker.
Third.
You got your third linebacker now.
Third. Hey, OC, somebody's
You
on
got your first one.
somebody on the clock in Dallas. One of them linebackers is on the clock.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. LVE better not get hurt. Okay? LVE better not get hurt this year.
LVE.
But they got option with him because he is 244 pounds. He also can rush the passer. He can rush at the passer. So keep that in mind. If they line him up on the edge, I would not be surprised. They let him rush the passer.
Twitter is so mad right now. Listen, let me tell you something right now. Michael Parsons, he's a beast. I'm trying to tell y'all. I know y'all didn't want him, but I'm trying to tell you, Michael Parsons is a goddamn beast. LVE looked at this pick right now, and he's hurt. His feelings is probably hurt. They didn't pick up, they're not going to pick up his fifth-year option because of this gentleman right here. And if I'm Dallas, I am not playing around with LVE this year. You want to talk about your third linebacker? That's your third linebacker because I don't trust him to stay on the field for 75 snaps or 60 snaps a game. He's going to get hurt at some point. So you know what you do? You give him the Sean Lee veteran treatment. You are now going to play 25, 30 snaps a game. I'm going to let this young man eat at the will position, see it and go. My only concern now is that I have to rely on Jalen Smith to be my green dot guy. That's my concern.
6'3", 244.
Yeah, it's a good concern. But at the same time, man, I gotta. It's a good signal for everybody that's a fan of the Dallas Cowboys. Number one, what you can clearly see what just happened is Dallas went with the best player that was available. Because we were saying before the pick even happened that on the CBS board, on the OC's board, on Will's board, on everybody's board, Parsons was over Slater. So don't act surprised because talent for talent, that was the right move.
I'm not.
And if we continue the trend of BPA, we gonna be okay.
This is crazy, man. I'm sorry.
So it's one of those things to where, listen, man, with some people, they never go be happy.
Yeah.
But to move down and still get Parsons, you better learn how to smile.
We got an ultimate super fan in the building, Will, real quick.
Yeah.
We got the man himself, Stash Man. I want to get his opinion in about 30 seconds about this pick.
You're getting with my mohawk. What's up, guys? Woo!
What's up, Stash?
I'm excited about this pick. Let's go, Cowboys! Jerry, you did it right. I'm not sure about trading down with the Eagles, but hey, it worked out. We got a third-round pick as well. Let's do this, Cowboys! Yeah! Woo!
Stash
you have
man,
it. There you
Stash
have it.
man. Yeah, that's me. Hey, man.
There you have it.
This also what it does, gentlemen. This shows, in my opinion, the gusto that not the gusto, but the juice that Dan Quinn has, in my opinion. I think Dan Quinn has some juice here. And this is so crazy because we talked about this on Dallas Cowboys Network channel a few months ago. When you sign a Keanu Neal to play linebacker, when you see the type of style, the athletic type of style of linebackers that Dan Quinn has, or he drafts, when you look in that room, he didn't got that. He doesn't have it. LVE 6'4", 260 pounds, and plays like he's running through mud when he's hurt. Jalen Smith, he is compromised with his knee injury. So there is no future at the linebacker position that Dan Quinn likes. Now, the downfall for some of the Cowboys fans is saying, cool, that's fine. Go get me that guy in the later rounds. But again, for you guys, Parsons may not be high on the board. For most of the NFL, Parsons was a top 15 player, and it was easy.
No doubt, man. It's one of those things to. It's just like, honestly, man. How can you not be happy right now?
Because let me tell you why, boss.
Yeah, talk to me.
People are feeding this. And I'm hearing this. People call him dumb. People are saying, they're calling him the Jalen Smith all over again. I just think people are just irresponsibly labeling this guy. They just really are. The important question you need to be asking is, how are the Cowboys going to utilize Micah Parsons? Not that Micah Parsons is not a smart player. Micah Parsons is not a dumb player.
Yeah, and so that's my question, Will, because do we drop him straight as a linebacker? Here it is again. We have one of those not sure about his position type guys. We assume that he's going to play linebacker, but with his strength and with his speed, I would love to see him rush off the edge and attack the quarterback some, which might be a reason why we did not worry about re-signing Alden Smith, which is why I think they maybe were not as aggressive if they were targeting him from the jump. So I'm interested to see how they use him in that defense. That's what I really want to see.
I think.
And also, Will, I think it's bad intel on Parsons. To be 100% honest with you, it's just bad intel. Like, a lot of people talked about how he was so-called slow to diagnose, but you got to look at Penn State and how they moved him around. Like, the OC, he played left tackle most of his career. But if they kept moving him to right, to left, then the guard, you wouldn't have got the beast that OC was when he played in college. It's a certain thing called stabilizing in your position. So it's one of those things, if you're trying to diagnose him right, you have to consider the bad job that they did in using him at Penn State. So it's one of those things that I'm extremely happy right now, because I didn't want all defense at 10. I wanted the right defensive guys, and there's no better pick. I had him over Horn and Surtain. He was the only guy that I would say was comparable.
So Will, still, we got another Cowboy super fan here. I'm going to give her a chance to get on the mic real quick and tell us how she feels about Micah Parsons. How do you feel about the pick the Cowboys made? And what do you think the Cowboys are going to do this year?
I see the Cowboys getting that ring, Dak, and I see us getting the Super Bowl championship, and we're going to get it, and no questions about it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go in,
Love the confidence.
kick ass, and we're going to steal it. Dallas, baby, that's all we're going to do. That's it.
You heard it here first.
That's it.
Nation in the building.
Woo!
Gotta love the confidence. Gotta love the confidence, man. Oh, who we got on the board? We probably done missed. Oh no, we didn't. Chargers are on the clock. But let's get back to the Micah Parsons selection here, guys.
All right, Chargers pick is in, Will. Chargers pick is in.
Yeah, this is Rashawn Slater to me. Go ahead.
Should be Slater, but they could go defense here. They could go with Owe, defensive end out of Penn State. They could go defense here.
Yeah, I'm trying to look here. I'm looking here in the chat, man. It's a more mixed feelings than I thought here. Oh yeah. Shout out to the rowdy fan there. She has high expectations for the Cowboys here. Super Bowl. Slowed off. Yeah, man, there was a lot of people. I see somebody said, I told you, Sky. Remember, I told you, Sky. A lot of people were definitely talking Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons' name was sneakily being talked about amongst fans this past week because he wasn't being talked about by anyone else in Cowboys media. Usually, it's the guy they're not talking about, right? In the Cowboys media, that could be the pick, and he was the pick. And this Nobo's mad here. And yeah, I mean, listen, like you said, boss, everybody's not going to be happy with nobody no matter who we took. And I knew that from the jump. Whether it had been Pitts, Surtain, Horn, Parsons, alignment, it doesn't matter. There was going to be people that was upset about the pick. But we need a defense. We got a defender who I think is going to be a really good player in this league. I don't think people should be upset about this pick at all.
Rashawn Slater
Right,
is the pick.
I figured it'd be Slater here.
Rashawn Slater is the pick.
I figured that'd be the pick here. I think once they saw Rashawn Slater not get taken by the Cowboys, they said, all right, this is our guy. Which, again, I'm shocked.
Exactly. He was just the best player available right there. And, you know, that was something that makes sense also because they're protecting their future quarterback, their franchise. Yeah. Solid pick by them, but solid pick by us. You know, it's everybody not going to be happy to draft. It was pretty guaranteed, even at the spot, that when we was picking Skywalker and OC, that somebody was going to be mad for Dallas. Your pet cat was going to get away today. It was just going to happen. So what's happening right now is, I'm going to be honest, I think the spoiled Cowboy fans are showing up. That's what's happening because it's just, to me, you got to be happy because either way I would have been happy with Slater or Parsons. But Parsons is the best pick also because what we've been saying all day, tackle is deep. Why would you take what's deep? Take what's slim. Linebacker was slim this draft. We've been saying that for the longest. Get that out the way. And you got it out the way with the best one. So it's no reason to be mad. Everybody needs to settle down. And I'm going to be honest. You need to go buy the Boss Cowboy Guide. Because if you bought the Boss Cowboy Guide, you would have already knew that tackle was deep. So don't panic. Just relax. Sit back. If we want a tackle or guard, we can get it this draft. And we got an extra third to do it. Relax.
And I talked about it earlier with Vach. We talked about the offensive line. I said, I feel like they feel like we're fine up front and don't have to take anybody early. Even in that, looking at this, I don't even know if Penei Sewell fell that they would have took Sewell because I feel like they are feeling comfortable. And if you really think about it, right, you could line up right now, Boss Cowboy and OC, and you can run a nice offense out there. You know, without taking an offensive player at all at any of the at 10 or 12. The difference is long term. Slater would have been probably the long-term pick to take over for Tyron Smith. But if you listen to them, they really believe in Tyron playing more than just this year. And if that's the case, they're going to make the pick in that manner. And that's I think that's what they did. They said, hey, we don't need a Rashawn Slater right now because Tyron got a good 2-3 years left in him. If we want to groom his future, we can groom his future at round 3. You know, so I think that's how they feel, and they feel like Ty Nsekhe can step in if Tyron goes down, which he will. He will absolutely go down at some point. But this,
I think that, I mean, this something, not to cut you off, Will, but something really interesting is kind of teeing off, right? Because right now, I mean, we only have 2 tackles off of the board, okay? And so based upon the needs and how deep this tackle class is, to your point, around pick 44, there's still going to be some good tackles available because I'm sitting here looking at a long list of tackles that could be possible picks, responsible picks too, at pick 44. If you have any concerns about the health of that offensive line, Collins and Tyron Smith in particular, Or we could be going into the trend that the Boss Cowboy Sports Show, we spoke about this before, about maybe a defensive tackle. We spoke about Sheldon Williams, Boss Cowboy. We spoke about him. So he's projected right now to be available at pick 44. So we got some options, and it'll be interesting to see.
Absolutely.
And then I didn't even have Slater on my board as the second best tackle. I had Jenkins.
Yeah.
So why would I even be tripping? Like, I'm not tripping. Like, as long as Jenkins still sitting here, I'm cool. I'm very calm now.
And remember, if they really want to come back, if Jenkins, Vera Tucker, if they're sitting there around 25, 26, 27, and they're dead set on taking a tackle, they could come back up and get that guy. If they're still sitting there.
That's true. Really good point, Will. That's good commentary because they did trade down. They have another pick in the third round. So they could possibly package picks and come and get aggressive and get a player if they wanted to. But, I mean, hey, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat. Again, there's still mixed opinions here. Another thing is JOK. Now, we talked about this earlier, boss. I saw you say he ain't even in your book. I absolutely love what JOK brings to the field, and I thought that he could have been a high-value pick as well because of the way that he's the type of style of linebacker that Dan Quinn drafts, that smaller-ish, quick guy that can cover. I think the Parsons pick is not in that mold. I actually think the Parsons pick is more about they need that thumper type of dude that they don't trust in right now in LVE and possibly Jalen Smith. Somebody's on the outs, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody is on the outs. It's either LVE or Jalen, and I don't know if it's going to be Jalen because guess what? He's the cornerstone player. So I think it's going to be LVE, and you're going to run out there LVE, Jalen Smith, and Keanu Neal. And if we're being real with ourselves, and Keanu Neal and Micah Parsons, Jalen Smith, Keanu Neal. Keanu Neal, Micah Parsons, your linebackers just got more athletic. And we suffered from not having enough athleticism and speed on defense last year.
Yeah, man, and I'm going to say it like this. Like JOK, I heard Will McClay saying a soundbite, and I think it's how I summed him up because people thought I was being rude when I say I didn't put JOK in the Boss Cowboy God. Nobody could watch JOK and not say he's a good football player. That's just hands down. But Will McClay said, you can't deny what he is, but he's little. And that's what was bothering me. And I know you very good at breaking down the history of Quinn, working with the tweener guys. I think you're right on that. But it was very concerning to me. And that's why I never even put him in the God. You know what I mean?
Well,
it sounded like it was a concern to Dallas.
I talked about it earlier with Vach. I said I would take a JOK. I think it's phenomenal. But I don't think Dallas is actually targeting a JOK-type player at 10 or at 12 or at you know what I'm saying? I didn't think they would take him that early. If Dallas was picking at 25, different story. So I didn't think they would be targeting him there. And that's what happened, right? JOK's still on the board, and they went with the other linebacker. So
something I will look out for, guys. The Jets moved up into the 14th pick.
Yep.
Their pick is already in. And so look for them to pick a tackle here. I think they pick another tackle here, potentially because they got the young quarterback. We talked about protecting him. We talked about preserving him. So perhaps maybe it's a tackle pick here. What do you think, Boss Cowboy?
You mute yourself.
Offensive tackle.
Mute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
For pick 44?
No, for pick 14. The Jets moved up to the 14th pick. The Jets.
You think they go, yeah? I mean, if they see the game like I see the game, if you moving up right now, I would do it for Jenkins, but I'm one of the few that got Jenkins rated that high. Everybody don't have him rated that high. I definitely do.
I got Jenkins rated number 2 just like you, Boss Cowboy. So listen, I think he's the second best tackle in this class. I think that Slater, I rated him more like an interior lineman. So he can play tackle, but to me, he's more of an interior lineman. But anyway, we'll see how his career goes out. But Jenkins is there. I think that if Jenkins doesn't get picked here, I think maybe he falls to the Vikings and he gets picked there because they traded out of the 14th pick.
And their pick is in right now. This definitely.
And I'm going to be honest. Now, from here on, these guys, even though they picked in the first round, they got a major stench of second-round talent, man.
Come down a little bit.
See what I'm saying? And maybe except for JOK. It's a major stench of second-roundness in these guys that's left. It's only a few to me that's left over that you can say, yeah, they first-rounders. like Jenkins, you can say that with him. But then when you say people like Quiddy Pay, Trayvon Murray, man, no. Like, and some people like him that high. I don't. Then you start having people like Rondale Moore, Jalen Phillips, Mac Jones. The draft's starting to stink now, in my opinion. It's starting to have an odor. So I'm glad we got our pick because we got the talent right now. Go ahead and let it roll. Roll to our pick. Only move up, in my opinion, for Oso or Jenkins.
Who?
Those will be the guys right now, Oso. And I ain't
Oso?
talking about right now. I'm just saying in the first round. I'm just saying
Who the hell is Oso?
Oso. Like Oso, as it goes down. I'm sorry. Why I say Oso? We got Parsons. I'm tripping. Erase that. Cut the stream.
Who is Oso?
Boss is tripping. No Oso. Oh yeah, Oso from Texas. We got to be roll on him.
Okay.
But
you're talking about the defense end? Oh hell no!
yeah,
If
but
they traded up for
I
him.
forgot that quick. I forgot about Parsons, man. But I'm just saying, talent-wise, it's not that many clear first rounders to me right now. These are kind of stingy first rounders. They got an odor of.
They picked Elijah Vera Tucker.
There
They
goes.
picked Elijah Vera Tucker,
They
USC
knew it.
tackle.
They knew it.
Very, very responsible pick, and I just said it. I just said, here's a tackle to try to protect Zach Wilson. Here's another tackle. So now you got Elijah Vera Tucker getting immediately plugged in to that right tackle position because they drafted Micaiah, the big, huge tackle out of Louisville last year, who had a fantastic year. And so now you got Vera Tucker that's going to get plugged into that right tackle. They're sure enough the bookends to try to protect that young quarterback.
I know that was one of your guys, OC. What about you, boss, on Vera Tucker? I like Vera Tucker here. It was Tevin Jenkins is still on the board.
I mean, Elijah Tucker, man.
Or Elijah Tucker.
I had him for a while graded over Slate. I did, Slater. I did. But what moved him, Slater, up was his pro day. But film-wise, that's a solid guy. That's a solid first rounder. But I would have gave this guy a mid first grade, maybe start inching towards the bottom. I mean, so it's one of those things to where I'm glad that first pick is done because it's gonna get more and more boo-boo going forward. But then next, what we should start seeing coming, we can stay on that defense role. And guess what? By next round, we gonna have the pick of the litter.
That's what I'm interested to hear from Cowboys fans is that
For safety.
That's
for sure.
If it's Slater that they wanted,
We're not gonna see safety go at all this whole first round.
Boss,
so by the time we get to 44,
can you hear me,
if
OC?
one of our top guys is sitting there and the rumors are that we liked Holland as a single high,
OC, can you
we
hear me,
can
OC?
go get that guy with that extra third. We can go get him. Like, we can come out of this draft, Skywalker.
Can anybody hear me?
Everybody been crying, fix the D. Fix the D. Fix the D. We send him fix the D. With an extra pick.
Yeah, your stuff is messing up a bit, man.
We good.
We are not. Anybody hear me? Anybody hear
I mean
me?
that.
Y'all might have to run out, come back in, man. I am not picking you guys up.
Will, can you hear me, Will? I can hear you.
I can hear you. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah,
so what I think now, the pick is in with the Patriots. Going at pick number 15. Do they pick Matt Jones? Are they going to try to recreate a Brady-esque environment with a guy that's a great decision maker, with a guy that does precision pass, with a guy that releases the ball on time and reads defenses pretty well? I think Matt Jones is probably the pick here for the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I thought they would have came up, though, for Justin Fields, so I'm skeptical on Mac Jones' pick here. I don't view Mac Jones as a top quarterback in this draft class. I don't even think he's a first-round pick. I thought if he would have been taken in the top 10, it would have been like Daniel Jones. But they do need a quarterback. If I'm them, I Mac Jones to me ain't it. But here we go. They're on the clock here. They're at
So Mac Jones is the pick.
Mac Jones. There you
Mac
go.
Jones is the pick.
There you go. So is that the
That's the
next?
pick.
Is that the next Brady?
Say that again, Skywalker.
Is that the next Brady? I know he's not going to be the next Brady.
No, I'm not going to say he's the next Brady. I think he's the type of quarterback that a Bill Belichick likes to work with. He's a high IQ guy. He's not going to rely on his athletic ability like some of these other quarterbacks can because he doesn't have it. He cannot make off-platform throws. But what he does do is that he catches and he releases very well. He makes good decisions, which is very, very opposite of what Cam Newton did this past year playing quarterback for the Patriots. So he's looking for a good decision maker to distribute the football that reads defenses and has good timing. And Mac Jones has all those things.
And this may be one of the reasons why that they didn't trade up. Maybe they knew Bill Belichick, he has connections, right? Robert Kraft, they got these connections. They knew Mac Jones was going to fall, and they said, hey, we're just going to sit here, keep our picks, and take the cue. So they got their quarterback of the future. He doesn't have to play right away. And they want to talk about Justin Field, and this and that. But Mac Jones had the off-field stuff. But guess what? In New England, you best not have no off-field issues because Bill Belichick won't allow it. So it's not a horrible pick. They needed a quarterback. I just don't view Mac Jones as a first-round guy. But if they're looking at Mac Jones as a future, he could sit behind Cam Newton for a year, and then let's see what he got moving forward. But in the timing, precision, 1, 2, 3, get it out, offense, he can do that. But off schedule, that's where it concerns me.
Yeah, but if you think about it, think about their offensive coordinator. Think about how he calls plays and talking about New England.
Yep.
Think about Tom Brady. Most of these throws are not going to be off schedule. These
That's
are
true.
timing routes.
Yeah.
These are crossing routes. These are delayed pick routes. That's the kind of stuff that Josh Daniel likes to run in terms of his offense. And that's what makes Mac Jones an okay and more than adequate fit for the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely think it's adequate. It's more than adequate in the sense of what they want to do. I'm not running him out there year one, but I definitely agree. It's adequate enough. They probably looked at the rest of the quarterback class, which is not that strong to me, and said this was the last of the Mohegans per se, right? So let me go ahead and get the guy, and let's groom him. Let's groom him because you got to groom him.
Absolutely. So, look, we got Cardinals next. The Cardinals pick is in.
Uh-oh. Cardinals are in. Could they go cornerback here? They don't have Patrick Peterson anymore. The top two corners are off the board. Greg Newsome's still there. Sante Samuel Jr. I don't know if they're going to go Sante Samuel that high, but this could be one of those picks right there. They need a cornerback.
Yeah, I think that they go defense here. To your point, Will, I think that these guys will probably pick maybe a Xavier Collins to play linebacker. He's kind of those no position type guys that you can put in different places. Good athlete. Or I think they reach up for a Caleb Farley.
Yeah, I'm seeing that in the chat too. People are saying reach for Caleb Farley. Caleb Farley here, Newsome. I'm saying Newsome. Yep. So yeah, I think corner could be the pick here. I'm not sure what all their needs are, but I know they don't need a back. I like Chase Edmonds, another Harrisburg guy.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, Caleb Farley is not a bad pick. I mean, I would have had him in the top 10 had it not been for his back injury, right? He comes from a long line of very, very physical, tall, athletic Virginia Tech corners. So I love Caleb Farley in terms of playing the corner position. I think that he's probably the more responsible pick if he has not had the injury history, and that's not an issue right now, which I don't know. Otherwise, you got a Xavier Collins there. They do like to draft linebackers. He's a big old 260-pound kid. He's physical. Hey, he has enough speed to make plays and to plug in and to make you a little bit better defensively.
Do you think they can go receiver here? Maybe Tony from Florida. I don't know. They got AJ Green in the offseason. They still have Devontae.
Yeah.
They still got Nuke Hopkins. I believe Christian Kirk is still there. That'll be they got weapons.
Yeah, they got weapons, and they're trying to do everything they can to put Kyler Murray in the best position. They got B. Hopkins, right? They went out and got A.J. Green, two veteran receivers that still got gas in the tank, and they got a couple young receivers. So, I mean, they're in a position where they don't have to draft a receiver in the first round. But, I mean, of course, we know that anything can happen. It's NFL draft, baby, and
Yeah.
that's why we watch it, and that's why we do this.
Here we go.
So,
Pick is coming in.
all right, here we go.
Ooh,
Sorry, Xavier Collins, I called it.
You did, Zayvon Collins.
Xavier Collins, I called it.
That's a good pick for them. That's a good. I like their front. I think they get a playmaking linebacker. Go ahead and break down Zayvon Collins for us here.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier Collins is one of those guys that played all over the football field for Tulsa. He played linebacker. He played rush in. He even played a strong safety in certain sets. So I think that, sorry about the yelling, guys. I just got a lot of background noise.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
tone it down for you guys. So look, here's the deal with him. He's a good athlete. I think that he needs to develop. I think that I would like to see him in a pro program to get pro training, to work on his body a little bit more. But I think he's a guy that's a good athlete, and he has good upside.
There's a lot of people who had Zayvon Collins ranked over Micah Parsons. But I kept telling people, go look at the way that Quinn drafts. There's not a chance in the hell they're going to draft a 6'4", 270-pound linebacker and play him at linebacker. That's just not their style of guy. It's just not. But he's a good player, though. I think he definitely needs to get some NFL training. He needs to come down to at least 250. I know he's played at 260 his whole life, but in the NFL, and again, he's a good cover guy. But if they single him up on these receivers or these slot guys or one of these athletic tight ends that can get by you at 270, that ain't flying, Playboy.
Well, to your point, I would tell you this. I mean, he was a guy that ran a 4.740, right? So he's a guy that's not like super fast in terms of his long speed. But on the college level, 4.7 is good enough if you have good instincts. I think the problem with him is that he hasn't really played one position. He hasn't really had a chance to develop at one position. And so what I like to see is him develop at a position for a year or two and see the kind of results you could get from him.
Yep, and we're sitting here playing this highlights. He had like a 90-something yard pick six, so he's not unathletic. He kind of reminds me, and tell me if I'm wrong here, OC, of a healthy LVE, right? The big 6'4", 260-pound guy that when he gets on the field, you're like, oh, he actually can move. Oh, he can drop back a little bit. Oh, okay. He may not be, Deion Jones, right? But he can still put himself in position. So I think Zayvon Collins is a good player. I just would like to see him kind of shed some weight, man. I don't like him playing linebacker at 270. That you're reaching LaVon Kirkland territory.
Right. Well, listen, I would say this. I mean, because you spoke about his size. I mean, you have had some guys, and I'm going to go back and date myself a little bit here.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you had some big linebackers. You had some Kirklands. You had some Jeremiah Trotters that played for the Philadelphia
Different
Eagles
era,
back
though.
in the day.
Different era.
That really were big guys, right? They were big guys, but they were physical at the point, and they made a lot of plays. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he's one of those guys, man. Who knows?
I just think that in that era that we wouldn't be talking about his size. And I don't think we really should. But when I seen 270 OC, that concerned me. Okay, 260 LV, we've seen it. LV's doing it. There's some big guys, but this is a different era, man, where the smaller, faster, or just more athletic guys are more prominent. Again, no, I think he's a good player. So I don't think they're getting a bad player or anything in this. It's just that I need to see him get into that NFL shape, which I think he will. He'll get that training, and he'll be good. He'll be good. Is that a 3-4 team over there in Arizona?
Say that again.
Is Arizona a 3-4 team? Because if he's a 3-4 team, I can see him moving out.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that.
Let's get to the chat here, man.
Let me take a look here. Yeah, so Zayvon Collins follows Watt. He will follow Watt. He will be fine. That was from Showtime 53. So
I'm reading some of the chat here. Was it I'm saying this wrong.
So
McKill
right,
James. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just getting in the chat here. He says people talk about era with Jimmy Johnson, speed kills in any era, sideline to sideline backer, We don't have Joe Thomas anymore. Micah's a good pick. Um, I wouldn't mind trading back in for Javon Holland or JOK. I think Holland would be a bit of a reach, just Blaze. Whew. Listen, we come back to JOK. Y'all really gonna be mad at me because 2 linebackers in the first round, you'll be like, Scott, what the hell? But JOK is one of my favorite players in this draft. I just don't see that happening. I think they'll come up for a corner OC or come up for one of these tackles.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think
Or
that
Trevor
corner.
Moore.
I think that corner or tackle, it makes more sense. At this point, I do want to note really quick that the Raiders pick is in.
Raiders pick is in?
The Raiders pick is in.
Raiders, in my opinion, will pick the fastest player left on the board. No, I'm just playing.
You're right, though. You're right, man, because normally they do, man.
Yeah.
They fall in love with athletes. That's what they do. So if you're a good athlete, former U of H alumni that played with me, Stanford route, he was drafted at the top of the second round by the Raiders, all because he ran a 4.340 at his pro day. And it wasn't because his tape substantiated that. Now, he ended up being a good player and having a good career, but I'm saying he ran that 4.340, and the Raiders fell in love with him, to your point.
Hey, Brian likes to talk about it a lot. The NFL fans and GMs like to make fun about it. He loves speed. Al Davis, the late, great Al Davis, loves speed, and he didn't care, man. We've seen them take the most ridiculous wide receivers in the top 10 of the draft in the last 20 years. So,
Yeah.
and will his son follow foot? I don't think so here. But you got Elijah Moore, according to Mel Kiper, as their best ranked player. Jalen Smith, Christian Darrisaw. Again, if they want to come back up for a tackle, Darrisaw is still there. Jamin Davis and Kwity Paye. I think you'll see Kwity Paye come off the board here soon, and Jalen Phillips, because it's wow. We're sitting here at pick 17. No edge rusher has come off the board yet.
Yeah, that's really, really strange. And I think that more people would have reached for these guys, but they're not. I think they're falling where they should fall, headed toward the bottom of the first round or early in the second round. I think Darryl Shaw is a good pick. Alex Leatherwood is a great pick. They just picked Alex Leatherwood. That's the pick.
Leatherwood, wow. Okay. I mean, he's also one of the top, I think it was a top 5 ranked tackle by most. So not a shocker there, but a responsible pick by
But
the
I mean,
Raiders.
here's the thing that I like about Alex Leatherwood is that he got that pro quality look to his body and to how he's going to play. He's inconsistent. That's the thing I don't like about him. So I think that his value to me would have been at the bottom of the first round. But, hey, it only takes one team to like you, Will. And if that team likes you, they like you, they love you. And that's what happened with Leatherwood, man. He was an Outland Trophy winner this year. I think he was an Outland Trophy winner because Penei Sewell opted out. But he's a strong road grader. He has really, really strong hands at the point of attack. He does need to work on his leverage and clean up some things in his game.
I believe it was Senior Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. He was at the Senior Bowl, correct? OC?
Say that again, Will.
I believe Leatherwood went to the Senior Bowl, if I'm not mistaken him, for Dante, the Brown kid from Alabama. One of those cats, I know one of those cats went. Maybe both might have went. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
You know what? I'm not sure if he went to the Leatherwood. I don't know if he went to the to the Senior Bowl or not. I do know he's the Outland Trophy winner. And you know, he's a good player, man. I think he's inconsistent, but hey, he's the 17th pick, man.
There we go.
Not too far of a reach.
But the reason why I ask about it, and my guy did confirm here, is because I thought Alex Leatherwood was the one who hurt his stock one of the most at the Senior Bowl. He was not good at the Senior Bowl, not much in the practices or the game, and he kind of came in as consensus top 3 type of tackle, and then left the Senior Bowl. People were kind of sour on him. And that's why I think you've seen him fall down to 17, which isn't a far pick. But I do think he's a solid player.
Well, listen, I mean, you can always hurt yourself. And I think that's why you have certain players opt out of the Senior Bowl. They don't want to play, A, because of injury. B, because if they don't play well, it's going to hurt their stock. So, I mean, he was a victim of not playing well at the Senior Bowl, which does make sense. But I think that overall, the Senior Bowl can expose habits, and it can expose inconsistencies in your technique when you have.
Dolphins pick is in. I just want to let you know Dolphins pick is in.
All right, fantastic.
This could be a Jalen Phillips. They got a Brian Flores love defense. They love defense.
Yeah, I think they go defense here. I think they can go defense. I think they can go Jalen Phillips here. I think they also could go corner here again. I'm seeing where you had Caleb Farley rated really, really high, and then you kind of see him falling a little bit. But I think that by mid-20s, you see Farley come off the board, so he's also still available.
Yeah.
Um, they also could go tackle. Christian Dershaw is still on the board. So, I mean, they got options here.
Indeed, we're getting into that range now. Once we get into the 20s, if I'm Dallas, I start phoning in. I start phoning in if there's a guy on the board you like. And it looks like are we getting Boss back here?
Yeah, Boss Cowboy is working on getting back in. Let me check in with him really quick. The pick is in, though. Let me see here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're getting Boss Cowboy back here. I'll hop back into the chat in the meantime, see what you guys are talking about, man. I know a lot of y'all are still
Hey,
fuming
hey,
at the
hey,
mouth.
Will, you got to let Boss Cowboy back in.
I did. He's in. He's just there's no the connection is bad right now.
Oh, okay.
Yep, yep. And there it is. They took who I figured, Jalen Phillips here. Goes to Miami. I think they get a phenomenal pass rusher here in Jalen Phillips. His only issue was the injury situation. He had a couple concussions, knee injuries. He almost retired due to injuries. But as a pure pass rusher, my opinion, the best in the draft.
Yeah, to your point, Will, I think that he's fantastic in terms of his first couple of steps. I think that, I mean, he's a guy that he can develop and he can turn into almost like a Jason Taylor-ish guy based on his explosion. But I think he got some work to do on his technique.
Uh-oh. Everybody's going now. Oh, man. Nope. Everybody's going. All right, let me hold it down here, man. I'm gonna get back into the chat. I know y'all got a lot to say. Yes, Dolphins did get Phillips. Nivdev, they got Phillips. Showtime said Waddle's first pick defense. Then this one, Jalen Phillips. I think they're definitely having a good first round. I think the Jets are having a good first round. They picked their offensive tackle and their quarterback. So now they got two anchors. Talking about the Jets and Mekhi Becton and Elijah Vera Tucker, if I'm not mistaken. So they're building. The Jets are building to protect Zach Wilson, their guy for the future. Where we at here? Jose said Cowboys should come up for Darisaw. Again, I keep on saying Darisaw's falling down in the board. You got Newsome down there. They may stay there and take a safety in the second round because we talked about this before all offseason. How much juice does Dan Quinn have in this room? And right now, they took a linebacker at 12. He got some juice. They moved Keanu Neal to linebacker. He got some juice. They went out and signed a bunch of different safeties. Granted, not long-term type of safeties, but nonetheless, they addressed the position with more successful guys than previous. So I think he's showing that he got a little juice in that room. So if they take a safety in the second round, it would not shock me at all. McKay says, salute to you. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Easy says, chat's got you, AC. Fry said, they faking it. They faking this guy. They got to pee. He's silly, man. He's silly. Boss, you in here. I just can't hear you. You want to try a test here?
Hey, OC backstage. He getting ready to work on it real quick. Give us 1 second, okay?
I mean, I got you if you want to rap or you got to dip.
You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a couple of things about the last picks that just happened. Like, that's why I'm saying it stink right now. Like, pretty much all the picks that just happened was mostly reaches except for Jalen Phillips. So if you go look at the CBS board, who is really accurate, Zaven Collins.
And he's gone. Welcome back, OC. Want to get a mic check? All right, man. Anyway, Jay Jones says Eric Stokes. Yeah, it's crazy because the Georgia kid was Tyson Campbell at first, and then I had JC. When I say JC, I mean Jeff Kavanaugh on the Clock show, and I went back and watched a little bit more Eric Stokes, and I kind of liked him. OC, we got you now.
All right, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, guys. Excuse the background, but hey, listen, it's still a lot of good players on the board,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm really, really interested to see now because now we're going to get a little bit with the Washington team in terms of how the players they pick affect the NFC East. So I'm really interested to see what they do here, what the Raiders do. Excuse me, not what the Raiders do, the
Washington.
Washington team does here.
You-
And I
you-
think that'll kind of tell us a lot about the direction of their team and kind of how we compete against them in this coming year.
You wonder if Washington continues to bolster their defense.
Yeah, I mean, but who do they pick? I mean, who do you have? If they go defense, who do you have?
They could. Now they wouldn't go defensive end because they got Montez Sweat and they got obviously Chase Young, so no need to go defensive end there. They could go corner. I don't think their corners were all that great. I thought their pass rush and their front seven was good. They could go JOK here and move him to a strong safety or play him at linebacker. But there's defensive players that they could take here. I got to meet you here. There's defensive players that they could take here that could continue to bolster that defense. I think they're in a good position. I think they're in a good position. What you guys think, Chad? Where do you think Washington can go here? I say continue to beef up the D unless they want to go offensive line with who do we say now? Elijah Vera Tucker, Christian Durasol type of guy. Yeah, JOK. I'm seeing a lot of JOK here. I'm thinking JOK will be a great pick to keep at that defense. Ron Rivera loves defense. Just Blaze says if they go defense, it's JOK. Jamie says O-line. Niv says Washington is a QB away from being a legit threat, but they ain't got no QB, and there's no QBs left. Yeah, so I agree they go defense to keep their strength strong. That's how I feel. I always thought Washington, which is pick 19, which I'm shocked, did not jump up to go get Justin Fields. I don't understand that one, y'all. Like, if I'm Washington, what y'all want? I'm going to get my quarterback for the future. You going to roll out here with Kyle Allen and Fitzmagic? All right. I'm not scared of Fitzmagic. He can catch fire, but I'm not scared of him to completely cause havoc in this division in the sense of they're going to go 12-4 with Fitzmagic. No, he good for about 4 to 5 games, OC.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Caleb Farley, to me, as a corner at this pick makes a lot of sense for Washington. But Jamin Davis, the linebacker from Kentucky.
And it's right. Jamin.
Oh, it's Gaiman. Okay.
No. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. Okay. Oh, it's Jamin. All right.
Jamin. Okay. I'm about to say, did I mispronounce his name?
No, you're good.
Yeah. I mean, I think that he's a good athlete.
Yeah.
He's a good athlete. I mean, Boss Cowboy had him graded at 43. Right? So, excuse me, CBS had him graded at 43, not Boss Cowboy. CBS had him graded at 43. And so I think that, hey, he's a good athlete, but you definitely could have got this guy later, and he could definitely be a reach here. It looks like he could be a reach.
Yeah, again, I hate the name drop, but Brian also talked about Jamin being one of those guys that could sneak in the first round after his pro day. 6'4", 234 pounds. He could be your will. He probably could play in the middle if you want him to, but again, bolstering the defense. There's guys that I think you can put in certain positions and immediately they could contribute for you due to their surroundings. Jamin Davis was one of them. I thought that if Parsons went to Washington or to a New York Giants, that he would just be phenomenal day one. Again, he's in Dallas. We'll see how they'll use him. I told you I don't trust how they'll use him, but I think the talent is there. It's going to be up to them using him correctly. But there's certain players, if they got dropped in this type of situation, I think it would help them. And this is going to help Jamin Davis playing in front of that Montez Sweat, Payne, the other kid from Alabama, Chase Young. I mean, whoo. He's going to be running free.
To your point, Will, I mean, this is like them stacking up that front seven because we want to stop Ezekiel Elliott. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's what they're saying. So it's just another attempt to make that defense stronger. And to be honest, in conference, Ezekiel Elliott had the most trouble against that Washington front. So what this does is that, hey, it puts us in a position to where, A, we got to be able to spread the ball around and we got to be able to win throwing the football versus the Washington team, because running against the Washington football team is going to be hard this coming year as it was last year.
Absolutely. And it's been that way for the last few years. The Cowboys have struggled a little bit going up against Washington's front, and that was before Chase Young. I mean, before Montez Sweat became that guy. So yeah, they're definitely making it difficult on Zeke. But we got the weapons now that if you can block it up, they can't really stay with us. And we showed that with freaking Andy Dalton. You know, Andy Dalton was getting some bombs over to Amari Cooper last year before it all melted down. But you get Dak Prescott back. If you can block it up, you got to be able to block it up. I think you can beat Washington on their back end.
Yeah, yeah. I think that. I mean, here's the deal. When you look at the conundrum of the NFC East, I mean, no defense. And going back to this point, and kind of to your point a little bit, no defense was super strong, right?
Right.
No defense was super shut down. The Eagles' defense wasn't super shut down. We know how bad the Cowboys were. You know, we know that Washington was strong in spots. We know that the Giants were strong in spots, but like not one truly dominant defense. So if you're going to compete and if your offense is not going to be up to stuff, it makes sense for any one of these teams to go defense and try to get stronger with depth in certain positions in this draft.
Yeah, I absolutely think that the Washington defense was really good, but they weren't 100% complete because I didn't believe in their back seven. So I agree with you on that. But sometimes all you need is an average back seven or backfield if you got a great pass rush, and I thought that's what they had. They had a phenomenal front, and they're beefing up their front even more with Jamie Davis. So, but again, I'm not scared of the quarterback. So if you can get them in a shootout or get them to make you try to beat you on the offense side of the ball, I think you got a chance.
We got the Giants on the clock now, Will.
Yeah. Yep.
And so, I mean, hey, who do you think the Giants go with here? What do you see, holes or maybe there needs to be?
Well, offensive line has always been an issue with the Giants, but they did get the Thomas kid, I believe Andrew Thomas, last year from Georgia in the top 10, so they helped themselves there. They still got the cat Will, was it not Garcia? I forget his name, y'all. The guard who's really good. I like him too. Dirty. Gonzalez. I believe it's Gonzalez. So they could beef their offensive line here with the Christian Darrisaw type of player. They're showing Kwity Paye. Here. They could go that way too. They lost. They got Christian Barmore still up there. They lost Tomlinson to Minnesota. Could Christian Barmore be the type of pick to pair next to Leonard Williams? And again, corner can never be ruled out. Can never have too many corners. But they did go out and sign Adoree Jackson, and then and they have on the opposite side Bradbury. So do they need to reach there? I don't think they really do. If they got those two guys, I liked Adoree, but I don't think I would have paid him a ton of money like the Giants did. But nonetheless, I paid him enough to not have to take the position. So I'm thinking DT here for Christian Barmore or a defensive end to help out with Leonard Williams.
Yeah. I think that with them, the responsible pick to them, would be another defensive end and try to strengthen that defense, right? Or obviously they could go with a hammer, they could go with Christian Darrisaw, they could go with a road grader, right, and kind of get stronger in that offensive line. But to me, any interior pick in terms of alignment, offensive lineman or defensive lineman for the Giants is a smart, responsible pick. But as we know, teams reach, and you never know what you're gonna get. So,
this is an interesting one. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% on anything, but I'm not confident in this pick because the Giants can go a multitude of ways because they need a good number of things here.
Yeah, and so what I'm gonna do too, just in light of this, and going, we have some technical difficulties. I'm gonna trade off with Boss Cowboy a little bit because I know he got some comments that he maybe want to get into. Never mind. But Boss Cowboy waving me off, so that's cool, man. I'm just gonna rock it, man. We good to go. So I got tons of content. We got 300 players, man. We only threw 20, right? We'll be through 20 here.
That's the other thing I was going to bring up, wide receiver, and I just saw in the chat that they did go wide receiver. The cat from Florida, Tony. Whew. So that's a speedster and a quick guy right there, man.
Yeah, but here's my thing. That don't really scare me too much because I don't know if Jones got the kind of arm that can really take advantage of a guy that can stretch the field. I don't see him as a strong arm guy. I see him as a check down mid to intermediate route type quarterback. And so they got Kadarius Toney, wide receiver out of Florida, which is fine for me. Good job Good job, Giants, not picking a great player. Great job. As far as I'm concerned, I would have been more scared if they picked a lineman. So that's fine, whatever. Cool. Thank you, Giants. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Again, I'm with you. I take whatever wide receiver you want in the NFC East at this point. Your quarterbacks are not good. So maybe Kadarius Toney becomes good if Daniel Jones progresses. But I'm not scared of Daniel Jones and Jason Garrett on the offensive side of the ball. So whatever.
Hey, look, on CBS, Will, this wide receiver had a 33 grade. A 33 grade. He's pick number 20. They're reaching.
Yeah, I've seen him be talked about to be a first-round pick. I thought Elijah was probably would be the next receiver off the board, but when you look at the Giants' weapons, they really don't have this kind of guy. So maybe that's why they wanted this shifty slot type of dude that you can kind of slide outside. He's a playmaker.
Yeah. I mean, look, man. I'm not gonna stank up the party, and I'm not saying he's not a good player, but I'm saying at pick number 20. I mean, hey, in terms of the NFL draft, like I said, it takes one team. They fall in love with you. So be it. They pick you, and he's a guy that has some quicks. He's a guy that has some elusiveness. He's a guy that has some big playability. But hey, they got to be able to get the ball to him, and we'll see what happens. But this guy in particular. He doesn't scare me if I think about him playing against the Dallas Cowboys and what we just did at safety in terms of our free agent pickups this past year.
Yeah, right now, I don't know how to utilize this guy because Jason Garrett sucks at these kind of players. He just does. He doesn't know how to use them. So I'm with you. This pick doesn't do anything for me. As Giants fans, it might excite him because he's a playmaker. But, guys, Daniel Jones is your quarterback and Jason Garrett's your offensive coordinator. Good luck.
I mean, we couldn't figure out how to use Tavon Austin.
Right.
We didn't know what to do with him. They just put him at punt returner. After he didn't get punt return for us, they're like, oh, well, forget it. I guess we can't use him. He didn't work.
I would have went defense here and let is it Pepper Johnson? I could be wrong here, but let the defensive coordinator who came in and turned – I said Pepper Johnson. I think that's an old school coach. But he turned around that defense pretty quickly. We sleep on it, but the Giants' defense is on the up and up. I would have continued to try to build there. Nonetheless, they went that route. And the Colts are on the clock. Yeah, Savage. I'm suited and booted. Savage time.
Hey, man, look, Skywalker on here looking like the African American Neo from the Matrix. I mean, look, man, all he gotta do is there you go, make some bullets miss. Y'all put Neo in the chat. Show Skywalker some love. Put Neo in the chat for Skywalker.
I am dodging the bullets, man. Y'all didn't see them after the Micah Parsons pick, man. They was ready to shoot up the chat. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I mean, look, we had Jamie on say that the Colts are going to go O-line. And so, listen, I don't agree with that. I think that they need a tackle here. And I think, again, Christian Darrisaw, he's on the board.
Well, that is O-line. That's O-line.
Yeah, Tevin Jenkins is on the board still. He's a fantastic O-lineman. So, look, I think that if they did go O-line, that would be smart for the Colts.
Yeah, I mean, continue to build strength on strength. They have a phenomenal offensive line led by Quentin Nelson. But I keep saying it, man. Defenders are falling. These defenders are falling. Boss, let me know if you got something, brother. I got nothing from you, boss, but I think I still have OC.
Check your. We're gonna have him check his settings.
Cool.
And see if we can get him in here.
It's all good. Right now, they can't see anything going on. They just see me with my suit on and suit and tie, you know what I'm saying, just chilling, having a good time. I appreciate y'all for sticking out. We knew there might be some issues, but y'all here, man. Y'all rocking, and this is how it's always been here on the DCN channel, man. Anytime I've had issues, they always stick with us. They rock it out. And I knew what kind of draft folk we'd have depending how long they'd be staying. Some people, they see the pick and it's like, all right, cool, appreciate it, I'm out. I know how diehard you guys are. If you sticking with us or sticking with anybody for the entire draft, you are a diehard draft nerd, and salute to you. But salute to everybody. But if you're still around, man, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, man. Jamie, I said, how you going to call my name and disagree but say what I said? What I disagree with, Jamie? I don't even know what you're talking about.
So Will, the pick is in for the Colts. The pick is in.
Yeah, we about to see here. Javar says Sky feeling good. I am feeling good, man. Gregory Russo still on the board, says McCall. Yeah, Russo's still on the board.
I don't think they go defense here. I think they go tackle or try to get another skill position player. But Russo is a good talent. He's just not as consistent, and he's a little bit unproven.
I'd go Aziz. I agree with these guys in the chat. They're talking about Ojulari still there. I agree. Aziz Ojulari would be a fantastic pick here for them. They would just get another good defensive player, get a pass rusher that you can pair with Darius Leonard at linebacker. You could do a multiple different things with him if you want. They run a 4-3, so you could put him at defense and he could be a speed rusher. So continue to beef up that defense. They're really a defensive team, and now that they got the cat from Wisconsin at running back, they can do what I've always said. If you want to have if you want to win off of running the ball, you have to have a dominant D. They can pair their dominant D with that dominant offensive line and run game, and see what happens. The problem is they got Carson Wentz at quarterback. And we haven't mentioned Carson Wentz the whole time.
And shout out to Jamion. Jamion, I'm with you, man. Yes, I think they're going to pick offensive line. So, yeah, the pick is in, and let's see what they do. He's not walking across the stage yet, so I guess we got a minute.
Y'all funny. Hey, yo, y'all funny with these dang on comparisons in here. I'm getting John Wick. My man James said Sky up here rocking that Chris Tucker suit from Rush Hour 1. Y'all wild. I like it. I like the look. My man B Bird said, shout out to you, B Bird, with the $5 donation, man.
Super chat.
He said, was at my daughter's softball game, but had DCN on and the earbuds in my ear. Great job, y'all. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. A lot of hard work going into this, and I'm hoping we are delivering. Again, at the end of the day, if you don't agree with the takes, that's fine. We love to kind of talk it out here with you guys. That's cool. But as long as you guys are enjoying yourselves, even if you disagree with everything we're saying, hopefully you are enjoying yourselves as we're trying to give you this commentary here. EZ says, I was being nice. Russo in the second round. Yeah, I'm not feeling Russo. I like Russo's traits, right? 6'7", you know, he's got the traits. He's a developmental type of dude, though, so I want to take him in those developmental type of rounds. If I'm a GM.
Well, you know, I think that every draft you do have teams that are going to reach a little bit, and so I mean, once all the top flight talent is picked, and I still think it's top flight talent in terms of the offensive tackle position, right? But otherwise,
defense too. There's still some defense guys out there. Quiddy Pay, I didn't want at 10, but Quiddy Pay here, Azeez Ojulari here. Jalen already got taken. I think continue to build the defense.
Yeah, Kawadi Payne. Kawadi Payne is the pick from Michigan.
I'm a little behind. Quiddy Pay, yeah. See that, continue to build that defense. Quiddy Pay, the edge rusher out of Michigan. I think he's got a lot of technical things he can work on, but I think he has a good first step, and I think he's really good against the run. And I'm gonna mute you here in a quick second.
So I agree with you. I agree with you 100% in terms of the run game. Defense with him is his strongest attribute. But if you look at the pass rushing technique, he's more so of an effort guy. He's not a guy that's going to bend. He's not a guy that's going to really turn the corner. That stuff is going to have to be developed. But if you want him as a physical run stopper that can come in and help you, then yeah, he's your guy. He's your guy at the defensive end position. He can help you on that edge. He can help you against the run. But don't expect him to be in the NFL versus good tackles, just a great rusher. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not mad at you. Shout out to Slim Cuddy. He says, what up, Sky, Boss, OC? Me personally, the Cowboys made out like a bandit. We got a monster dog on defense and an extra pick. Can't be mad at that. That is something that has not been brought up. The whole dog thing has been talked about, and we do. We absolutely need an attitude change on defense. Micah Parsons is not some poodle. He's a dog. You know what I'm saying? So y'all wanted a dog. Y'all got a dog, just not at the position y'all wanted it at in regards to J.C. Horn. But let's kind of go back to the Cowboys here for a quick second. Chat, OC, Boss. Well, we like the pick.
Well, listen, I want to say something real quick. Isaiah DeSantos said that Kawadi, he's the next Taco Charlton. That's what he just said.
See, no,
So
no, 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 no.
you see. Now,
No, no.
listen now. Now, wait a second. He may got a point. He may have a point, Will, still, because we had the same type of player that the Cowboys reached on in the draft, who was an underdeveloped pass rusher, who was solid against the run, who came out and got drafted in the first round because he had that M on his helmet. M meaning Michigan. So I think he may have a point.
I think he's better. I get the comparison. I just don't like scouting the helmet, and then I'm a hypocrite, right? Because I talk about the USC quarterbacks. But I think this is seriously scouting the helmet, man. I think he's a better player coming out than Taco Charlton. Taco Charlton had no business being drafted in the first round. Quiddy Pay's a first-round player. He's absolutely a first-round player. I think he's more refined than Taco. Taco had the size, and he really should have been a left defense. And Rob Marinelli, you gave him control. You're going to trigger me, OC. You're triggering me. I don't want to talk about this Taco Charlton character, okay?
Please, talk about it.
No. Taco Charlton was a terrible pick. I don't think Quiddy Pay's a terrible pick. I don't think he's a terrible pick. Hold on. We had a donation there. JoJo.
Super chat.
Shout out to you, JoJo. He's $2 donation. He says, want it Slater, but I want Parsons to ball out. And we all should. Right? We all should. Before I move on, because I wanted to get back to the Cowboys, Slim also said, hey, I know this is off topic, but are you going to bring back the hype? That's something we'll talk about with the guys. We'll see. Ninja Nut says, maybe I would have liked JOK over Parsons, but it is what it is. JOK was my number one backer, but I was told y'all from jump I was cool with Parsons. So let me ask you this, chat, and I'm going to ask you this as well, OC. With Micah Parsons being the pick, for those that don't like the Parsons pick, because we can't judge the whole entire draft off of one pick. Usually, you gotta keep seeing what happens here. What pick in the second round would make you say, I like this combination so far? And I'll ask you, OC, what pick paired with Parsons will make this even better?
To me, you got one or two picks in the second round that are responsible. If they feel good about the health of that offensive line, then you need to go ahead and you draft another linebacker like, I would say, my guy out of Missouri, right? I think that he's a guy that could be a really, really good pick. But to me, the most responsible pick, and I'm sorry, I'm biased on this, okay? I'm admitting I'm biased. Pick an offensive lineman, because you're still probably going to have Jalen Mayfield from Michigan there. You're still going to probably have Cosme, the tackle from Texas, there at pick 44. You're also going to have Shelton Williams, the very, very athletic and fast defensive tackle from Louisiana La Tech University. So I think one of those will be great picks.
Me, and I'm seeing the chat here, Morik, Eric Stokes, maybe, Boss Man Fats, Trey. You could probably get him in the fourth because of the craziness. Bolton, Asante Sam, yeah. I'm more so thinking corner or safety right here, OC, in the second. Not right here, we're not here. In the second round. In fact, I'm still on that comeback in the first round train. But if you sit there at 44, I'm corner safety. I think if you get a Richie Grant and you didn't like Parsons, I think you should feel better about getting a Richie Grant. If you get I'm not Caleb Farley. I'm out on Caleb Farley. Greg Newsome falls down to you, right? Sante Samuel Jr., right? Eric Stokes would be fine too. Stevie says, let me get you, Stevie. Let me get you. I know we need corner badly, but I really want to leave McNeil. See, that's where I was going to go with the third round pick, was defensive tackle. I just really think right now we need to address safety, or we need to address cornerback. And I think that would be a nice pairing with Micah Parsons. I think we dropped the ball in the offseason not addressing the front seven, because the front seven in the not addressing the defensive tackle position, because the defensive tackle position in the draft is not that deep. You're not going to get too many first-round guys or second-round guys that are going to come in and impact right away on this team. So if you could have got that guy in the offseason, a Richie Grant, Micah Parsons pairing, a Greg Newsome, Micah Parsons pairing, Asante Samuel Jr., Micah Parsons pairing, is even better. It's even better.
Yeah, I think that, I'm not mad. If you draft a safety at pick 44, I'm not mad about that. And the reason why I'm not mad about that is because the guys that we did sign, we only got them on rent, Will. I mean, we
Yeah.
got them on 1-year deals, for the most part. So at some point, we got to shore up that position, and it is a deep, good class. So, I mean, either way they go with it, I'll be happy. I think, though, if they don't obviously go offensive tackle, which is what I think they should do to create a little bit more depth, I think definitely they're going to go defense again.
Yeah, I'm seeing here. Nicholas says this is interesting. He says I could see us taking another backer in round 5 to 7. I don't disagree because again, I'm starting to get a feeling that Dan Quinn came into that room and said, "These ain't my guys. These are not my guys. Full long term. Don't quite believe in them long term." I don't want this to shut off on me. So 1 second. There we go. So yeah. And then my guy Ninja Nut said we need a linebacker that can cover. I think what they're going to do, Ninja Nuts, this is another reason why I think if they can do it right, if they can utilize Micah Parsons right, he's going to be really good. I think they're going to use the new Will linebacker, right? Keanu Neal as the covering linebacker this year. So we talk about, or I talked about earlier, what you want to do with these rookies, definitely on defense, is as they're developing, put them in position to be successful early. And to put Michael Parsons in position to be successful early, you got to let him run. You got to let him just kind of just get to the ball, see ball, go hit ball, while he's developing, learning the game, and learning how to play the linebacker position at the NFL level. Pass rush down, you put Michael Parsons in the game and rush the passer. On first and second down, he can defend the run, but keep him clean and let him run and go get it. I personally think he's gonna be good against the run, period. But I can get how people might be like, Jalen Smith, eye candy. I don't think he's Jalen Smith eye candy. Jalen Smith is terrible when it comes to the eye candy. If you let Micah Parsons play the Jalen Smith role, I think sooner than later he'll be better because he's not compromised physically.
Yeah, so Caleb Farley is the pick
Whoa!
for the Tennessee Titans. Caleb Farley.
He looked mad too. Caleb Farley looked pissed.
Caleb Farley is the pick, and that's not a bad pick for Tennessee. He's a big physical corner. He plays into their methodology in terms of how they like to play defense. They like to press and be physical, play bump and run, and try to make plays on the ball as a defensive unit. So I think that Caleb Farley, as long as he's healthy, he's going to fit very well into that scheme.
OC, I don't know if I told you this, man, but I've been out on Caleb Farley because of the back, but this was mostly due to Cowboys PTSJG, or if we used to call it PTSJG, but now it's PTSDC. I got post-traumatic stress Dallas Cowboy syndrome, right? We always get that guy that's injured, and he never works out long-term. Sean Lee, Bruce Carter, I won't say Randy Gregory was an injury guy, but Randy Gregory was a risky guy in the second round. Jalen Smith, I'm just tired of these injury guys in the second round. However, for another team, they want to take the risk on Caleb Farley. Listen, I'm with you. He's a first-round corner. It's just that back scares me, man, and backs don't get better.
Yeah, I mean, listen, back scare the mess out of me, but it's a risk, right? Because if his back is healthy, and if he can give you any type of productivity similar to what you saw at Virginia Tech, then what you end up getting is more so of a steal near the bottom of the first round, which in turn turns out very, very good value for Tennessee. So I think that's the other way of looking at it with him, because if he's healthy, I think he's going to be a really, really good player.
I agree. That was the thing with me, was health. Before I found out about this back stuff, and again, he did tear his ACL too. But before I found out about the back stuff, Caleb Farley was right there with the number 1, 2, 3 cornerbacks. I mean, that just is what it is. And a lot of that for me and for a lot of people was the upside. He had the physical traits, and it was the ceiling. I talked about with J.C. Horn, I talked about with Caleb Farley, is that their ceilings just seem really high. And if you talk about a guy who, if they get it, if all three of these guys get it, Caleb Farley has the physical abilities to be the best cornerback in the draft if he gets it. But again, back surgery, I think it was like a fifth, whatever. Too much for me, man. Too much for me.
Well, you know what? It's a risk, and it's probably a calculated risk by Tennessee's guys, right? Because if their team doctors evaluated him, much like the Cowboys did with Jalen Smith, and they felt like that he could come back from this, right? obviously they had some tough evaluations and physicals on his body. So evidently, it's somebody on that staff that feels strongly enough that his back can heal and he can get back to 100%, that they will pull the trigger and draft him, at where they drafted him here in this draft.
Yeah. To JoJo's point, we're talking about linebackers and what have you. He said you have to get good defensive tackles in order to roam free. Yes, in a way, you need to get good defensive tackles to sustain blocks to allow your linebackers to roam free. What Quinn does schematically, he puts pressure on the interior offensive lineman to allow his linebackers to make plays. But I want those dominant DTs. I think the difference is when you have a hampered LVE and you have a low football IQ in regards to Jalen Smith and a hampered, physically diminished in a way Jalen Smith, that just makes it even worse, right? I think with Micah Parsons, you did go out and you got a Brent Urban, so if he can play those 34% of the snaps, right, to help keep Parsons and those guys clean, I think it'll help. It'll help everybody. But you don't have that other guy behind him. Do you guys think – now listen, y'all had Antoine Woods on the show, okay? But I don't look at Antoine Woods as a guy I want to play out there for 60, 70, 80% of the snaps. I just don't. He wears down. That's just the type of dude he is. I don't view him as that one-tech, that dominant one-tech guy that you can play for 70% of the snaps. I don't. Anybody?
Yeah, I think that, the Vikings pick us in, Will.
Okay.
The Vikings pick us in.
We'll wait to see who it is. The chat got us.
All right, let's see who the chat got. Now, listen, what would be a killer pick for the Vikings is if they pick if they pick a Christian Darrisaw, that'll be fantastic. I think that'll be a great pick for them.
They lost Riley Reef, so they absolutely need a tackle. Now, the Vikings, did they pick earlier as well? No, they traded. I believe they traded that pick. Let me get in here because I thought they picked.
5 minutes, I think we can get it. But it's the Wi-Fi because it's tripping on the field. So you would have to just hold
They did
down
not.
for about
I
5
stand corrected. They must have traded back. 1 second, guys.
Hey, Will, I'm here, man. I'm thinking that
Gotcha.
who do you think is one of the best available for the Vikings?
Again, I thought they had picked earlier, but losing Riley Reef, you might have to lose your guy, Tevin Jenkins, here. Is it Tevin?
Yeah, I think
check. You
that,
got me?
so here we go. We got Roger Goodell walking on the stage, and let's see who he picks. Let's see who they pick.
I got you. Yep, there it is, Darrisaw. When you lose Riley Reef, I kind of figured that you got to replace him with the tackle, and you're sitting in a pretty good spot. You're getting either Darrisaw or I believe it was Jenkins, one of the two, to help replace Riley Reef, who is a pretty good tackle, and you got a quarterback you're paying a ton of money, so you need to be able to protect him. You got a running back you're paying a ton of money. You need to be able to open up holes for him. So a good pick here, in my opinion, by Minnesota. They got weapons on the outside. They got the running back. So what you do, you continue to bolster the offensive line to help all those weapons. So good pick here by Minnesota Vikings. What y'all talking about in the chat, man? Mac Daddy said Anthony Spencer was bust. Antoine Okafor is saying Andre Cisco for round 3. Now that's where I'm good with Cisco. If you get Cisco in round 3, I'm cool. But again, we're hearing rumors. Javon Holland, I see you here, William Kill. Javon Holland is a guy that the Cowboys are talking about at 44, and Elijah Molden, a pet cat of mine. I don't like to get attached to players, but there's 2 players that I really, really liked in this draft. Not upset that we don't get them, but I like them. And one is JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker out of Notre Dame. And the other one is Elijah Molden, defensive back out of Northwestern, who I would pick to be my free safety, but he can easily come in here and challenge those nickel cornerbacks, man. One of the smartest players in this draft, and I think he's versatile. Really gives me Honey Badger Buda Baker feels. So the Farley dream for you guys is gone. For those that want to come back up for him, I think you're going to see Newsome and I'm actually going on a limb. I think Asante Samuel Jr. is going to come off the board next. I think he's going to come off the board next. Here's the thing. I'm seeing Nick Bolton coming out here, and then we're just talking. We're just kicking it. Could Nick Bolton be realistic at 44? It makes me think, man, because I might be with Quinn. I'm not feeling the linebacking group long term. But if you get me, Parsons could play my Will or Leo-ish role, and Nick could be my green dot guy. Oh, listen, you better get you some boys up front and let them boys ball out. OC, got me? Let me know when you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
all
sir.
right.
I'm here.
All right.
Yeah, so the pick is in for the Steelers. I mean, I think that the Steelers are one of those type of teams, man, that will probably pick up with Tevin Jenkins. I think will be a great pick here. He's still available. They could go defense.
Nah, brother.
Najee
Harris. This is the pick, brother.
Maybe they reach for a Russo.
Najee Harris.
Maybe they reach, not reach. Also, you still have my defensive end from Penn State still on the board. They still could get him there as well. So
look,
we'll see.
I'm just as sure with this pick as I was with what's the cat's name in Chicago, Justin Fields. I could be wrong, but I'm feeling good about this pick. Najee Harris. They need a running back. They lost James Conner. They haven't been the same without a running game. Big Ben cannot be trusted to lean. You can't throw the ball 40 times with Big Ben. You just can't do it right now. So if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm going Najee Harris, and I ain't thinking twice. What about y'all, chat? I'm seeing Najee Harris. I'm seeing Morik, question mark. Possibly Trevin here, but I like the safety. I don't think they don't need to get a safety right here. They got a free.
Great job. Got the pick absolutely right, Will. Still fantastic.
Najee
Harris is the pick.
Yep. I mean, this came from a little bit of studying pre-draft, just kind of looking around at some of these teams. I'm in from PA. I have Steeler fans, and so I looked around. Najee was kind of the guy that they were eyeing, and I think they felt safe to get the RB1 because running backs this year are not being taken high, and it happened. I thought that would happen. If you look at the teams in front of them, they're really not really fiending for a running back, especially in the top 15 of the picks. They could have got a little nervous around 20, but you look at talking about the Colts already had a running back. The Vikings had a running back. So you're not really scared of those guys getting Najee. I think this is a great pick, man. Najee Harris is a really good player, an all-around running back in a league and in a time frame where running backs are devalued. I think you got a good one here, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and to your point, I think that there are a couple other really, really good running backs that are out there and still available. I mean, I had him as my number one back, but a very, very close second. I mean, if you look at Travis Etienne from Clemson, you look at him, he's a really, really good back. You also have another good back out of North Carolina, well, actually a couple good ones. You got Michael Carter, you got Javonte Williams. Good picks as well.
Yeah. My guy says Mike Tomlin got that extension. Yeah, I like Mike Tomlin as a coach. I wanted Mike Tomlin when he became available, but I think we had already kind of locked in Jason Garrett before that happened. That whole thing where, hey, Jason, you're going to be our head coach of the future. Don't go nowhere type thing. But Mike Tomlin would have been a fantastic hire. But I think he came in the middle, or came into Pittsburgh in the middle of Wade Phillips. So you weren't getting rid of Wade Phillips before that bad year. So Mike Tomlin, good coach, y'all, man. Really good coach. We got Jacksonville on the clock. They are back on the clock.
Yeah, so, I mean, here.
Print made it, says, do you think not going after.
So where do you think they go here, Will? Do you think they go deep?
I think you're catching me delayed. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Will.
That's fine. Jacksonville. Where do I think Jacksonville goes here? They got so many O's. I mean, pick one, right? Just put your hand in the pot, pull out a position, and besides quarterback, and let's roll. I mean, Elijah Moore, I believe, is still on the board at wide receiver. They could have went running back here, but they had an undrafted guy that went really well that played really well for them last year. Continue to beef up the offensive line to help your quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. But I got a feeling it'll be defense. I'm going to try to get Boss in here one more time. One more time, Boss. You try to give us a mic check, man. But Print Media said, do you think not going after a corner in the first round means the Cowboys are going after a veteran in free agency like Richard Sherman? No, not yet. I thought they should have went after a veteran anyway, Print Media, regardless of what they did at number 10 with the cornerback. But if they don't take a cornerback in round 2, they damn sure better go look for a Casey Hayward type of guy in the offseason, in the free agency, because I do not trust Anthony Brown or Jordan Lewis to be the guys opposite of Trevin Diggs. So they better. If they don't take this cornerback in round 2, man, I said this before. Round 1, you feel like, okay, throw him in the fire, let's roll. Round 2, it was a Trevin Diggs situation. Like, all right, give him a couple weeks, throw him in there, let's go. Round 3 and above, you're talking about a guy that you need to develop a little bit. And do you trust a developing cornerback to go up against an Adam Thielen, to go up against a Stephon Diggs or somebody like that? I don't. So if you get a corner in the 3rd or 4th round, go get me a veteran. Ooh, good one, Kill. Jats could take JOK. I didn't think about JOK. I did say defense, but I didn't think about my man JOK. He dropping. I don't think he's going to fall past Oakland, though. Or not Oakland, because I believe they traded, but Baltimore.
Yeah.
If he go to Baltimore.
Yeah, JOK makes a lot of sense right here. For the Jags, you know, I mean, to your point, I don't think he'll drop out of the first round. But if they don't pick him here, I mean, who do we got left? I mean, we got the Browns, we got Baltimore, we got you know, the Saints. So I mean, we got several people that can get him.
Baltimore would be a absolute phenomenal landing spot for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Oh my goodness, man! And they always get those guys like, oh hey, Carl Davis falls in our lap, cool. Oh hey, Patrick Queen, thanks. Like they always get these guys, these defensive guys that I absolutely like, and they end up playing well enough for them. And I think JOK could be a joker for Baltimore. The defensive coordinator's name there. He loves games, and JOK is a perfect guy to play games with the front seven that is pretty damn good. Yeah, Just Blaze said JOK was Queen. I know. I like it. I would love to watch JOK play in Baltimore. Not gonna lie. Keep him out of the NFC.
And so Will, so far, out of the picks, okay, I want to get your opinion about this.
Let me go look at him.
Who do you think your top 2 players, if you had to predict in 2021 season, who are going to be your top 2 players out of the picks so far?
So far for the 24 picks, who do I think is going to be the top 2 players? I'm going through the picks here. Give me a sec. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to go with Jamar Chase as being one of the 2 because he has a quarterback he has chemistry with, and that's very important, especially for a young quarterback, especially if Cincinnati can get another offensive tackle to help. But they did get, I believe, Reef went there. So I think Jamar Chase can come in and play opposite of Tyler Boyd and just go off. You know, I think he'll have a really, really good year. So I think Jamar Chase, I'll go there. Defenders are hard, man. Defenders are really hard. So I'm really looking at these offensive guys. And if I had to say it here, an offensive tackle would be, you know, I know it's.
I think Jamar Chase is. I think Jamar Chase is going to do fantastic. But also here's another guy that I think is going to come in and have a surprisingly good year. I think Justin Fields is going to come in and have a surprisingly good year. So the Jags pick is in.
I agree with you, man.
And so let's see what they do here.
It was either going to be Justin Fields or Najee Harris as my other guy. It was all offense because defense is really hard to predict right there, and they usually take time to develop. But Najee Harris going to Pittsburgh, I think he's going to have a statistically really good year. But Justin Fields, I agree with you. Justin Fields could really be that guy. So their pick is in. They're talking about the pick.
And you know the thing I love about him coming in and getting drafted where he drafted, it's nothing better than a slightly angry, motivated player that gets drafted because now he got something to prove. And I think that kind of him falling a little bit, I think that he has a little bit to prove, and he wants to prove the naysayers wrong.
Yeah, Just Blaze makes an interesting point. He says, I love Trey Lance's story, though. I hope he balls. It's just that I don't think Trey Lance is going to see the field enough this year, or he absolutely should not see the field enough this year. He needs time to develop a little bit. Trimble says, my man Trimble says, we're gonna move up with all of our draft capital or what? We need to. You picked up that damn 3rd round pick, so use it. What's the use of three 3rd round picks if you're not going to utilize them to come up in the 2nd or come up in the back up in the 1st? I don't know, man. You had 10 picks in this draft. Now you got 11. You're not going to have 11 players on this team. Use the picks and move up. If it's not in the 1st round, move up in the 2nd round and get who you want. I would use that draft capital, Cowboys Nation. Yeah, that's another one I left out. Mikal James. And I'm probably just butchering this. Mikal James. It's Kyle Pitts. How you think Kyle Pitts is going to do? Is he not one of those top 3 candidates?
So the Jacks draft Travis Etienne out of Clemson. Good pick. Reunite him with his quarterback. Great pick.
We talked about they need a running back, and Najee went. I just thought Najee after he wanted to be gone, but there you go. They got their running back. So yeah, they got 2 Clemson guys. I think this is that college kind of connection as well with Urban Meyer. I think he's definitely leaning on his guy Trevor. Granted, they go out there and they do their things, but you know he went over to man. What's up with you guys, man? How's this work out?
I think that I didn't hear your last thing. I had a little bit of reception issue here, cool. But I will say with Etienne, man, I mean he breaks tackles. He's fantastic. He can catch. He's a do-all player, and he's been really, really good for a good amount of years at Clemson.
Absolutely. 1 second. Looks like we got Boss in the building. Whoa, what's up, brother, man? Where you been? Now, just playing with you. What up, man? Unmute yourself. But OC got
Yeah, I've been trying to work it out, man. So yeah.
No biggie, brother. No biggie. And
Yeah, the OC going to regulate on our DJ.
And let me just tell you guys, tomorrow.
Go ahead.
I just want to let the chat know tomorrow. Everybody will be home, so connection issues and things like that will be taken care of. So still make sure y'all rock with us all 3 days, man. But I appreciate you guys for continuing to be here as we push through this 1st round. We've got 6 picks left with looks like the Browns are on the clock.
Yeah, so you can hear me okay, Skywalker?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So looking at I need it. Over there. So no, I don't. I'm good. But I put it like this. You know, watching what happened after I pick, I feel real happy because from what I'm seeing, it was pretty crazy how many picks was actually more so reaches. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things to where, you know, we letting it kind of bottom out, and it's a beautiful thing. Because if I look at who's available right now, the people that the Cowboys are likely be interested in, you still got our guy Tevin Jenkins still sitting there, which I actually even had above Slater. So obviously that would be a steal. You have Christian Balmore from Alabama for those who are interested in the defensive tackle. So that's still some essence that's sitting there. We don't have to worry about JLK, which is one of your favorites. Richie Grant is still obviously sitting here. And so it's a lot of talent that should interest the Dallas Cowboys. For anybody that might be kind of feeling sideways about our first pick, it's sometimes just good to see what's left. There are also a ton of good corners that's left. I mean, a lot of good corners that's left.
Yeah.
So for everybody that have concerns, man, listen, it's going to get addressed. And I want the Dallas Cowboys to continue. Yeah, you got Stevie just said Greg Newsome still available. So, yeah, it's talent, baby. It's talent. Like, we can really sit back. The only thing that maybe was frustrating was the sound in here. That's it. But in terms of what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys, sit back and have a good time.
I don't think there's no need to be upset right now, Dallas Cowboys Nation. We needed to address the defense. We have with a really good defensive player. Now it's a matter of just making it, making them fit. And I'm getting this feeling, man. I really am, that Dan Quinn came here and said my linebackers are not athletic enough. My linebackers are not. This defense is not fast enough. So you could see another pretty ultra athletic guy in round 2 be selected as well. You got me. It's probably a little bit delayed on your end.
Yeah, I mean, see, it's one of those things, man. It's the bubble of the linebacker is real. It's guys that's on the bubble, and I said in the Boss Cowboy guide from last year, I said that if you purchase insurance and if your insurance need insurance, you still need insurance. So LVE was the insurance for who? Sean Lee.
Sean Lee.
So that insurance ended up needing insurance because of the neck. So it's one of those things to where we just got some more insurance for the insurance that we had on insurance. And it's good.
Well,
and
Parsons,
that makes our defense better. It secures it.
You talking about for Parsons? You saying Parsons is the insurance? I don't think he's insurance.
Yeah.
I think he's the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a little delayed
You
here.
think? Wow. Woo. Hey, Will, put him out there. And it makes sense, though. It makes sense.
And I know we're a little bit delayed, but just bear with me here,
It puts
boss.
some guys on notice.
Yeah, we're a little delayed. Just bear with me real quick, boss.
I'm rocking with you.
Yeah, so this is why I think he is the guy and he's not the insurance policy, because LVE is an injury-prone player. He's 6'4", 260 pounds. Again, I don't believe he is the type of linebacker that Dan Quinn really wants. Keanu Neal has been moved from safety. That was the one that made my antennas move. He is moved from safety to linebacker, but occasionally can go back. He brings speed. He brings the coverage ability that everybody is coveting at the linebacker position. So you got two of the linebacker positions addressed. One of them with the top 12 pick, the other with a complete change of position. To me, that's serious moves and that's serious capital per se, because $5 million, you're not paying Neal $5 million to ride a bench. So somebody's on the outs, and it's likely LVE because he just can't stay on the field. So you want to talk about insurance? LVE, if I'm making bold predictions right now, day one of draft night, LVE is going to be your insurance to the other guys. You got to unmute yourself. All good, Anderson, man.
We getting ready to see how his luck. Yeah, we getting ready to see how his luck changes. And Newsome just got off the board. And for those who might not know, that's obviously Will Steele's pet cat. That's somebody that he identified very early. I remember when he identified Newsome as a steal, and he continued to rise. But as we talk about, what does Parson mean for the linebackers? It's one of those things they was trying to consider whether they was going to exercise LVE's fifth-year options. I think you just got your answer. They're not. Now, if they do, it would be showing tremendous faith in LVE. It would be showing amazing faith in somebody that, honestly, Skywalker, now's not the time for faith. You got to look at the real logic. It was a lot of people that took LVE off their boards before he was ever drafted because of the neck concerns. Dallas kept him and drafted him.
I think
didn't go down. They didn't do anything.
I think we got our.
They drafted him as a first rounder.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this off stuff is kind of rough, but I think we got our answer with Parsons. So remember, I said that the will linebacker is going to be Keanu Neal. So it was between that Leo, Sam, and middle linebacker role for Parsons. My guy Sosa, Cowboys Network, says Parsons is expected to play the mic. So LVE and Jalen Smith, buckle up. The tournament is on. The competition is on for the offseason. One of yins, if I'm using my Pittsburgh Steelers reference, one of yins is going to have to compete to be that Sam type of backer. And if I'm being realistic, again, the insurance policy in this situation is LVE because Jalen Smith is more of a Sam backer. So you're likely to see, if all goes well, health permitting, Will linebacker, Keanu Neal, Mike linebacker, Micah Parsons, and strong side linebacker would be Jalen Smith. Now, you don't have to put the green dot on Micah Parsons early, and I don't think they will. Definitely with they shouldn't. Definitely with him still learning the position, I think you'll still see Jalen Smith with that dot. Or maybe you might see Neal, because Neal was definitely a guy putting people in position in Atlanta, and he knows Dan Quinn's scheme, right? So you may see Neal wear the green dot. It doesn't have to be the middle linebacker, but like I said, Make sure you utilize Micah Parsons' skills early, what he's good at, while developing what he needs to work on.
Yeah, it's no doubt. It's no doubt. It's very curious in Dallas, and I'm very, very proud of Dallas because most of us, and I'm pretty sure you would have had this opinion too, Skywalker, before the pick. Most people were saying what? Jalen is a Jerry's guy. Nothing is going to happen to him. They're not going to do anything. LVE was a first round pick. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to get a troubled Parsons. They're not going to do anything like, yeah, they did it. Yeah, they did it. And it was responsible. It's bringing pure competition. So it's like you got to be happy, especially for the people that was calling for their heads, especially for the people that was sick and tired of that stank defense that we saw. Everybody that wanted, because I heard you say this a lot, Will, everybody that wanted a message sent, you just saw it. And so everybody that wanted fairness with the Dallas Cowboys, everybody that said that we tired of the politics, you just saw a pick that wasn't about politics. It was about bringing competition, and we just saw it. Like, I feel so good.
And again, I'm
so ready for round 2, round 3.
I'm going to echo where you at here? AR Cowboys 88. I'm going to echo you because nobody, not pro-Parsons, but the anti-Parsons crowd is not saying this because I bet you a lot of anti-Parsons crowds the same crowd that wanted a dog. You got one. You got one. This dude is not some poodle running out there. He a Rottweiler. He a pit bull. He's a. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, we got a good player, man. My only concern from day one about Micah Parsons was not him. Kind of similar to Kyle Pitts, right, in the sense of Kyle Pitts, phenomenal talent. My concern was, can we utilize Kyle Pitts right? Can we do it the right way? Don't hate the player, hate the game. So my thing was, I don't know necessarily the total direction of the Cowboys linebackers because I only seen one move, but that move is what made me say, whoa, you moved my man from safety to linebacker. Something is up. And then I went and researched and saw that before that I researched that these type of guys are not Quinn's guys. Parsons has to be in play. JOK has to be in play. These guys got to be in play. But I was thinking move down, boss. I was thinking more like trade with I said it earlier on Rodgers. I said if we get wiped, which we kind of did, except for Slater, if we get wiped where the receivers are gone and you don't want to take Smith, which they didn't, but Waddle was gone, Jamar Chase was gone, right? Pitts was gone, Surtain and Horn gone. I said, what I want to do is trade down and still be able to get the best defensive player that we can get. And we did it. I didn't like the compensation, but we did it. Uh-oh. You good? I unmuted you. Unmute yourself. All right, when you come back in, just let me know, man. Just let me know. Chuck said if they put him at Mike, they got to get Barmore the one tech. That's another one. We haven't – I don't think Barmore's a one tech. I don't. I think he's more of a 3. But I guess if you want to beef him up in this scheme, it's a more versatile scheme anyway. But I'm looking for the big guys, the Aleem McNeils, the Tyler Shelvins. I wanted Marvin Wilson at one tech, but Marvin slimmed up now. He's more of a 3 to me. So, yeah, we still need to address that position. I still think if you get Micah, you get one of these safeties, and then you get like an Aleem McNeil, you are building, you're transforming the core of your defense, and you're emphasizing positions that were not emphasized before in regards to safety, in regards to defensive tackle. I know a third-round pick is not really emphasizing, but if it's a one tech, that is emphasizing. So, yeah. I appreciate you, Say, man. He said, you're always speaking logic. I try. One of the things on this channel is context matters. But I try. I'm a fan at heart, but I also try to make sure that I'm logical in what I'm saying here. And I could be dead wrong with everything, but it is what it is. I ain't afraid to be wrong. I'm not one of those I'm right, I told you so guys. I don't care. I would love to be wrong with a lot of these dudes like Jalen Smith. I hope like hell I'm wrong on Jalen Smith. But right now, the last 2 years, I ain't seen nothing that told me this dude's a cornerstone player. Jerry Jones. McKill James said, Ray Lewis said Micah Hunt, he's a dog size and speed. I mean, that's just, he is. He absolutely is. I don't know too much about Bateman. Is he reach? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Wasn't even looking there. Who the hell got picked? Did Rashad Bateman get picked? I apologize. We got onto our Cowboy stuff. Where did Rashad Bateman go? Apologies, y'all. Apologies. Got the Cowboys talk popping off. He went to Baltimore, which, and again, now if OC was here asking me about these players, who would they want? That receiver is number one. They need a receiver. They pretty much told everybody, the whole world, that they were going to get a receiver. They didn't go up and get the top guys, but Rashad Bateman, I don't know that if he was a round one guy. You got to ask my guys like Boss. You got to ask my guys like JC, Vach Lombardi. These guys, I didn't really grade the receivers beyond the round 3 dudes. I was just like, yo, these are the 3 guys that they're cool. If not, I don't really care for receiver until like the 6th round. That's how I felt. Somebody had something in the chat, and I think I missed it. I'm sorry. Okay, it was Sosa. Per Ian Rappaport, Cowboys were going to target Parsons, ended up trading back, picking up an extra pick, and still drafting Parsons. So maybe that's why they said, screw it. We'll go back 2 spots, and we'll pick up that 3rd. We know we're going to get our guy. I thought it was risky business if that's what they were doing because, again, I think Parsons would have been phenomenal in New York with the Giants, but the Giants went elsewhere. In fact, I want to say they traded. Yes, they traded. They traded with Chicago. So what probably happened is Dallas called New York before trading to Philly and said, New York, y'all staying on the clock. You know these relationships. Now we're looking to move back, and they probably for who? Well, we're not telling you. Okay, if you're looking to move back, likely somebody coming up for Justin Fields. Philly, you want to come up and get Devontae Smith? Absolutely want to come up and get Devontae Smith. We'll take a 3rd round pick. Sold. 3rd round pick? Psh, we got 11 picks. Sold. I would have tried to come for more, but they probably said, we're moving back 2 spots. We know we're going to get our guy. Here's a 3rd round pick. Here's where the context is coming in. Initially, I'm a hype. I'm upset about it. Still would have wanted more. I would have taxed them for that top 10. I would have taxed them for the guy they wanted. They didn't do it. It is what it is. So, per Ian Rappaport, they were going to get Parsons at 10 anyway. Are you back in here, boss? I don't know. Let me get a test. Boy, listen, my mouth, John. I need a drink. Nev said the Ravens needed a wide receiver, but they need to get more of a possession type of wide receiver to complement Hollywood Brown. Hollywood's been a disappointment. He's been a disappointment. But again, that's probably because of where he went. You know, we say this all the time. We try to talk about this all offseason. It matters where these guys go. And he went to a running offense with a quarterback that still needed to work on his passing game. I bet you if Hollywood went to KC, he'd be a beast. Desmond says, I'm getting no audio from you, brother. Desmond says, if LV and Smith are healthy, our linebackers are nice. Move Smith to weak, just like let him blitz and do less thinking, and LV to Sam. I'm of the thought process, Desmond, just let Keanu Neal eat at will linebacker. Maybe what they'll do is maybe they will move Jalen back to will and just bring in Neal on passing downs. That could be a possibility, too. I probably shouldn't rule that out. That would be irresponsible of me. But somebody is on notice. Niv says, I live in D.C., so being a Cowboys fan here is tough. Being a Cowboys fan in D.C. is tough? They take it light on you down there. Try being a Cowboys fan next to Philly. Ready to go to blows. One of my best friends is a Philly fan. We be going at it. Say said, we talked up Surtain and Horn. Some got blinded to the other players. Yes, they did. I like the pick. One is Surtain, but not hurting with Parsons besides Hayward still out there. Earlier, my top 5 players of want in regards to on the boards were what did I say earlier, y'all, on the VOD show? Surtain, Horn. It was Pitts because I thought Pitts was a phenomenal player, boss. And then the 2 offensive tackles. All of them were gone except for the offensive tackle. And I could make a case that Slater could be, that 5th one could be swapped. And that other guy behind it, JOK, Micah Parsons, were the defensive players that I would have been targeting after it. A little bit shocked to see that they were targeting Parsons the whole way. I don't know that would have been the case if Horn was there, though. Brian says Cowboys are done for the day. I think I might agree with you here. 3 more picks. 3 more picks? 4 more picks left on the board. They could come up, but, I mean, if you look at the board here, I might just sit. Just sit. You'll have you'll have some good players at 44 tomorrow, and if you want to come up tomorrow, you got an extra third to come up. Okay, so that's why you're saying they're done. There's a press conference going on in Dallas. B. Bird says, Stephen Jones said that he'll wait till after the draft to talk about LV's 5th year. What do you think he'll do now? No. When he said that, but to me, B. Bird, there's just no way you can justify picking up his option. I think it's like $9 million. I don't care if it was $1 million. I'm not picking up his 5th year option because I don't believe in him long term. Let him play out this year. See what he does. If he balls out, you get a compensation pick, but you got his replacement in Micah Parsons in a way, his replacement. But you filled that void. But you can also go out and get another linebacker around 4 or 5 or what have you to groom to take over one of these linebackers for the future. Henry says, cut Jalen Smith June 1st, save $8 million. Not going to extend LVE. Maybe we draft a linebacker, Fox from LSU, or it would be probably talking about Jabril Cox in the 3rd round. I don't think they're going to cut him because his money's guaranteed. The time to cut Jalen Smith, I think, was back in March. Am I mistaken? March or April. That was the time where everybody was like, okay, Jalen Smith, and they were bringing up Zeke, which was silly. But Jalen actually was one of those things where you could be like, okay, they could legitimately cut Jalen, but they didn't, so now his money is guaranteed. And you would have to divvy up that cap hit, dead money. It would have been different, and I got to ask my guy KD, but it would have been different had they decided to cut him. I don't have anyone muted here. Nobody's in here except Boss, and nobody is muted. Cass said, bro, Micah Parsons on one side, D-Law and Randy on the other. Bro, can we see my vision with our D coordinator? My fault about the caps. I'm not Don't worry about the caps, man. Yeah, I definitely see the vision, dog. I see the vision. May 5th? I thought it was May 5th, but Sosa said the deadline is Monday for the option. And let Van Der Esch walk. I'm with you. I'm letting Van Der Esch go out the door. Don't make the Sean Lee mistake again. Granted, Sean Lee had a few good years after the injury stuff, but there's just no need to make that mistake again and have to count on an injury-prone linebacker. And the difference is with Sean Lee in LVE, when Sean Lee was out, he was felt drastically because when he was on the field, he was felt drastically. When LVE is on the field playing hurt, he's not good. He's just not good. I mean, I really been trying to get behind him. Oh, he's playing. He's just not a consistent linebacker. When Sean Lee healthy was on that field, Sean Lee was a difference maker. LVE is not a difference maker unless he's 100% healthy. And when he's 100% healthy, he's a really damn good linebacker. Problem is, you're not getting that a lot. I agree with you, 43 Flex. Flex, there's a lot of defensive talent still left in this draft, and the Packers are on the clock, and the pick is in. Let me go ahead and find out these other picks. I've been kind of just rambling on y'all. Peyton Turner. I actually like Peyton Turner if he was there at 44. Nonetheless, New Orleans gets Peyton Turner, probably to replace the cat that they lost to, I believe it was Cincinnati. Yeah, I don't have anyone muted, so nobody's muted. I'll take you out, bring you back in, but nobody is muted. All right, let me get back here. So Peyton Turner went. Rashad Bateman was before that, and then Greg Newsome. So Greg Newsome was a guy that I was hoping would fall. I was hoping about Peyton Turner as well. But like you said, man, still really good picks left to go. Green Bay's on the clock. Or I'm sorry, Green Bay's pick is in. Buffalo is on the clock, followed by Baltimore, and then Tampa Bay. Al says he likes Pete Werner. And Showtime says day 3, Pete Werner, Monte Rice, Tony Field, Dylan Moses. That's another one, Dylan Moses. I think I might double dip at backer, y'all. I mean, maybe not this early, maybe not 2nd round, but I might double dip at backer, maybe with one of those 3rd round picks or in the 4th round. somewhere around there. Boss, you want to come out, come back in, try it that way, if you can hear me. Another one is Carl, or not Carl Joseph, but Boss Man Fat Joseph, the cornerback from Kentucky. I'm not saying second round, although talent-wise it'd be worth it. But yeah. Maybe you do go Joseph since you didn't get cornerback in round 1. B. Bird says, wanted to get your opinion. I think we need speed demon at wide receiver. We have enough quick, good route runners. What do you think about Schwartz? Scary Terry. I love Scary Terry. I would love to get Scary Terry in like round 4 or 5. Yes, I agree. We need speed, and that's why I'm looking at speed. I can hear you now, boss. That's why I'm looking at speed later in day 3. I'm looking at speed in day 3.
Yeah, so Buffalo, they just got Eric Stokes.
Uh-oh. We might start seeing the
Can you hear me
corner.
okay?
I can hear you. We're probably going to be delayed again, but I can hear you.
Yeah, but Eric Stokes
Stokes.
is Exhibit A that COVID has messed up this draft because it's a lot of reaching going on that's on an epic level. I've honestly never seen reaches this high. This is epic. I mean, you got Eric Stokes who just went in the first round. You won't find me one person who thought that. You won't find me one.
No, I didn't think he'd go.
So, you said what now?
I did not think he would go in the first round.
No. And it's been crazy. Peyton Turner had a 57 grade according to CBS.
Yeah.
Peyton Turner was a third-round grade for me.
I liked him in the
under
second.
the Boss Cowboy guide. So, and how you go pick Peyton Turner and you don't even consider Greg? It just shows you that from here on, it's open season. So we can really get some steals. And like right now, I think we could even move up if we wanted to. Because Jenkins is still sitting out there. So for everybody that was saying Slater, I want everybody to recognize that it's a lot of us that had Jenkins graded over Slater. And to have a guy that some of us consider to be a top 15, a top 10 pick, potentially for some of us, still flirting out there, this is where you package all your assets that you acquired and go get you a killer.
Well, here's the thing, boss. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, so I think at this point it's more so less about the player in 30, 31, 32, and more so about that 5th year option, coming up for that 5th year option. Because at this point, picking that number 10 overall tomorrow in the second round and having that ammo to move up in the second round, I don't necessarily need to overpay for that said player to come in the first unless I want that 5th year option, and that's what most teams come back in the first round for. You could probably sit tight with these last 3 picks and then get on the phone after the draft is over and talk to those teams in the top 10 if you want to come up for a guy. Who's a guy you're thinking about possibly coming up for?
That guy would be obviously Jenkins. You also still have Levi sitting here, the defensive tackle from Washington. So we can say right now we're good on linebacker, but also still sitting there. So I would say we're good. You also have Richie Grant, but that would be too rich to move up for him. So the guys that I would say still have the first round talent would be Jenkins. And right now, Jenkins would be, in my opinion, the steal of the draft.
You know, that's a good point.
Right now.
Jenkins would be a good one to come up for because, again, I'm always factoring in that 5th year option. And when you have the tackle situation with Tyron Smith, you got 5 years to figure that out. So if Tyron plays another 2 years and Jenkins can slide in a guard, you got 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if Tyron plays 3 years and you got Jenkins in the second round, you don't have much time to figure out if you're gonna pay him to play left tackle, or you're paying him to be your left guard. And let me ask you, can he slide right in that guard?
Yeah, it gives you options. So, because I feel like he's a killer tackle. So my situation is, what are we gonna do about Liel? What's really going on with Liel?
I hear
Like right now, a good option for Liel, in my opinion, would be to even consider moving him inside the guard, because we saw him do that before. You get you a solid right tackle easily with Jenkins, easily.
But see,
you also could move him into guard.
Yeah, because
so you get the flexibility with him that you had with Slater.
You say he could be a solid right tackle. I'd argue La'el Collins is one of the best right tackles in the league. So I don't want to downgrade that position when I can slide in Jenkins at guard and possibly get the same level of play, if not better, and not really have to suffer at one position. I don't want to suffer at right tackle to be better at guard, where if I can stay good at right tackle, really good at right tackle, and get better at guard, it's a win-win situation. That makes sense.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. Whatever the plan that people had in mind for Slater, you really truly get
with Jenkins
a better plan with Jenkins. Well, that
Fair
depends on how you grade them. My grades say that. Some other people's grades might not say that.
Pick is in. They're showing Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher out of Georgia, his house with, looks like Roger Goodell walking up. Can somebody in the chat tell me what's up with this chair? People sitting down. This whole time I've been meaning to ask that. I don't quite understand what this is. What is this? I don't get it because I'm not hearing any sound. You know, this is all.
Yeah, it's a little bit loud in here, Will. So
no, you cool. I'm talking about. I don't understand what's happening with the draft. Gregory Rousseau. Gregory Rousseau is the pick, man. Gregory Rousseau is the pick. So, boss, is this one of those things again where, you know, COVID messing things up because everybody's reaching? I think Gregory Rousseau at 30 is a reach for me.
Yeah, so Gregory Rousseau just went to Baltimore. And see, he got a real bad rap according to the scouting community. But this could also be a super steal because a lot of people was knocking him because of his lack of pass rush moves. But people got to remember, this guy was an ex-receiver that converted to defensive end and came up with 15 sacks. So even though he didn't have the move, he clearly has the rawness.
Raw.
If you could put him with a coach, you likely in the next 2 years, that could also be the steal of the draft. So that's why I'm saying this is a very weird draft. I'm being honest. I've never seen anything like this at the bottom of the first half. All this stuff is weird.
CFC is funny. You wonder if they came up in the first to secure that fifth round. Not came up, but drafted him in the first to secure that fifth round because of the potential. You use the word raw. That's just what I look at with Gregory Rousseau. Extremely raw, but very physically gifted. Had an amazing year. Had that amazing year a couple years ago, and young not only in age but young in experience. So, you know, I think he has a talent. I just was not looking at him as a first-round guy. But I should have been in the sense of somebody was going to take this man in the first round.
Yeah, because it was crazy. Like, I think he was one of those draft mysteries. I'm being all the way honest.
He is. It's hard to
right
evaluate.
now we just enjoying draft banter. I'm cool with our picks. So we just talking to people who just like to see football right now.
Absolutely.
But it's one of those things that's where we acted almost, in my opinion, kind of bougie on him. We looked at 15 sacks like we looked at D. Smith. We yawned at production.
No,
we really did.
You ain't lying.
So it's almost just like how people looked at D. Smith with 46 touchdowns and was literally over here like.
But didn't D. Smith?
So
didn't he eat a couple years?
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, didn't D. Smith eat for a couple years? Check. I guess he didn't eat for a couple years, y'all. All right, man. We got Baltimore on the clock. The last 5 picks: Gregory Rousseau to Buffalo, Eric Stokes to Green Bay, Peyton Turner to New Orleans, Rashad Bateman to Baltimore, and Greg Newsome to Cleveland. Those are the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks. If my math is right. Baltimore and then Tampa, and that will be it for round 1. Fight. Here we go. Remember Calais Campbell, who also went to the U? Yeah, but Calais was a DT. He's a little bit different there, McKill. Calais 6'8", ran over 300, going over 300 pounds, defensive tackle, just absolute monster. I just think Gregory's is super duper raw, man, and he got talent. I don't want to hate on the kid. Like I said, I should have put him in the first round in the sense of I knew somebody would take him in the first, but I definitely had him as a day 2 guy. Desmond says, watch Tampa get a steal. See, remember I said JOK in Baltimore, but Desmond just said something about Tampa and the steal. Whoo, JOK in Tampa. They did re-sign Levante David, but just 1 year. Devin White, JOK for the future behind that defensive line. Listen, man. Listen, I think JOK falling is more to do with they don't know what to do with him, boss. They don't know what to do with him. Brian said there's people looking at him as a safety, and he's his number 1 strong safety.
Yeah, you're right on JOK. Like, JOK was tough. He was real tough because with JOK, you're looking at a great football player, but it's like, can you trust him to be a run stopper in the league? And right now, I think a lot of people just don't know. It's like, when do you want to take your chance on a player like that? I think you want to take your chance in the second round because just like what Will McClay said, you can't deny his talent, but he's little. Like, and it's one of those things, and that's, Will, I made the same assessment. I said, man, I like him playing.
This could be.
If I was a scout, would I put my job on the line for JOK? No.
This could be one of those Deion Jones situations where Deion came out of LSU as a beast, in my opinion. But again, he was in that same mode. 6'1", 220-pound dude, small dude, but he got taken in the second round. And he was phenomenal. He's been phenomenal in the league. You could see JOK drop. I'm gonna tell y'all something right good goddamn on right now. Y'all gonna be mad at Sky if we take JOK because I'm gonna be in here and celebrate. I really am, but I just think that'd be too much for the linebacker room. But boy, if you give me Keanu Neal, JOK, and Michael Parsons, oh Lord, oh, I'll be having fun. I'll be having fun on defense if I was Dan Quinn. You still need to beef up the front. And that's the thing. I saw somebody in the chat earlier say we want to keep these guys, can't want to get better. Let's remember, LVE, Jalen Smith had really damn good years. Who were the defensive tackles? It wasn't some dominant guys. And I'm not saying you don't need them. You absolutely need better defensive tackle play. My thing is, if you don't have a Ndamukong Suh, Aaron Donald, the Dalvin Thompsons like I had, then I need my linebackers' talent to still shine in some way, shape, or form. In 2018, the healthy LVE, it did that. And with Jalen Smith, a career year, it did that. It wasn't because the defensive tackles were just dominant. They weren't. Collins wasn't some amazing player in regards to being a dominant run stopper or anything like that. Antoine Woods wasn't some dominant player or anything like that. Tyron Crawford wasn't some dominant player in the sense of this run-stopping thing. They were better than what we had last year. So what you need is your DTs to be better in 2021 because they didn't address it enough to be dominant. But in 2021, you need them to be better. Brent Urban is better. We hope Tristan Hill will be better. We don't know. Neville Gallimore will be better, I believe. So I think you'll get better defensive tackle play this year, which will help your your linebackers. It's just a matter of how much better. You know, it's not going to be dominant.
And so, like, when you're talking about, defensive tackles, the beautiful thing right now is, did any of them come off the board?
No. And they should.
No, right. Well, I'm going to say they should based on some of these other guys that went before them.
Who are you talking? Christian Barmore, Marvin Wilson?
Yeah, Chris could have definitely been a first rounder that wasn't as reachy as some of the other guys that we've just seen. So everything that the Dallas Cowboys need is rich right now. There's no safeties that's off the board.
No safeties.
None.
No defensive tackles.
There's no defensive tackles that's off the board.
You still got depth at offensive tackle too, boss.
Did I miss on defensive tackle? Did one of them go?
No. I said you still have offensive tackle as well. Oh, we got a trade. Oh, they're talking about the old trade. Orlando Brown going to the Chiefs. Yeah, man. I thought that was a great pickup by the Chiefs, man. Listen, they lost their 2 tackles, and we're all sitting here panicking like, what are you guys doing? You cannot lose your 2 tackles after you just saw in the playoffs. And what are you doing, Kansas City? No big deal. We'll go get Orlando Brown, 2-time Pro Bowler. We'll go get Joe Tooney, one of the best guards in the league. We'll bring back Kyle Long. They just straight up revamped that offensive line, man. Kudos to Kansas City. I like how Kansas City operates. I like how Baltimore operates. The Colts are starting to get up there in regards to how they operate, one of my favorite front offices. But KC and Baltimore have been some of my favorite front offices in this league. Showtime says D-line right now. D-Law, Urban, Gallimore, Gregory, I think that's it. I think that's the starting defensive line. The thing is, like, to start off, not bad. Not bad at all. We just don't have the depth. We don't have the Tristan Hill. I want him to be great. I got to see more about it. Urban is only going to play 30 to 35% of your snaps. You don't really want him out there for 50% of the snaps, or 60%, because he doesn't offer anything in the pass rush. He's a phenomenal run defender. So I would have loved, again, to pair Urban with a really good defensive tackle opposite, or even with him behind him. You know, another big one-tech guy. That could happen in the draft. You get me Urban and the Tyler Shelvin, and Urban and Aleem McNeil, who was multiple. Now we're talking. You got to feel better about a Micah Parsons, for those that don't like the Micah Parsons pick, if you compare Urban with an Aleem McNeil or a Tyler Shelvin. Hell, even a Marvin Wilson, even though he's more of a 3 to me now, but he's strong enough to be a 1. But you got to address the defense attack. You can't come out of these top 4 of your 4 picks. If you don't take a DT, and with one of these 4 picks, what are we doing? What are we doing?
And yet, Will, I'm Skywalker. I'm certain that we're going to address it. I mean, we sit in a very rich position. I mean, because it does have to be addressed. It's just so beautiful right now that it's a lot of richness that's left. So, you know, and I just saw another pick with Jason. He had a 2nd-round grade according to CBS and me as well. So all these, I would say, reaches that we're seeing right now.
Jason Owa.
Yeah, perfectly working. Perfectly working for Dallas. Like, tomorrow should be exciting. If Dallas wants to get aggressive, do it tomorrow. It's going to work for you. You got 3 extra 3rd-rounders. You can go back and go get you a killer, or go get you a guy, or the guy. You can go get it. So we got Asante Samuels that's left. We got some guys that can come here and play that corner.
Yeah. Eric Molden's still there. We got all the safeties are still there. In my mock draft, the one and only one I ever did, I actually traded up to get Morig, but at this point you may not even have to do that, because if you miss out on a Morig, you can get a Javon Holland, you can get a Richie Grant. If you want to use one of those 3rd-round picks, you can get Andre Cisco. Like, we're sitting comfy. We're sitting comfy. You froze up there. Let me know if you're back in, boss.
Oh, yeah, I'm back in. It's
okay.
Just hard to hear.
It's all good, man. It's all good. We pushed through. I'm trying to see who is currently still available. Like I said, JOK.
We have here is Little Caesar's thin crust.
Let me move that out the way. JOK is still available. The Rondell Moore. I said Elijah Moore's Rondell Mill. Tevin Jenkins. No, yeah, we're sitting pretty good here. We're picking 10th. Let's just say, I guess Jacksonville made. Oh, wait a minute. There's a pick made. That's it. Joe Tryon went to Tampa, beefing up their front even more. And that completes round freaking one. What a round one. A few surprises. I think Dallas definitely made a surprise according to most fans. But there is a lot of talent left. Let me just run down this list of names. We picked 10th. You've got JOK left, Trevin Morick, Azeez Ojulari, Tevin Jenkins, Asante Samuel Jr., Christian Barmore, Levi Onwuzurike, if you want to go three-tech Christian and Levi. I don't really want to go three-tech this early. Joseph Asai, if you want to go edge. Richie Grant, Melifonwu was still there. Kelvin Joseph, Aaron Robinson, Javon Holland, Dallas, Elijah Moten. Dallas is sitting pretty. In fact, Dallas might be in another trade down situation, boss, and chat. They might be in another trade down situation, or if they're like, I absolutely love JOK, I'm coming up to get JOK, which would probably set y'all on fire. But man, Darius Washington, I think his size is going to push him down to later tomorrow, possibly the next day. But there's just talent left, man. Nick Bolton, if you want to go. I mean, there's talent left, guys. I think Dallas is sitting pretty. I know y'all going to tear the pick up on fire, but man, they could really pair it with something nice. Boss, you got anything for us? You came in at one point. Just says, I can't help but shake that we may get Nick Bolton. I'm telling you, man. Nick Bolton or JOK, any of these other linebackers, if you want to pair them with Parsons, I'm all for it. I came to this draft believing that linebacker was a real need that nobody was talking about. And then the world went on fire with talking about three players, Horn, Surtain, and Pitts. And then the linemen start picking up, and kind of linebacker talk got kind of tossed a little bit. But so if they come away with two linebackers in the first 4 rounds, I'm okay with it. Just make sure you address that corner and that safety position, that defensive tackle position. That's some goddamn on point, though. You have to do it. You absolutely have to do it. You can try to come back in, boss. We'll see if we can get you. Showtime says he's a big Penn State fan, but Owa might be a reach, or Owe. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. A lot of people were saying that they thought Owe would go a little higher. He didn't, so I don't know if you consider it a reach or not.
Yeah, they thought he was gonna go higher because of that crazy pro day that he had. You know what I mean? And it's just me looking at the players. I think this is an obvious COVID drought. This is a COVID drought. This is a drought. This is the type of draft you get when teams can't get their 30 visits. This is the type of draft you get when people can't do their due diligence. I'm just saying, after all the years that I've been watching the draft, I've never seen a bottom half of this draft so wild. This was very wild. So it's the better teams that can evaluate through the hostility of COVID are going to do good. But right now, it's looking like it's all over the place. Because, for me, I always use CB as a reference of what is fair. Because they're usually very good about ranks and where they are fairly graded. Man, I've seen, this was the wildest disparity that I've ever seen in the history of me watching this draft.
Wow. And I think he had, like you said, COVID and then people opting out, things like that. It was definitely a very, very interesting first round. But I think it played in Dallas's favor in the sense of there are still a lot of tremendous players left on this board, y'all. I said it's funny because a lot of Twitter said Dallas can't mess this up unless they take a linebacker. I always kind of scoffed at that a little bit. I thought they could mess it up if they traded that to like pick 28 or something. But even then, looking at the way the board fell, they might have been okay. So I know y'all wanted one of the big three guys or what have you, and Slater did fall. But when we talked about it earlier with Rodgers, I just felt that they thought that they were good with the offensive line, and technically they are. They're good to roll out here next year. It's moving forward. And let's not forget another Big Ten lineman that's on this football team that may be looked at as the future left guard. And his name is Connor McGovern. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Mike McCarthy at the press conference back in March said there will be a competition. And I think that stems from the fact that Connor McGovern showed enough. And he has that grown man strength, that country boy strength, in basically what was his rookie year. So maybe McGovern is being looked at as that left guard of the future, and they may try to grab one of these tackles to groom as a tackle opposite of Lyle Collins moving forward if what's the name goes down. Because Ty Nsekhe right now is a solid, very good tackle to come in for come in for either one, Tyron or Lyle if need be. All right, I'm rambling here. You got any final words? Nothing. I don't have nothing on here. All right, what I'm going to do is, man, I'm going to hop into this chat one more time, man, and thank you guys for joining us. I know it was a wild, crazy day one, but I hope that you enjoyed the stream. We tried to keep it together for you guys, and I think we did a good job with that. The guys broke down the players, I think, very well. I think tomorrow you'll really get to see the nooks and crannies and the meat and potatoes of the draft, as well as the BCS team covering it and the Dallas Cowboys Network team covering the meat and potatoes of the draft. This is where the real tough, hard work is going to come in regards to evaluations and things like that, because you're getting not only the second and third round guys, but on Saturday we're coming back again. You're going to get those 4th, 5th, 6th round guys that they really put that type of work into. So definitely make sure you swing back around tomorrow. I believe the draft is 7 p.m. Eastern, so we'll try to be on here at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central Time, or at the very least 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern, before the draft, right? We're going to try to get on here before the draft. There will not be these kind of issues tomorrow in regards to the connection. It just is what it is when you're remote. Those type of things happen. But y'all really stuck it out here. Y'all were deep in this chat. I really truly do appreciate it. I can't explain. I can't mention it enough, guys. I really can't. And you guys are listening. All the guys left. So many people are left for 44. So many, man. But once again, thank you much. I don't know, boss, if you can come in. Nope, no audio. All right, so what we going to do is we're going to play the classic outro, guys. We're going to play the classic outro one more time. If you can, drop the fire emojis for your boy. We had a phenomenal time tonight. It was fun. The reaction was fun. You had some people that was pissed. I can't wait to go watch some of the other streamers' reactions for the show. But
yeah, man.
Oh, you in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
When they say break between music, Boss Cowboy Sports, man, we rocked it today. Tomorrow's gonna be a lot quieter, and we're gonna be really able to get down to business. We obviously wanted to give y'all a great experience by showcasing like Dallas Cowboy people, Dallas Cowboy fans on the first day of the draft. Tomorrow's about business though. So just stay with us. We're gonna give you the same type of quality content with way less distraction. All right. But I had a ball. We rocked it, and we're gonna rock it even better tomorrow. Stay with us.
Yes, sir. With that said, thank you very, very much, guys. See y'all tomorrow. Day 2, round 2, round 3. Dallas has 4 picks. What they're gonna do with it, we'll see. Appreciate y'all, man. See y'all tomorrow. Should I wear the suit? Should I get dapper again? We'll see. Peace.